Chapter 451. It had been exactly 2 weeks, Principal. The middle-aged man trembled on the floor, his body battered, barely able to move. His breaths were shallow, each one a struggle. Across from him, the principal sat calmly on her desk, fury burning behind her eyes as she glared down at him. Her voice, though soft, dripped with malice. "Tell me," she demanded coldly, "what is your link with Kennedy?" The man's entire body shook with fear. "I'm telling you, I didn't, His words were cut short by a sharp wave of pain as the principal flicked her hand, slamming him against the ground effortlessly. Her voice deepened, taking on a dangerous tone. "Don't make this hard for me." She cracked her knuckles, her gaze sharp. "I really don't want to kill my own professors. But if you keep lying..." Her lips curled into an irritated snarl. "I'm not sure how much longer I can hold back." The man cringed at her words, his fear palpable. Please don't kill me. I have a family." He begged, his voice hoarse and desperate. "Your journey continues with Empire." The principal crouched before him, gripping a fistful of his hair and forcing him to look at her. "Then tell me the truth," she hissed, her breath warm against his bleeding face. "Why did you, the representative professor of the Umbriones Void Empire, reveal the secret path to Kennedy? You know what that means for your empire, don't you? The consequences." Her voice was a chilling whisper. The man's eyes fluttered open, but they were barely functional, swollen and bloodied. I swear." Cough. "I didn't say anything," he wheezed. Her lips twitched in irritation as she stood, pulling out a document and flipping through its pages. "You keep saying that." She waved the papers in front of him. "But the records tell a different story. There's plenty of evidence that you and Kennedy spent a suspicious amount of time together before his capture. Even when he was imprisoned, you were the only one who visited him." His face paled as she continued, "And," she added, her eyes narrowing, "the list of technological items you bought from him? It's all here. Care to explain?" Her voice was ice-cold, tears welled up in the man's eyes. I didn't. I swear. Someone's framing me. Please, you have to believe me." His voice was frantic, teetering on the edge of despair. The principal sighed heavily, her patience worn thin. She raised her hand, ready to finish what she started, when, knock, knock. "Come in," she said calmly, not bothering to turn around. Thud, the door creaked open, and Alaric stepped into the destroyed office, his face immediately reflecting shock at the sight of the devastation. Principal, what do you want?" she asked, her voice flat and indifferent, as though she wasn't in the middle of a violent interrogation. Alaric let out a quiet sigh. "She's still angry," he thought before clearing his throat. "The reconstruction is almost complete. We should be able to reopen the academy by the end of the week." "Good," the principal replied curtly, her attention still partly focused on the broken professor at her feet. Alaric shifted uncomfortably, glancing at the battered man on the ground. "There's one more thing." The principal's eyes flicked to him. "Go on." "The equipment that went missing from the laboratory, it was found. Sold on the black market," Alaric said gravely. In an instant, the principal was in front of him, her eyes ablaze. "Who?" Alaric lowered his head slightly. "His name is Lackey." "According to our investigation, Lackey." The principal frowned deeply, her mind racing. "Search for him. And I want everything, everything he sold, back in my academy." Alaric nodded, his eyes flicking back to the professor. He hesitated for a moment before asking cautiously, "Principal, if you don't mind me asking, what did he do to deserve your wrath?" The principal glanced down at the broken man again. "According to my investigation, he's the one who tipped Kennedy off about the secret path." Alaric's eyes widened in shock. He betrayed you." His face twisted with rage as he turned toward the professor. Without warning, he lashed out, kicking the already fragile man with all his might. "You bastard," he roared, each word punctuated by a brutal strike. "How dare you betray the principal? You worthless piece of filth," the professor screamed in agony. No. Please." Boom, boom, the sound of Alaric's fists and kicks echoed through the room as he continued his relentless assault. Blood splattered, bones cracked, and the professor's cries became weaker with every hit. The principal watched Alaric's outburst blankly, her expression unreadable. She didn't stop him. To be honest, she had started to doubt Alaric as well. Ever since she began investigating everything herself, something felt off about him. It wasn't that Alaric seemed involved with the conspiracy. No, it was more peculiar than that. Alaric was too clean. Even Delphine and the other representative professors had minor interactions with Kennedy, but Alaric? Apart from recommending Kennedy to the academy, he had no contact whatsoever. It was as if Alaric had purposefully distanced himself, and that raised a lot of questions. Still, she couldn't afford to let those doubts consume her. Not yet. Perhaps I've placed too much trust in him. She thought bitterly. After hundreds of years running this academy together, it felt like a betrayal to question him. But the disaster unfolding around them left her with no choice. She had to find the truth, no matter what. Principal. Alaric's voice snapped her back to the present. She blinked, looking at the fainted professor before her. Without a word, she waved her hand dismissively. Have the healers take care of him, she said, already stepping out of the office. Alaric lingered for a moment, glancing at the unconscious man. His lips curled ever so slightly into a smirk before he hurried after her. Yes, and, do you think you could finish it by this evening? Delphine asked, glancing up at the massive bell that was being lifted toward the roof. We should be able to, Leora replied, standing beside Delphine. They watched as members of Leora's tribe worked tirelessly, pulling the enormous bell upward, inch by inch. Delphine let out a small sigh of relief. Thank goodness. You've been a great help to us, she said, her voice warm with gratitude. Leora simply shrugged, offering no response, her expression unreadable. Delphine smiled awkwardly. Please, don't take her coldness to heart. Melona said softly, though her smile was tight. She shot a sharp glance at Leora, clearly holding on to her grudge. Leora's smirk deepened, clearly enjoying Melona's discomfort. The smirk sent a wave of irritation through Melona, who was still bitter that Leora had slept with her son-in-law. Oh. Stop fighting already. Delphine groaned, throwing her hands up. For the past 2 weeks, she had been dealing with these two constantly clashing. It was like watching a cat and a dog fight over territory. Melona's lips twitched in frustration. I'm not the one acting like a barbarian, she muttered under her breath. Leora's smirk widened, and yet, it's the barbarian who got what she wanted. She provocatively slapped her own butt, hinting at the tattoo hidden beneath her clothes. Melona clenched her fists, barely restraining her temper, just as the situation seemed on the verge of escalating once again. Principal. Delphine exclaimed in relief as she spotted the principal and Alaric walking toward them. Instantly, both Melona and Leora fell silent. The principal stopped before the building, her eyes following the bell as it neared the roof. Melona, still somewhat tense, glanced at the principal and hesitated before speaking. If you don't mind me asking, Principal, why did you cancel your trip to the Pyra Empire? Everyone's attention shifted to the principal. Even Alaric, the vice principal, didn't know the real reason behind the sudden cancellation. The principal looked at Melona for a brief moment before replying in her usual curt manner. Nothing important, just a lizard problem, she said dismissively. Everyone exchanged awkward glances at the vague explanation, unsure of how to respond. They shifted their focus back to the bell, which was finally reaching the top of the tower. Meanwhile, the principal's thoughts drifted elsewhere. It had been exactly 2 weeks. Ever since Aether had arrived. Chapter 452. It's a small exchange. 2 weeks ago, Kim, who had just returned from the Empire, stood before the principal, his face pale and body worse than before. Our Majesty, the mighty Dragon Emperor, graces you all with his pity. He has given you the time you need to repair the academy, Principal, Kim said, his voice trembling slightly. The principal sat calmly behind her desk, observing Kim with a blank expression. What happened to you now? Did he beat you again? She asked, her voice even as she leaned back in her chair. Kim gulped, sweat beading on his forehead. And nothing, I just fell down. He lied, only he knew the extent of his ordeal. How he had begged for his life and narrowly escaped death after delivering Victor's message. The principal continued to stare at him, her face unreadable, before finally nodding. I see. With that, she watched as Kim hastily left her office. Her thoughts drifted back to the situation at hand. Something is happening. She mused, her frown deepening. Instinctively, she felt that everything was somehow connected to Aether. What am I going to do with him? She sighed inwardly, staring at the documents on her desk. Her expression hardened. Since I have time, why not catch the fish? A smirk crept onto her face as she began to dive into the investigation surrounding Kennedy's incident. Suddenly, the sound of the bell ringing, ding dong ding, snapped her out of her thoughts. She blinked, looking up to see the massive bell finally installed on the tower, functioning perfectly. Satisfied, she nodded before turning her gaze toward Leora and Melona. "Thank you both for your help," she said with genuine gratitude. Both Leora and Melona smiled awkwardly. "It's fine," Melona replied. "This is our academy, after all," the principal smiled back, then exchanged a glance with Delphine, who gave a knowing nod. "The compensation will be provided by the end of tomorrow," Delphine said to both Leora and Melona. Melona shook her head in polite refusal. "As I said before, this is for our academy. There's no need for money." The principal, however, shook her head firmly. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. Please, take it." After a moment of hesitation, Melona finally nodded. Then, the principal's gaze shifted to Leora, who shrugged. "I'm doing it for my husband, ouch." Leora yelped as Melona elbowed her sharply, glaring at her. Leora blinked, correcting herself. I did it for my son. I don't want him studying in a broken academy, Leora." Melona glared at her even harder, her frustration clear. The principal couldn't help but smile awkwardly before turning to leave, heading down the corridor with Delphine following behind her. As they walked, Delphine hesitated for a moment before speaking. Principal?" "Yes," the principal replied without slowing her pace. Delphine fidgeted nervously. I haven't seen Aether for the past 2 weeks," she mumbled, her voice filled with concern. "Do you know what happened to him?" The principal shook her head. "I don't know. I haven't seen him either." Delphine bit her lip, the worry on her face deepening. The principal, noticing this, paused before asking, "Do you really love him?" Delphine's cheeks flushed bright red at the question, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. The principal's lips twitched slightly, amused. Unlike before, Delphine wasn't denying her feelings this time. "Looks like he's caught a few fish on his hook," the principal thought, smiling to herself. She patted Delphine's head softly. "Whatever happens, you better be ready for anything," she said cryptically before continuing on her way, leaving Delphine confused by her words. Later that evening, the principal returned to her house. As soon as she stepped inside, the sharp scent of melting iron hit her senses. "He's still at it," she muttered to herself, following the smell toward the training hall. Knock, knock, she rapped her knuckles gently against the door. "Are you alive in there, Aether?" she called out, half joking. There was no response. "Humph, he's alive," she nodded to herself. Knowing Aether was still inside, ever since he had returned, he had locked himself in the training hall, refusing to leave. Not even the principal was allowed entry. As much as she was tempted to open the door and see what he was up to, she held herself back. She could feel it. Whatever Aether was doing, he was preparing for something big, something necessary. Whatever it is, he's preparing for the future, she whispered softly, her hand lingering on the doorframe before she turned to leave. Meanwhile, inside the training hall, clang, ting, tang, the sharp sounds of metal colliding echoed through the expansive training hall, where not just one, but 3 Aethers worked tirelessly. Floating iron rods, various weird metals, and intricate machines surrounded them, creating a chaotic yet productive atmosphere. "Quench it," one Aether shouted, directing the others as they plunged a glowing hot material into a barrel of water. "Rim it," itched the crystal with explosive spells. As one Aether continued to issue commands, the other 2 diligently followed, working in perfect synchronization. Meanwhile, the original Aether reclined in a chair, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as Snowflake gently wiped the sweat from his forehead with her tail. "Everything is going well," he murmured, taking in the sight of his creations. After reaching level 60, his cloning ability had upgraded, allowing him to maintain 2 clones simultaneously, a significant improvement. Just then, he made a mental connection to someone far away. Far, far away, Pyra Fulgur Empire, Celestia, dressed in a sleek black outfit that covered her from head to toe, stood observing the miners working on the slopes of a majestic mountain. This wasn't just any mountain, it was rich in arcanium, the rarest of materials. Work faster. Celestia commanded fiercely, her voice echoing across the site. We need to finish by tomorrow morning. Suddenly, she felt a familiar presence in her mind. Celestia. How's it going on your end? Her expression hardened. We're almost finished mining the Arcanium mountain. She replied. But her frown deepened. Are you sure about this, Aether? We've only mined one mountain, and I've seen plenty more. Ha. It's fine. It's a small exchange. I gave him the details, and the lizard let me have a mountain in return. Celestia nodded, though skepticism lingered in her mind. She couldn't help but think he could have negotiated for more. Don't worry, Celestia. I'm not losing anything. If anything, he's the one about to lose a lot. A gentle smile appeared on Celestia's lips. Exactly what did you trade him? Curiosity piqued. She wondered how the mighty Dragon Emperor had allowed her access to his empire without a hint of anger. Explore more stories with Empire. Just a piece of information that even you don't know. Her curiosity intensified. Before she could ask further, Aether's voice came through again. I'll tell you once you return. Celestia sighed, realizing she'd have to wait. Okay, then. Back in the training hall, Aether grinned, thinking about the many questions Celestia would have when she returned. Just as he resumed his work, a sudden voice broke through his focus. Master Tim Ee. Aether jumped, startled. Oh, shit. He quickly changed his clothes, his heart racing as he moved stealthily out of the training hall to meet his target. Raven Noir, Chapter 453. Rowdy women, in a restaurant. He's late again today, Raven Noir mumbled, her fingers drumming impatiently on the wooden table. Her crimson eyes flickered with mild irritation, and she cast a glance at the door. Across from her, Talia sat with her arms folded, eyes distant as she gazed out the window. Maybe he got caught up with work or something. Talia muttered, shrugging lightly. Her tone was indifferent, but there was a subtle edge to her words. Raven shook her head, her impatience clear. It had been 2 weeks since Aether, a servant, had approached her, claiming to be the one she had long been searching for. He had even returned the money Lia and he had taken. But in reality, it was just Aether's own money. Seeing the visible anger simmering beneath Talia's calm demeanor, Raven sighed deeply. Her gaze softening as she tried to reason with her. I understand you're angry that I brought someone like him into our plans, Raven began, her voice gentle but firm, but believe me when I say this. He's the only one who can touch the horns without getting cursed. We've tried everything. Talia's brow furrowed as she let out a long, tired sigh. It's not that I don't trust you, Raven, she said, her expression weary. I want to believe you, but there's just no way he's a descendant of the Origin Emperor. You do know the dragons hunted down every last one of his descendants, right? And even if, somehow, one managed to escape and survive for thousands upon thousands of years, do you really think their bloodline would still be pure enough to hold the horns? The very horns that control the entire empire. Raven stayed silent, biting her lip, unable to refute Talia's logic. Her friend's words stung because they were undeniably true. Just then, a sudden, cheerful voice, hello, both women flinched in surprise, their heads snapping toward the source. Aether stood there, grinning like a child as he slipped into the seat beside Raven. He slid in close. Too close. Making her instinctively shift away, his boldness made the hairs on the back of her neck prickle, and yet, without a hint of shame, Aether closed the gap between them again. You look absolutely stunning tonight. Ms. Raven Noir, he said with a wink, his voice smooth, almost too confident. Raven blinked at him, her expression blank as she once again inched away, clearly uncomfortable. But Aether, either oblivious or simply uncaring, leaned in further until their shoulders nearly touched. Find adventures on Empire. Both Raven and Talia exchanged a glance, their lips twitching in annoyance, but before either could react, Aether, seemingly unbothered by his own shamelessness, spoke up again, his tone more serious this time. So, he began, leaning back ever so slightly, shall we continue with our plan to kill the lizard? Raven and Talia's eyes met, a silent conversation passing between them. Talia was the first to break the silence, crossing her arms as she shot Aether a knowing smirk. "You say that so easily," she remarked, her voice laced with amusement. "But that's because you haven't seen just how dangerous the lizard really is." Aether's expression didn't falter as he raised a brow, leaning in toward Talia this time. His voice dropped to a low, almost teasing whisper, "And you're only saying that because you haven't seen just how dangerous I am." Talia's smirk faded slightly, her frown deepening, but she said nothing, her eyes narrowing as if trying to read him. "That didn't work, I suppose," Aether mused to himself, pulling back and slumping lazily in his chair as if he hadn't just made a bold statement. His attention drifted back to Raven as she continued to lay out her so-called plan to steal the Dragon Emperor's horn. He half listened, though part of him found it increasingly hard to take her seriously. As much as he wanted to gather every detail, he knew their plan was never going to work. Not unless they trusted him completely, and so far, that trust was nowhere to be found, and his acting was not enough to reach them. It had been 2 frustrating weeks, and Aether still hadn't managed to break through the wall they had built around themselves. No matter how close he tried to get, no matter how many times he teased or prodded, they remained like statues, cold, immovable, and unreadable. TSK, 2 weeks wasted. He thought, stifling his growing irritation as he half-heartedly nodded along to Raven's ramblings. It wasn't even as if they were meticulously crafting their plan. In reality, Aether had been the one pointing out flaw after flaw, forcing them to go back and rework it over and over again. It felt like a never-ending loop of mistakes and corrections. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of listening to their nonsense, Aether cut in, his tone pointed. "All right, let's say I managed to get into his room. What about the guards? Are we just going to pretend they won't notice me? Won't they kill me on sight?" Both Talia and Raven blinked, their faces suddenly thoughtful as if they hadn't even considered the possibility. "Oh, for fuck's sake. These two are absolutely useless at planning." Aether cursed internally, though he kept his expression neutral. Still, their incompetence had its advantages. He could spend time with them and, the more they stumbled, the easier it would be for him to edge closer to the truth. But for now, they weren't making it easy. Aether let out a dramatic sigh, leaning back in his chair with a tired expression. "Are you two actually planning something, or are you just using this as an excuse to spend time with me?" Both Talia and Raven flinched at his unexpected remark. What are you talking?" Aether gave them both a pitiful look, his lips curling into a faint smirk. "Sure, I know I'm handsome and all, but isn't it a bit much to drag this whole plan out just to be near me?" His voice dripped with playful sarcasm, his face wearing a falsely sympathetic expression. Talia's brow furrowed as she shot him an incredulous look, while Raven's lips tightened into a thin line. Both women were visibly irritated by his teasing. "Do you seriously think that and I mean we, would be interested in you?" Talia asked, her voice tinged with annoyance as she narrowed her eyes at him. Aether's gaze flicked between them, his smirk widening. "Yeah," he replied confidently. Crack, the sound of splintering wood suddenly echoed beneath them. Aether sighed inwardly, realizing his teasing wasn't working the way he'd hoped. "This is so not going as planned," he thought, shaking his head. "I'm just joking," he said, raising his hands in fake surrender. "There's no way I'd be interested in a couple of rowdy women like you." But to his surprise, 100 AP, 100 AP, Aether blinked, his eyes widening in surprise as he glanced at the floating notifications. His gaze shifted to Raven and Talia, who both had flushed cheeks, their faces red as they mumbled almost simultaneously, "Our rowdy women. Us, what the hell?" Aether's mind raced. He had been trying every trick to catch their interest, and this was what worked. Insulting them? Are they masochists? He wondered, a shiver running down his spine. But he didn't dare investigate further. He knew better than to push too hard. After all, dragons were prideful creatures, and the last thing he wanted was to wound their pride. He knew that better than anyone. Raven cleared her throat, breaking the awkward tension. Anyway, she began, straightening up. "Since this plan is a failure, we'll come up with a new one, same time, same place." She stood abruptly, pushing Aether aside as she made her way toward the exit. Talia followed suit, but not without a parting remark. "And next time, Beyond time, Aether's lips twitched as he watched them leave, his gaze drifting to their hips. With a smirk, he called out teasingly, "I like cute bears and rabbits." Both women froze mid-step, their hands instinctively moving to cover their rears as they turned to glare at him, their expressions a mix of suspicion and embarrassment. But when they saw Aether staring innocently out the window, his attention focused on a pair of stuffed bear and rabbit toys in the display of a nearby shop, they sighed in relief, dropping their hands before walking out without another word. Meanwhile, as the door closed behind them, Aether's smirk returned, sharper this time. "So, they're still wearing the same, huh?" he thought with amusement. He let out a long sigh, running a hand through his hair as he bit at his nails. "I swear, I'm working overtime with these two," he muttered to himself, feeling the ache in his muscles from the relentless training he'd been putting himself through. Between spending hours in the training hall and constantly running to meet with these two, his body was growing sore. He rubbed his neck, wondering just how much longer he could keep this up. Suddenly, he remembered his trusty companion. Or rather, his annoying Log, lately. "Hey, Log, give me some advice. How do I seduce her? It's really hard without any information on her," Aether thought, his mind tired from the lack of progress. "If I knew how to seduce her, you wouldn't be here." Aether blinked, not surprised. For the past 2 weeks, he had gotten used to his bitchy Log, which only occasionally responded and often with sarcastic remarks. "Aren't you getting more fluent?" Aether thought with mild amusement, but the Log didn't respond this time. Sometimes it simply couldn't be bothered to answer him. Figures, Aether grumbled inwardly. He was stuck with this thing, and it was utterly useless. "Tsk, whatever," he thought, mentally waving it off. His thoughts shifted back to Raven. He needed to know more about her, that was the key. Maybe I should focus on Talia instead, he wondered, considering his options. Talia was definitely more talkative than Raven, and maybe that would give him the edge he needed. But on the other hand, Celestia will tomorrow. She might have collected the details I asked. Well, let's wait and see, he decided, leaning back in his chair and letting his thoughts drift. He still had time, and patience was a virtue. At least for now. Chapter 454, Ding, Pyra Fulgur Empire, an empire of sky-high, jagged mountains and deep, dark valleys, its vast lands teeming with dragons. Or, more precisely, a variety of dragon-like species. Among them were wyverns, drakes, lung dragons, lindworms, and countless others, but these were considered inferior, low-born creatures, a mixed or impure bloodline, at least according to the dragons themselves, who took pride in being the self-proclaimed holders of the pure bloodline. Dragons stood unchallenged at the top of the hierarchy. They dictated everything, from the laws to the fate of entire species. To the Dragon Emperor, everyone else was nothing more than a pawn, a toy to be bent and manipulated to serve the Empire's whims. Since ancient times, only dragons had ruled over the Empire. No other race had ever come close to reaching their level. Any being who dared to ascend the summit, to even consider claiming the throne, was swiftly eliminated by the dragons, who would tolerate no threats to their supremacy. The Empire had a strict, unwritten rule. None outside the dragon bloodline could ever be permitted to rule, even if someone managed to rise in status. They were still under the direct control of the Dragon Emperor's horns. Those horns held the entire empire together, controlling every creature bearing dragon blood. "I see." Aether's voice was calm as he absorbed the details Celestia had gathered during her mission in the Pyra Empire. She was seated comfortably on his lap, her head resting against his chest as she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. "I've told you everything I was able to gather," she said softly, her tone tinged with a slight disappointment. "I wish I could have found more." Aether glanced down at her, noticing the hint of frustration in her expression. "You did well, Celestia. Don't worry," he said gently, running his hand through her hair as he spoke. "You were being watched the whole time, right? It's no surprise you couldn't dig up more in a place like that." She sighed. "Yes. The Dragon Emperor's guards were everywhere. Every corner I turned, there they were, watching me with their slit eyes. And the people, they barely spoke to outsiders. It was as if they were terrified even to look at me. I couldn't get close enough to anyone who might have known more." Aether gave her a warm smile and nodded. "You still managed to bring back valuable information." You did your best. His fingers trailed soothingly through her hair before he asked, did you hear anything at all about the Origin Emperor? Celestia pursed her lips, thinking back, there wasn't a single clue about that person. They really shut their mouth tightly, she said, shaking her head in frustration, TSK. Aether clicked his tongue, his brow furrowing. His expression darkened as irritation crept into his voice, without any leads on her, I am stuck. I can't move forward unless I know more. Celestia looked up at him. Is it really that difficult to get her? Aether let out a deep breath, his shoulders tense, yeah. No matter what I try, her affection won't rise above 100. It's like hitting a wall, he said, shaking his head, then something clicked in his mind. His brow furrowed further, lung dragons. He paused, a memory flashing before him, before Raven's death. I remember seeing something strange. Two different eye colors, he thought before asking, do lung dragons have heterochromatic eyes? Celestia blinked, taken aback by the sudden question. She thought for a moment, then shook her head slowly, from what I've seen, no. I've never come across a lung dragon with mismatched eyes. Why do you ask? Aether's frown deepened, it could be a clue. She always wears those sunglasses. Always. I've never seen her take them off. Celestia tilted her head, intrigued. Even if you're right, what makes you think she'll let you see her eyes? If she's been hiding them, she likely has a good reason for it. Aether sighed, his frustration mounting. TSK, she really is the toughest one to crack. Ah, he muttered, running his hand through his hair. Celestia suddenly pouted, crossing her arms over her chest. Huh? So what does that make me, then? Am I easy? Aether couldn't help but chuckle, his amusement softening. Of course not, Celestia. You're just as tough, probably even tougher. You know that. He squeezed her ass playfully, eliciting a grin from her. She leaned forward, brushing her lips against his before asking in a soft, teasing tone, do you think this time will be even harder than before? Aether didn't respond right away, and the silence spoke everything. Celestia's grin slowly faded as concern crept into her features. She could sense it, something was weighing heavily on his mind. This time, something was different. After a moment, she asked quietly, are you sure you're okay with giving up your ring? What if it's something important? Aether gave her a reassuring smile, shrugging nonchalantly, it's just a ring. Nothing more. I don't think it's that important, he said, though there was a trace of uncertainty in his voice. Celestia nodded, her brows knitting together in thought. You said she wanted revenge on the Dragon Emperor, right? Yeah. That's the only thing I know for certain about her, Aether replied, his voice trailing off. Celestia's eyes lit up with an idea. Then why don't we focus on the Dragon Emperor? If she wants revenge on him, maybe we can gather information about him and work backwards. Don't you think that could help us understand her better? Aether blinked, momentarily taken aback by her suggestion. A smile spread across his lips as he looked at her, impressed. You're a genius, you know that? Celestia puffed out her chest, a smug smile playing on her lips. Of course I am. I've always been the brains of this operation, yet, and an idiot, Aether added, chuckling softly, huh? Celestia stammered, her smug expression crumbling into confusion. Do you really think I haven't already considered that? He asked, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Do you honestly believe there's anyone out there who knows anything substantial about the Dragon Emperor and would actually be willing to share that information with us? Celestia blinked as the realization hit her. Yeah, not even the Dragon Emperor's son would dare open his mouth, she thought to herself, but then, a mischievous grin tugged at her lips. She glanced at Aether, her eyes gleaming with sudden clarity. You're forgetting someone. Aether, momentarily confused, tilted his head. Who could I be forgetting? I'm not sure what you. Celestia leaned in closer, her tone playful as she said, someone who always breaks your bones. Aether's frown deepened, breaks my bones? Who the hell would break my? His eyes suddenly widened as the realization dawned. Oh fuck. I completely forgot about her. That GLF, thank you, Celestia, he exclaimed. His face lighting up with gratitude as he leaned forward, ready to plant a kiss on her lips when, "Who the hell are you calling a GILF, brat?" An icy, emotionless voice echoed across the room, cutting through the air like a blade. Both Celestia and Aether flinched as their heads jerked in the direction of the voice, almost as if they were moving in unison. They turned robotically, wide-eyed, and there she was. The principal stood by the door, her expression calm, her blank gaze fixed directly on Aether. She wore a gentle smile, but both Celestia and Aether knew better. That smile was anything but gentle. Before Aether could even utter a word in his defense, crack, read latest stories on Empire. Fuakuk. Aether screamed as the sound of bones snapping echoed throughout the room. His arm twisted unnaturally as pain shot through him, his face contorted in agony. Celestia, in true survival instinct, had already vanished from the scene, leaving Aether behind to face the wrath of the principal alone. Traido, RRGGH. Aether cried out again as another sharp pain surged through him. He barely had time to curse Celestia under his breath for abandoning him. Meanwhile, in the Pyra Fulgur Empire, Your Majesty. Kim knelt before the throne, his hands trembling as he held up a golden ring. The Dragon Emperor made a subtle motion with his hand, and the ring floated gently towards him. Hovering in mid-air, the Emperor's piercing gaze remained fixed on it, his eyes narrowing as the ring spun slowly before him. It was a golden ring, once resplendent but now dulled by age, its surface etched with ancient markings. A muted purple stone sat embedded in its center, and delicate lines of deep purple energy swirled around it, faint but unmistakable. Finally, the Dragon Emperor's voice was barely above a whisper as he stared at the ring. After all this time, he motioned silently for Kim to leave, and without hesitation, Kim bowed and hurried out of the room, leaving the Emperor alone with the ring, now, with only the cold silence of the castle surrounding him. The Dragon Emperor's attention was fully on the ring. His lips curled into a dangerous smile as he muttered, "The Origin Emperor." The very walls of the castle seemed to tremble at the utterance of that name. He clenched his hand into a fist, his eyes narrowing. What my father couldn't achieve. What my forefathers failed to do. Even what my ancestors never accomplished. Finally, it is within my grasp. His voice, filled with triumph, resonated through the throne room as he broke into a low, dark chuckle. His slit, icy blue eyes fell on the base of his black throne, where the grand sculpture of a coiled dragon was etched into the stone. Every detail of the dragon had been crafted with painstaking precision. Each scale, each curve perfect in its intricacy, except for one small detail. One scale on the dragon's body was missing. Or rather, there was a deliberate gap where a scale should have been. The Dragon Emperor's grin widened as he watched the ring float towards the gap, almost as if it were being pulled there by an unseen force. Slowly, with a faint ting, the ring slotted perfectly into place. SSSSSNNNNNNNGGGGGG. A radiant golden light began to pulse from the ring, spreading like veins across the once black throne. The light snaked through the intricate patterns carved into the stone, illuminating the room with an eerie glow. The veins of light crept along the floor, crawling up the Emperor's legs until they finally entered his body. SSNNNNGGGG. The Dragon Emperor's blue horns flared brightly, glowing with pulsating energy as he gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling under the pressure of the ancient power that was now surging through him. He groaned, his voice strained as he fought to contain the overwhelming force that coursed through his veins. His entire body vibrated with intensity, muscles tightening, energy pouring into every fiber of his being. Ding, a strange sound echoed in his mind, like the chime of a bell. His eyes widened as a black screen suddenly appeared before him, materializing out of thin air. Chapter 455 Cursed Artifacts. What do you want to know? Come on, just tell me. HMFFFFFFF, was all that escaped from Aether, his words muffled, as he was submerged, floating helplessly in a large sphere of water the principal had conjured around him. If you don't tell me, how am I supposed to know what you want? She asked sweetly, though there was nothing sweet about her actions. She tilted her head as she watched him struggle, amusement dancing in her eyes. Bubbles rose to the surface as Aether shouted, his protests lost in the water. He thrashed about, unable to do much more than glare at her through the liquid prison. the principal smiled with satisfaction, her lips curling upward at the edges. Then, with a casual snap of her fingers, the water evaporated, leaving Aether to fall unceremoniously to the ground, soaking wet and gasping for air. Ha, 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 Aether panted heavily, his chest rising and falling as he glared up at the principal. Water dripped from his clothes, pooling around him as he struggled to catch his breath. She simply shrugged, entirely unfazed by his glaring. I thought you were supposed to be in the training hall, she mused, her tone nonchalant. So, what exactly are you doing here? Alone with a maid? Aether, still panting, shot her a defiant look. Is this, how you treat your disciple? His tone was bitter. Though he was still struggling to regain his breath, the principal's smirk only widened. Oh, believe me, my treatment is far worse than you think. She leaned back and crossed her legs elegantly, her posture exuding confidence and power. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she asked, so tell me, why exactly do you want to know about the Lizard Emperor? Aether sighed heavily, finally managing to sit upright on the wet floor. He casually ran a hand through his drenched hair, slicking it back in one smooth motion, and replied, it seems, my family might be tied to them somehow. I just want to know who my real family is, that's all. His tone softened a hint of longing and unresolved emotion. The principal's expression changed ever so slightly, a brief flicker of understanding passing through her eyes as she looked at him. Aether wasn't just chasing after information, this was something deeper, something personal. She sighed, and her voice softened as well. The Empire isn't just home to dragons, you know. There was another dominant race that once soared through the skies alongside them, the Phoenix. Aether's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Phoenix, the principal nodded, yes. You remember Melona, the moon elf woman? She asked. Of course. Well, just like her people, the Phoenixes were one of Mother's creations. Aether frowned. The principal nodded again, her expression turning more serious. Yes. A long, long time ago, ancient times, around 10,000 years ago or maybe even further back, they went extinct. But it wasn't natural. The dragons hunted them down. Every last one of the Phoenix bloodline holders was wiped out. Why would they do that? Aether asked, genuinely perplexed. The principal shrugged, her tone a mix of frustration and acceptance. No one really knows the full details. Not many secrets leak from that empire, especially about something as ancient and deeply buried as this. So what happened then? Aether pressed, leaning in slightly. Well, everyone believed the Phoenixes were completely gone. Their bloodline, their legacy, everything, thought to be lost. The dragons claimed the skies for themselves, ruling the empire with their might and name alone. She paused, her eyes narrowing with a faraway look. That was until my era. About 1,000 years ago, among us chosen ones, there was a young girl. She bore the blood of the pure phoenix. Aether's eyes widened. A phoenix? 1,000 years ago, the principal's face softened slightly, becoming more solemn. Yes. It was a shock to all of us. A miracle, really. Everyone believed the bloodline was gone forever, but she was proof that it survived. Who was this girl? Aether asked, his curiosity growing. Her name was Pyronwarix. The principal said quietly, her voice tinged with both pride and sorrow. She was a proud little thing, full of fire and determination. She was supposed to be the real sovereign, the real sovereign. Aether frowned. What do you mean? The principal's face turned solemn as she explained, among all of us, the chosen ones, she was the strongest. Her power and intellect were unmatched. She was, far beyond any of us. A true force to be reckoned with. There was a note of frustration in her voice, but also admiration. Aether was visibly surprised. Wait, are you saying she was even stronger than you? The principal chuckled wryly, though there was a bittersweet edge to it. As much as I'd love to say no, yes. She was the best. Seeing a hint of sadness in her eyes, Aether got up from the floor. His body was suddenly dry. His magic making quick work of the water that had soaked him earlier. He silently walked over to her and sat beside her on the bed, not saying a word. 3000 AP, the principal smiled softly at his gesture and continued, she was a dear friend. The best at everything she did. As we neared the completion of our trials, she told me that before she could become sovereign, she wanted to reclaim her people's honor. She was determined to bring justice to the Phoenix bloodline, to right the wrongs done to them by the dragons, so she left. She went to the Pyra Empire. Aether felt the tension in the air grow thicker as he waited for her to finish. And, the principal's voice dropped to a whisper, she never came back, why? Aether's voice was soft, almost hesitant, find adventures on Empire, I don't know. The principal said, her tone carrying a weight of sadness, all I know is, she died. Aether frowned, staring at the ground as his mind raced, did she enter the summit and perish there, he wondered, piecing together the scattered fragments of the story. But then another thought crossed his mind, and he spoke aloud, but what if, the dragons attacked her again? The principal shook her head firmly. After the massacre that the dragons orchestrated, a treaty was made. It wasn't just words on paper, the dragon bloodline was forcibly cursed, Aether blinked in confusion. Cursed. What do you mean, cursed? She didn't answer immediately. The room fell silent again, and Aether could tell she was choosing her words carefully. He wanted to press her for details but sensed it would lead nowhere. She had given him enough, or at least, that's what he told himself. He stood up slowly, preparing to leave, when, she told me not to share this with anyone. The principal's voice was low, barely above a whisper. She reached out, grabbing Aether's wrist before he could take another step. He turned, his gaze locking with hers. For a moment, they simply stared at each other, the tension palpable in the air. The principal could see his eyes were calm and serious. 3000 AP, the principal sighed deeply, as though finally surrendering to the weight of the secret, the horns. She began, her voice almost trembling, the horns of the Dragon Emperor. They have the power to control the entire dragon race with just a thought. That power, it's not natural. It's cursed. A cursed artifact, created by the Origin Emperor. Aether's eyes widened, the Origin Emperor. You've heard of him? The principal shook her head, no. I don't know him. Pyra never told me the details. She only said that no one would dare harm her within the Empire, but, she died. Aether's voice was filled with a bitter edge. The principal bit her lip, her eyes betraying a flash of regret. She had no answer. Aether crouched down, drawing closer to her. His voice softened, yet his words were pointed. With your power, you could have searched for her. You could have found out what happened, right? She hesitated, her gaze dropping to the floor. Yes. I could have. But. Her voice trailed off, and Aether waited, leaning in ever so slightly, his presence urging her to continue. But what? He pressed gently. The principal shook her head, her voice barely a whisper now. I'm sorry. I just can't. Aether nodded. He wasn't going to push her further. She had given him as much as she could. His mind was still reeling, though, from the information about the phoenixes and the curse. Something still didn't fit. Raven, she wasn't a phoenix. He had seen her as a lung dragon, nothing more. There's something missing here, he thought to himself. After a pause, he hesitated before asking, is Raven related to the phoenixes? The principal shook her head firmly. No. She's not. Tsk. Aether inwardly clicked his tongue. Another dead end. But something else nagged at him. What about Pyranwarix? He asked suddenly as if a new thought had struck him. What color were her eyes? The principal blinked, taken aback by the question. She thought for a moment before replying. Her eyes, they were a deep, crimson red. Flames danced within them, undying. They were like embers that never went out. Her voice softened as if recalling the fierce girl. Aether's lips curled into a slow grin as the pieces finally began to fall into place. Without warning, he leapt forward, intending to embrace the principal out of sheer excitement. Thud, he landed on the bed alone. She was gone. Tsk. I'll get you one day, you damn GLF, Aether muttered under his breath, rubbing the back of his neck in mild frustration. But despite his grumbling, a satisfied smirk crept onto his face. He quickly called out telepathically to Celestia, /Celestia, / her response came instantly, /Ether. Did our plan work, / Ether's smirk widened, his tone teasing as he responded, / of course, my dear. Whose plan do you think it was, / yes, indeed all that was just acting. If Aether wanted to have a private conversation, he would have chosen somewhere far more secure than his bedroom, especially knowing that the principal checked in on him regularly. He could have used barriers, cloaking spells, anything to keep prying ears away, but he didn't. He wanted her to hear everything. If he had asked her directly, she never would have answered. She would have evaded, teased, and pestered him endlessly, so he baited the hook, left her a small clue to nibble on, and sure enough, she bit. Though he hadn't expected all the emotional weight that came with the story, he had gotten exactly what he wanted. Chapter 456 Empress Scarlet, forgive me, Principal. A middle-aged man, battered and broken beyond recognition, begged through his sobs. His body was twisted in agony, limbs contorted unnaturally as blood seeped from open wounds. The principal stood over him, her expression unreadable, but her voice cold as ice. So, you traded secrets for artifacts, she asked. The man, trembling in fear, nodded desperately. Tears streamed down his face. Though his eyes were long gone, nothing but hollow, empty sockets. Why yes. I told Kennedy the Academy's secret in exchange for his advanced magic technology. His voice cracked, full of regret and terror. The principal's laughter echoed through the room, sharp and mocking. Ha ha ha. The other representative professors summoned to her office, stood to the side with their heads bowed in terror. They dared not meet her gaze as she slowly and methodically tortured the man. They were silent witnesses, their hearts racing in dread. None knew why they had been called to witness this, but all understood the message. The principal grinned wickedly as she tightened her grip on the traitor's hair. Forcing his face upward, you understand the cost of your betrayal, don't you, traitor, Principal? Hick. Please. I'm so sorry. I swear His scream echoed through the office as the principal tore his hands from his body, pulling them free with sickening ease. Blood splattered the floor, but the professors dared not flinch. Some closed their eyes for just a moment, unable to stomach the sight, but they quickly forced themselves to look again. Hey, the principal called to them in an icy tone. They flinched as her cold gaze swept over them. Don't you dare look away. Watch this carefully. Her voice was sharp, commanding, as her eyes scanned each face. When her gaze lingered on Alaric, it stayed a moment too long, making him shift uncomfortably. Gulp. Alaric swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Does she suspects me? He wondered, his fists clenching tightly. The room felt stifling, the air thick with fear. Everyone knew why they were here. This was a warning, a graphic, brutal reminder of what awaited anyone who betrayed the Academy. A deep shit warning. 243 students, 395 guards, 300 staff members, and 402 servants. The principal listed off in a voice devoid of emotion, all dead. Because of you, please. I'm so sorry. The traitor whimpered, his voice breaking in agony as he squirmed on the floor. Sorry, the principal spat, her face twisting in disdain. Motherfucker. She spat at him again. A total of 1,340 lives were lost because of your greed. And who do you think is responsible for that? Her eyes burned into him as she glanced at his limbless, mutilated body. He could only whimper, too broken and pain to form words, the pain too overwhelming. The principal's hand moved toward his head, ready to tear it clean off when, knock, knock, her eyes flashed with irritation as the sound broke through the tension in the room. She glared at the door. Delphine gave a quick nod before moving to open it. Good evening, Principal. Nyx Shadowfall greeted with a respectful bow. Nyx Shadowfall. The principal's irritation faded into a mild curiosity. A small smile played on her lips, as if the nearly dead man at her feet wasn't evidence of the horror she had just inflicted. What brings you here so suddenly, discover exclusive tales on Empire. Nyx's eyes flicked toward the limbless body, her lips curling in delight as she took in the scene. Forgive me for interrupting your fun, principal, she said, licking her lips as her eyes gleamed with excitement, but I bring news. Go on, the principal said, raising a brow with mild amusement, crossing her arms as she waited. Nyx straightened, her tone becoming more formal. Our Empress Scarlet has expressed a desire to visit your academy. The principal's brows furrowed slightly, the smile fading from her face. Scarlet, she repeated, glancing at the almost lifeless body of the traitor. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Did he contact her? But the man had already slipped into unconsciousness, his body too ravaged to respond. The principal sighed, shaking her head. Not that it matters, even if their empress herself begged me, I wouldn't let this piece of garbage go. Her smile returned, a dark and dangerous glint in her eyes as she looked back at Nyx. Very well. I will be ready to receive her. I think we are going to have a nice long chat. Meanwhile, ting, tang, the rhythmic sound of hammering filled the room as clone ether pounded away at a glowing molten material. Another clone ether worked diligently nearby, etching precise designs into a metal rod, while the real ether, focused and composed, peered through a microscopic device, inspecting intricate circuits. Working on something that looked like crimson-colored crystal, Celestia stood at the entrance, her eyes wide with curiosity as she scanned the cluttered room. Strange-shaped materials and tools littered every surface, almost completely filling the space. What is all of this? She wondered aloud, picking up a small cube no larger than her palm, and turning it over in her hands. Aether glanced up briefly, noting her interest. That's a shield, he said nonchalantly before returning his attention to his work. Celestia frowned, eyeing the small, unassuming cube. A shield? She raised a brow, clearly skeptical. You're messing with me, right? How could this little thing be a shield? Aether smirked but said nothing. Instead, he shot a quick look at Snowflake, who was lounging nearby. Instantly, Snowflake perked up, her eyes gleaming mischievously. Okay, Snowflake purred, before flicking her powerful tail in Celestia's direction, the attack fast and sudden. What the? Celestia reacted instinctively, raising her arm to block the blow. Just as Snowflake's tail was about to connect with her bare hand, cure snap, the cube in Celestia's grip unfolded and expanded, transforming within milliseconds into a solid round shield that attached itself to her forearm. Celestia blinked, wide-eyed, as the shield took the impact effortlessly, barely moving her from her spot. How? She muttered, completely stunned. The shield was sleek but incredibly sturdy, far stronger than its compact form suggested. Aether winked at her. Nothing fancy. I just merged my design with Kennedy's spider suit tech. If this were my world, I think they'd call it nanobots. Celestia echoed, nodding slowly, her face still a picture of disbelief. She inspected the shield further, amazed by how seamlessly it had transformed. You made this, in just 3 weeks? Aether simply smiled, his eyes twinkling with pride. Celestia's grin widened, impressed and a little giddy. Sure, he got it from Kennedy, but that's a product, not a design. He reverse-engineered it and remodeled it to his use. So, he really did something amazing. Snowflake, your master is the best, she exclaimed, rushing over to wrap her arms around Aether and planting a quick kiss on his cheek in her excitement. 4000 AP, yay, master best. Snowflake chimed in, her excitement was infectious. With a joyful pounce, she leapt into the hug, her massive form slamming into Aether. W8. No. Aether shouted, but it was too late. Boom, the crystal Aether had been working on made contact with his skin. Reacting violently, a small explosion erupted in a flash of light and next thing, thud, he immediately threw both Celestia and Snowflake out of the training hall. Celestia blinked in surprise, brushing soot from her cheek as she shot an annoyed glare at Snowflake. This is your fault. Now he's mad at me because of you. Snowflake, equally indignant, hissed angrily, "Nous mad angry master." Celestia stood, brushing herself off. No way. It was your giant body that caused the whole mess, you brainless idiot, she retorted, her voice sharp with frustration. HISSSS, Snowflake's eyes flared with fury, her serpentine form tensing up at the insult. Big, body, she hissed, glaring daggers at Celestia before turning to leave in a huff, tail flicking behind her. As she slithered out, she muttered under her breath, bitchy. Celestia stood there, frozen for a moment. Her mouth dropped open, her brain trying to process what she had just heard. What the fuck, she exclaimed. She had never, in all her life, expected to hear that kind of language from the monster. Her eyes narrowed as a dark grin spread across her face. Looks like someone needs to be reminded who the master is around here, she said with a dangerous smile, cracking her knuckles ominously. Chapter 457, Bonus 500 horsepower, you are not human. Why is he taking so long again? Talia muttered, her expression growing increasingly irritated. Maybe he's busy with his work or something. Raven replied, her lips curling into a smirk. Talia's eyes twitched. Those were the exact same words Raven had used last time. Before Talia could respond, hello, guys. Aether strolled in casually, as if nothing had happened, and sat down, right beside her. Talia raised a brow, glancing sideways at Raven, who also shot a frown in Aether's direction. Sensing the tension, Aether blinked in confusion. Is something wrong? He asked, looking between the two women who were now glaring at him. Nothing, Raven answered coolly, her voice calm but her eyes narrowing slightly. She placed a small crystal ball on the table between them, activating a barrier that sealed off their surroundings, ensuring no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. Now that they were securely isolated, they could resume planning. Aether, as usual, listened carefully, or at least pretended to. Their latest scheme was, in his mind, utterly absurd. What the? Are they serious? How in the world do they expect to escape if they block every exit? He held back a sigh, choosing not to voice his objections since his part of the research had already been completed. All that remained was for him to execute his plan. Properly. Suddenly, he groaned, clutching his stomach in discomfort. Sorry guys, I really need to use the toilet, he exclaimed, dashing toward the restroom. Talia blinked, surprised by the sudden exit, but then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Maybe he was worried he'd stink up the place, so that's why he didn't sit next to you, Raven. Raven wrinkled her nose in disgust. You really need to control your mouth, she said flatly. Talia shot her a playful grin. Okay, Raven sighed heavily, rolling her eyes as they waited for Aether to return. When he did, Talia looked at him with an amused expression. That was fast, she teased. Aether gave her an awkward smile, rubbing the back of his neck. Raven, however, wasn't so easily fooled. She squinted at him, sensing something was different, but instead of pressing further, she shook her head and refocused on the task at hand. They were about to dive back into their discussion when, grrrll, a low growl broke the silence. Talia and Raven froze, turning their attention to Aether, who was now clutching his stomach again, a pained expression crossing his face. What are you going to do? Talia stammered, her eyes widening in fear as she instinctively scooted backwards, putting distance between herself and Aether. Even Raven, who was rarely shaken, took a cautious step back. Aether's stomach growled louder, the noise deepening before, puff, no, not the back door rather. A small jet of crimson flame burst from Aether's mouth, making both women jump back in shock. Aether coughed violently, spitting blood as he clutched his chest. See cough. Talia's panic only grew. Hey, are you alright? She asked hesitantly, extending a hand to pat his back, hoping to help him recover when, puff, a second blast of crimson flame erupted from his mouth, this one stronger than before, nearly cracking the barrier they had set up. The sheer intensity of it left Talia and Raven stunned. Raven's eyes sharpened, her mind racing as she stared at the vibrant crimson flames, recognition flickering in her gaze. Don't tell me. Phoenix, she thought. Her breath catching. Cough, give me a minute. Aether managed to choke out before rushing back toward the restroom, crimson flames still flickering around his lips. As the door slammed behind him, Talia and Raven exchanged stunned glances. Talia's hand trembled as she whispered, those flames. That color. Raven nodded slowly, her expression tense. The flames were unmistakable that came from his mouth. Only dragons' races would be able to generate flames from their mouth, and even more those crimson flames. Talia let out a heavy sigh, rubbing her temples. First, we find out he's a descendant of the Origin Emperor, and now, he has a phoenix bloodline. Fuck. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Aether stood over his clone, his face twisted with frustration as he inspected the damage. Fuck, there's a hole in your stomach. He muttered, shaking his head. With a snap of his fingers, the clone dissolved, vanishing into thin air, leaving only a small thud as something dropped to the ground. Continue your journey with Empire. Aether crouched, picking up a small, broken crimson-colored crystal. The faint glow it emitted was quickly fading. This was the key. The device he had placed inside the clone to simulate the fire-breathing trick. He studied it for a moment, admiring the craftsmanship he put into creating it, in his past or future or whatever that shit was. Aether had discovered that dragons, and many of those who possessed similar bloodlines, could generate fire naturally. Each flame was unique to the individual, a signature of their heritage. What had intrigued him was how they could do this without using any arcane energy, like it was hardwired into their very biology. These crimson flames were an exact match for ravens, but he wasn't sure about whether it was similar to phoenix or not, but still, he used it. He had suspected as much. When he engineered the ruse, gambling that it would spark Raven's curiosity, forcing her to take an interest in him, and it had worked. Raven's reaction told him everything he needed to know. Aether let out a deep sigh of relief. Thank goodness I didn't fully commit to my original plan, he muttered to himself. In truth, he had considered pulling off the fire stunt himself rather than using his clone. However, due to his current physical condition, touching those crystals would likely have caused them to either malfunction or explode, and he wasn't eager to experience the outcome firsthand. Using his clone had been the safer bet, and he was immensely grateful for that decision. Otherwise, that gaping hole he just saw in his clone could have easily been in his own body. He splashed a few droplets of water onto his face, loosened his shirt, and made sure it looked damp, giving himself the appearance of someone drained and sickly. For added effect, he roughed up his hair and let his shoulders sag. Slowly, he stepped out of the restroom, his steps heavy, as though each one was a laborious effort. As he approached the table, he collapsed onto the chair with exaggerated weakness. Cough cough, water, cough, he rasped, reaching out shakily. Talia, who had been too distracted by the earlier events, snapped to attention. Without a second thought, she handed him the water bottle, concern etched on her face. Gulp, gulp. Aether drank the water greedily, casting fleeting glances at both Talia and Raven through the corner of his eye. He noticed their worried expressions and smirked inwardly. He'd played his part well, and they were buying into it. Thud, he set the bottle down on the table. I am sorry, guys. I don't know what's happening, but ever since I started hanging out with you, something inside me has been burning up. It's like something is trying to calm down, man. Talia cut him off, giving his shoulder a comforting pat. She looked awkward, but her concern was genuine. You need to calm down first. She shot a quick glance at Raven, who hadn't said a word, her eyes still locked on Aether. Raven's mind raced. Could his bloodline be awakening because he's been spending time with me? She furrowed her brow, troubled by the thought. The flames were undeniably like hers, but that alone wasn't proof that he had the Phoenix bloodline. She needed more evidence. Her decision made, she reached out and took Aether's hand, surprising him. Aether blinked, his surprise evident. Then, he offered a strained smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. He winked at her, even as he maintained his fatigue. Talia raised an eyebrow, her lips curling into a grin. Look at him. She glanced at Raven with a teasing smirk. Getting worried over your new potential, Matt? Ouch, she yelped as something hard hit her leg. Raven shot Talia a warning look, her face expressionless, but the message was clear. Talia kept her smug grin but wisely stayed quiet. Raven turned her attention back to Aether. Let me check you, she said suddenly. Huh? I might know what's happening to you, Raven clarified, her tone serious as she placed both palms on his chest. Aether's brow furrowed in slight confusion. I see. He nodded, but then, with a mischievous glint in his eyes, he interlaced his fingers with hers. Please, check now, he added with a smug grin. Talia's lips trembled, barely holding back laughter. This guy. He's really going after her, isn't he? 100 AP, Raven, on the other hand, was less amused. She sighed internally, thinking, why is he getting so clingy with me? It's starting to get annoying. But she closed her eyes, allowing a faint pulse of energy to flow from her hands and into Aether's body, searching for any abnormalities. Almost immediately, Aether felt his body heating up. Is she going to burn me alive? His heart raced with slight panic. Maybe I should leave now, he thought, just as he started to pull away from her touch. Then, suddenly, ding, Soul Searcher blocked. Aether froze. Raven inhaled sharply, opening her eyes, her expression now cold and unyielding. She exhaled deeply, her gaze piercing through Aether's. You're not human, she declared, her voice devoid of emotion. Her eyes narrowed as she glared at him, her tone sharp as she demanded. What are you? Chapter 458. Both succeed and fail at the same time. Raven Noir, intent on discovering what kind of bloodline Aether possessed, focused her power and stimulated his blood, expecting to see some sort of reaction. Yet, much to her surprise, there was none, not even the faintest hint of movement that even normal blood had. Raven frowned deeply, her mind struggling to grasp why nothing was happening. No matter the bloodline, whether present or not, the blood should have reacted in some way to her stimulation. Yet, the energy she had used to provoke it simply vanished, dissipating into nothing. This makes no sense, she thought, irritation bubbling within her. She initially suspected it might be her half-assed error. Perhaps she had overlooked something or misjudged the situation. Determined to get to the root of it, she shifted her focus to his soul. When a bloodline awakens, the soul undergoes a series of profound mutations to adapt the body to its new power. And yet, as she probed deeper, something stopped her. What the? She tried again, but the result was exactly the same. She was blocked, as if by an invisible wall. Frustration gnawed at her as she repeated the process several times. Each time she attempted to bypass whatever was obstructing her, she hit the same impenetrable barrier. So, you're telling me I'm not human? Aether asked. His voice tinged with disbelief as if he didn't believe what he just heard now. Yes, Raven replied with a firm nod, her expression serious, based on my search. You are indeed not human. Aether's brows furrowed, his face thoughtful as he mulled over her words. Then, who am I? What am I? He asked, his voice quieter now. That's exactly what I'm trying to figure out, Raven muttered, her curiosity piqued. Are you a dragon? She leaned in closer, scrutinizing him intently. His eyes were a clear, striking blue. There was no sign of the vertical slits typical of dragons. She gently knocked on his forehead, searching for any hint of the hardened surface where horns might later emerge. Maybe his bloodline hasn't fully awakened yet, she mused, her face lost in thought. Something about Aether felt off. There was more to him than met the eye. Suddenly, Aether grabbed her hand, startling her. His grip was firm but desperate, and his eyes were filled with worry. Please, Raven. I need your help. I don't want to die before I get the chance to meet my only family, he stammered, his voice trembling with fear. Raven's expression turned awkward at the sincerity in his plea. I'm not sure if I can help, Aether. You should probably consult with the principal, no. Aether's shout was sharp, almost panicked. His face twisted into a look of pure desperation. Why, you're the only one I can trust. Aether, listen. Raven began, her tone more serious now. The principal might have, but Aether wasn't paying attention. His mind raced with thoughts, frustration building as he failed to see another solution. TSK, I'm running out of options here, he thought. With no other choice, he gathered his inner arcane energy and directed it toward his throat. Cough, cough. He suddenly began to cough violently, blood spurting from his mouth, staining his clothes and the ground beneath him. Water. Cough, cough. Please, help me. R.A. Then. His voice weakened with each word before he collapsed, his body going limp as he fell unconscious on Talia's lap. Talia blinked in shock for a moment before glancing at Raven, who quickly handed her a healing potion. Without hesitation, Talia tilted Aether's head and gently fed him the mixture, coaxing him to swallow. Once she finished, Talia wiped her hands and sighed, looks like he's completely out cold. Unconscious, Raven's gaze stayed fixed on Aether, her eyes narrowing with concern. It's his bloodline awakening. It's causing him too much pain. Maybe it's because he's spent so much time here, away from the Pyra Empire. That could be the cause. No matter what I do, she always finds an explanation. Aether thought to himself as he continued to act unconsciousness, feeling a sense of relief. She really is a genius. Talia studied Aether's face, her eyes full of worry, before turning to Raven. He trusts you, Raven. He really does. So why not help him? Look at him. He's the descendant of the Origin Emperor. And those flames. They clearly show he's a phoenix, just like you. You might be the only two left of your kind. Can you really just let this go? What if the principal reveals to the world that Aether has Phoenix's blood? Do you honestly think the others will just sit by and do nothing? And with us heading to the Pyra Empire, who knows what kind of dangers we'll face there? Read new chapters at Empire. Raven let out a long, tired sigh, Talia's words weighing heavily on her. Listen, Talia. It's not as simple as you think. His blood didn't even react to my stimulation. There's a 50% chance he might not be a phoenix, or even a dragon. Then how do you explain the flames he breathed? Talia shot back, her tone insistent. Raven rubbed her temples, frustration bubbling to the surface. That's exactly what complicates this even more. I can't make sense of it, she muttered, falling into deep contemplation. Talia, her concern growing, looked down at Aether's peaceful face. Talia leaned over and gently pressed her fingers against Aether's cheek. Oh, his cheek is so soft, she murmured, pushing a little harder, watching it give under her touch. 100 AP, it's bouncy, she giggled, continuing to play with his cheek, fascinated by how it responded to her prodding. She was clearly enjoying herself, amused by the softness of his skin, until Raven, with an exasperated look, finally told her to stop. Talia smirked mischievously. What's the matter, Raven? Are you worried I might steal your mate? Raven's lips twitched in annoyance. Mate? What the hell are you talking? Oh, come on, Raven, Talia interrupted, her tone playful but her words suddenly carrying weight. I'm being serious. He's a phoenix, and I'm convinced of it. Raven frowned, remaining silent for a moment, her eyes narrowing. Talia pressed on, her expression turning more solemn. It's been exactly 1,000 years since the death of your little sister, Raven. 1,000 years since the death of the last pure phoenix bloodline. What? Aether's thoughts raced as he lay there, pretending to be unconscious. Inside, he was shocked at what he was hearing. Talia turned toward Raven with a serious look on her face. You know what that means, don't you? She asked pointedly, gesturing towards Aether. Raven bit her lip, her voice dropping to a whisper. It's rebirth time. Talia nodded slowly, her eyes never leaving Raven's. Exactly. The bloodline ability of the phoenix. The rebirth, and don't forget, his body started acting strange the closer he got to you. Your half-phoenix bloodline is triggering his pure bloodline's awakening. Raven bit her lips. Talia's smirk returned, her eyes gleaming with amusement. And why do you think he's drawn to you? Because of your half-phoenix bloodline. Nothing more. Do you really think it's because you're some stunning beauty? I am pretty sure, you are just a plain woman that ever he's seen his life. Raven flinched, her pride slightly bruised. Plain, she echoed incredulously. Talia chuckled, clearly enjoying herself. Of course, plain. Wait a second. Her face suddenly lit up as though she'd realized something. Don't tell me you actually thought he was into you because of how you look. Raven's lips tightened in frustration. Before she could form a retort, Talia's expression shifted back to seriousness. Whatever the case may be, Raven, he is the pure one. We can't allow him to get anywhere near the Dragon Emperor. This changes everything. Raven swallowed hard, her throat dry, as she glanced down at Aether's unconscious form. So, what do we do now? Talia shrugged casually, as if the solution were obvious. First things first, buy him from Aquilina. He's still technically her servant, after all, Raven nodded, considering it. And after that? Should we hide him until he becomes strong enough? Talia shook her head, her expression grim. That would take too long. And you, of all people, don't have time. Your two bloodlines are already starting to tear each other apart. Raven's face grew darker, her gaze falling. Yeah. I know. I don't have much time left. Is she dying? Two bloodlines. That means she has Phoenix and Lung Dragon. Aether thought, frowning as he continued to eavesdrop, piecing things together. Talia's mood shifted, her expression softening with a hint of sadness. She ran her fingers through Aether's hair absent-mindedly before speaking again. That's why. She glanced at Raven with an intense look. You need to bear his child, huh? Raven's eyes widened in shock, her sunglasses slipping down the bridge of her nose. Even Aether, who had been pretending to be unconscious, felt his heart race, his eyes snapping open in disbelief. Talia tilted her head, surprised. Oh. He's awake. She swiftly knocked him out again with a quick tap and effortlessly slung him over her shoulder like a sack of grain. Turning to Raven, she said with a smirk, "Come on. You need to mate with him." As they kidnapped him, Aether, now completely unconscious, could barely process the situation as his earlier plan unraveled. What had started as a way to gather information had gone horribly wrong. His plan to get information fucked up in a way he was about to get fucked up. Sigh. Why do his plans always both succeed and fail at the same time? A log notification blinked before his unconscious eyes. Chapter 459 Kidnapped, 1 room, please. The receptionist remained silent, her gaze fixated on Talia, who stood beside Raven holding an unconscious man draped over her shoulder. Excuse me? Raven snapped her fingers, irritation flashing in her eyes. The receptionist blinked, snapping out of her daze. Her eyes darted nervously between Raven and Talia, then settled on Aether's limp form. She pointed hesitantly, is he? Before Raven could respond, Talia jumped in with a sheepish grin. Oh, him? He's her husband, she explained smoothly. He just had a bit too much to drink, you see. And I'm his sister. Family reunion gone a little wild. She chuckled awkwardly. The receptionist's eyes widened in understanding. Oh, I see, she said, nodding sympathetically. Without further questions, she arranged the room key, passing it to Raven. Raven glared daggers at Talia as they walked toward the room, but Talia just shrugged innocently, smiling like she hadn't said anything out of the ordinary. Once they entered the room, they carefully laid Aether on the bed. Raven turned to Talia, her eyes blazing. What the hell do you mean, my husband? Talia gave her a casual smile. It is what it is, she said with a light laugh. Now, go ahead and finish it, she added, reaching for the hem of Raven's clothes. W8. Raven immediately recoiled. Her cheeks flushing in shock. This is wrong. Shouldn't we buy him first? And, most importantly, what about his consent? Talia shrugged nonchalantly as she continued to slowly peel away Raven's clothes. Yeah, we'll buy him eventually. As for consent, do you honestly think he'd object after all the flirting he's done with you? Let's face it, Raven, he's clearly into you, and let's be real, he's a good guy. If anything happens, he'll take responsibility. I have no doubt he'd raise your child with his life on the line, even if you were not there. Just trust your instincts. Raven pressed a hand to her forehead, unable to respond. For weeks now, Aether had been playful, almost flirty with her, his innocent comments and subtle actions not going unnoticed. He was a good guy, kind-hearted. Anyone observing them might easily believe he was deeply interested in her, but still, mating with him to produce offspring, without his clear consent. That was a line she wasn't sure she could cross. Meanwhile, Aether lay perfectly still, his breathing steady but his mind racing. Damn, these two really are something else, he thought, his consciousness far from knocked out. Talia's earlier attack hadn't been anywhere near enough to render him unconscious, it had felt more like an ant bite. He'd been wide awake from the start, carefully listening to everything. Well, let's see where this is going, he mused inwardly, maybe I can use this to break through her walls even more. As Raven stood there, lost in thought, Talia took a step back, admiring her handiwork. Good. She said with a satisfied nod, eyeing Raven, now stripped down to her white underwear and bra. Decorated with a playful bear print, pft. Talia barely stifled her laughter. What? Raven asked, her face clearly showing annoyance. And nothing, Talia replied, waving her hand dismissively, though her eyes lingered on the bear print. So childish, she thought with a smirk. She then motioned towards Aether, who lay unconscious on the bed. He's all yours. Go on, make it happen. Raven frowned, glancing at Talia suspiciously. You're not leaving? Talia shook her head, as much as I am disgusted to watch this show unfold. I know you too well. You'll back out the second I'm gone. So yeah, I'm staying to make sure you go through with it. I'm not leaving until that seed is inside your womb. Raven's face twisted in disgust. Are you hearing yourself right now? She couldn't believe the absurdity of Talia's words. But Talia remained unmoved, her expression dead serious and shrugged. Go on. Raven hesitated. Please, Raven. Talia's voice softened, and her expression grew somber. We don't have time. Our death is inevitable, and the least we can do is ensure the future of the Phoenix bloodline. Your little sister always dreamed of reviving it, didn't she? You owe her this much, to give the world a chance for that future. Raven bit her lip, her resolve wavering as the weight of Talia's words sank in. She let out a long sigh, then nodded, albeit reluctantly. Slowly, she approached Aether. Wait. Talia interrupted, let's not forget him. She quickly stripped Aether down to his underwear, leaving his muscular frame exposed to the cool air of the room. Wakey wakey, Talia teased, gently tapping Aether's cheek. Aether groggily opened his eyes, blinking in confusion. Where am I? He asked, his voice weak, before his eyes landed on Raven, standing near him, almost naked. His lips curled into a warm, sleepy smile. Even in my dreams, she looks beautiful. 100 AP, Raven blinked, momentarily stunned by his words. She glanced over at Talia, but Talia caught the hint of a smug smile creeping onto Raven's face. Despite her best efforts to hide it, still half asleep, Aether reached up and gently caught Raven's wrist, his touch sending a jolt through her. She froze, her heart skipped a beat, her body stiffening like a statue. His hand tried to pull her closer, but Raven remained frozen in place, unsure of what to do. Talia sighed, clearly exasperated by Raven's hesitation. With an impatient huff, she gave Raven a firm push, sending her stumbling forward onto Aether's chest. Raven fell onto Aether, their faces mere inches apart, the palpable heat between them intensifying with every breath. In his half-sleepy state, Aether's hand moved softly, brushing her cheek as he mumbled, I really want to bite those lips of yours. Talia, watching closely, nodded in approval. Oh, she whispered to herself, clearly impressed by Aether's natural ability to flirt even when barely conscious. As Aether's fingers lightly grazed the edge of Raven's sunglasses, he murmured, I wonder what you're always hiding behind those glasses. They say eyes are the windows to the soul, and yet, I've never seen your soul, but I feel so drawn to it. 100 AP, Raven's cheeks flushed a deep red, her usual composure faltering. Discover exclusive tales on Empire. Talia's grin widened, her eyes gleaming with mischief. However, just as Aether's hand was about to remove the sunglasses, he whispered again, at least in this dream, show me your soul. His fingers reached closer to the frame. Roar! Raven suddenly roared, her ferocious growl echoing through the room. Aether snapped out of his half-dreamy state, staring at her in pure horror. Are real? He stammered, his voice barely audible. Raven remained silent, but Talia, trying to suppress her laughter, chimed in. Congratulations, Aether, your dream just came true. Aether blinked, confusion written across his face as the weight of the situation settled in. KKYYYAA, he screamed. Both Raven and Talia froze, startled by his high-pitched reaction. Talia, recovering first, quickly slapped her hand over his mouth. Shut up, you idiot. Aether's wide eyes stared at her as he nodded frantically. Talia cautiously removed her hand, and he took a shaky breath before blurting out, what's going on? Talia and Raven exchanged a brief glance, a silent conversation passing between them, before Talia spoke. "We've finally figured out what's happening to your body, oh. Really?" Aether asked, feigning innocence but fully aware they were trying to trick him. "Yes," Talia said, her expression grim. "It appears you have the Phoenix bloodline." "Phoenix," he echoed, trying his best to sound clueless. "Yes, and that's why your body's been acting strangely. If we don't resolve this soon, your body will disintegrate," Talia explained with a grave expression. Aether's eyes widened in mock horror. Inside, though, he was laughing. "Oh, look at them trying to pull this off, how cute," he mused inwardly. But outwardly, he wore a mask of terror. What? Disintegrate?" Talia nodded seriously. "Yes," before softening her tone, "but don't worry. Raven is going to help you." Aether turned his gaze to Raven, her face unreadable. "Our Raven." His hand gently touched her cheek, and she flinched under his touch. Talia nodded encouragingly. "And to heal you, she needs to, well, you know, mate with you." A slight blush crept across her cheeks. Despite her usual bold demeanor, Aether's expression twisted into one of disbelief, his eyes growing misty. "Why, you're really doing this, for me?" Raven remained silent, her emotions unreadable until Talia playfully slapped her on the butt, jolting her back into the moment. Raven flinched and finally nodded. "Why yeah, I'm doing this to help you. That's all." Aether's eyes softened even more, the hint of a smile curling his lips. I understand. You really are an angel, rowdy girl." 100 AP, 100 AP, both women froze, momentarily caught off guard by his sudden shift in mood. Before anyone could react, Aether smoothly pushed Raven down, rolling them so that he hovered over her. His eyes gleamed with determination as he leaned closer, his voice soft but filled with intensity. "Since you're doing this for me, the least I can do is make sure it's done right. I won't hurt you. I promise." Chapter 460 escaped. Aether and Raven locked eyes in a thick silence. Aether's hand slid from her cheek, tracing her neck, brushing over her shoulder, and finally gliding down to her hand. His fingers danced lightly over her skin, seeking any sign of hesitation or resistance. Yet, Raven's face remained unreadable, hidden behind those ever-present sunglasses. Aether's eyes flicked over to Talia, who had her hand covering her face but was clearly peeking through the gaps in her fingers. Sigh, at least she has some modesty, Aether thought, amused. But his focus quickly returned to Raven. "You are quite the sight," he murmured, a teasing grin forming. "Cute bare underwear." "I like it," as he winked at her. 100 AP, a faint blush spread across Raven's cheeks, and her hands instinctively moved to cover the bare-printed fabric. Aether couldn't help but smirk at her subtle display of shyness. "So, she can feel embarrassment too," he mused, leaning in until their faces were only inches apart. Their breaths mingled, the air between them thick with tension. Yet, something was missing, a spark, a connection. Aether parted his lips, inching closer, fully intending to close the gap between them. Discover stories at Empire. Raven's body trembled slightly as if caught in the crosshairs of indecision. "I'm going to die soon anyway. Maybe this isn't so wrong. Might be our offspring able to regain what we lost," she reasoned with herself, forcing her lips to remain steady. Yet, unconsciously, they pulled back, betraying her inner turmoil. Talia, eagerly anticipating a passionate kiss, watched with bated breath, but then, Aether abruptly stopped, pulling back and sitting up with a cold, indifferent look in his eyes. "I am disappointed, Raven Noir," he said flatly, his voice devoid of warmth. Raven's eyes widened in shock. What?" she stammered, startled by the sudden shift. Aether's gaze was blank, his expression hard as if looking at something filthy that made her body tremble in anger. Talia frowned, equally confused. "Aether, what are you doing?" she asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. Aether ignored her, his eyes fixed on Raven with an intense look of disdain. "I'm truly disappointed in you, Raven Noir. I once thought highly of you. To think, I admired a woman who was willing to sleep with a man she doesn't even love. For some hollow reason. It's disgusting." Raven's body trembled, not with fear, but with the beginnings of rage. Her aura flared up, barely contained. Aether continued, his voice icy, is this what you do with everyone? Or am I just the latest in your collection? Aether. Raven roared, her fingers transforming into sharp claws as she lunged at him, grasping his neck. Her nails pierced his skin, drawing blood, but Aether's expression remained unmoved, only deepening his look of disgust. Oh okay, stop now. Talia jumped to intervene, trying to separate them, but neither Aether nor Raven seemed to hear her. Suddenly, Aether's expression shifted. His eyes softened, startling both women. Raven's claws dug deeper into his flesh, but Aether didn't flinch. Instead, he leaned forward, pushing against her grip as more blood flowed from his neck. Raven's eyes widened, and in that moment of shock, she released her hold. Aether took that moment to lean in and kiss her forehead softly. He then moved lower, placing gentle kisses on her neck and traveling down to her abdomen, just below her chest. He paused there, his hand resting lightly over her stomach, right where he had once stabbed her, countless times. His eyes trembled as he stared at the spot, memories flooding back. He hadn't known her, and if he had, maybe things would have been different. But none of that changed the fact that her blood was on his hands. He had killed her before, with his own hands. Aether closed his eyes, his heart heavy with the weight of those memories. He could never forget that. He didn't love her, at least, not yet, but he understood her suffering. It mirrored his own. An emotional pain that was hidden deep inside. She was hiding behind her stoic, unreadable mask, just like he hid behind his smiles. Aether's trembling hands brushed against Raven's bare stomach, his touch cold against her skin. Raven frowned, her mind reeling with confusion. She couldn't grasp what Aether was doing. Glancing at Talia for some form of understanding, she found Talia equally puzzled, her frown mirroring Raven's. Suddenly, drip, a tear landed on Raven's stomach, startling both her and Talia. Are you crying? Raven's voice, full of disbelief, quivered in the air, but Aether remained silent. His lips pressed against her stomach in a long, lingering kiss that carried the weight of something deeper. After what felt like an eternity, he finally whispered, I am truly sorry. The raw emotion in his voice made both women freeze, their hearts seeming to pause in their chests. They didn't understand why. Slowly, Aether stood up, collected his clothes, and moved towards the door. I can't touch a woman who doesn't love me, he said softly. I'm a pathetic loser, chasing the dream of a loving family. I thought I found someone, but it seems it was all just a delusion. I'm sorry, Raven Noir. With that, he left the room, yet, neither Raven nor Talia could move. His words echoed, lingering like a heavy fog. Drip, a single tear slipped from Raven's eye, surprising her. She blinked. Her mind unable to comprehend why she was crying. The sincerity in his apology had shaken something deep within her, something she couldn't quite grasp. It was as if Aether's words had reached into her very soul, as if she knew something. Am I soul trembling? Why? Did something happen between us? Talia, too, felt the weight of his words. Her own tears rolled silently down her cheeks, her lips trembling as she tried to maintain composure. I never thought he loved her this much. What a man, she thought. Meanwhile, 200 AP, 200 AP, Aether smirked as he walked down the quiet street, glancing at his internal log. Not bad, he thought, feeling a sense of satisfaction. His plan to break down the walls between them was working, step by step. He nodded to himself, though, in truth, the kiss on her stomach had almost made him lose control. He could still remember her face when she died at his hands. The pain in her eyes, the unspoken sorrow, that she could achieve something. Slap, he slapped his own face, snapping himself out of the flood of emotions. Everything will be all right, he muttered aloud, almost like a mantra. He often found himself weighed down by memories and regret, but as someone once told him, he needed to accept the truth and embrace the present. He had been given a second chance, and he wouldn't waste it moping around. He needed to have a strong heart. Good, his log flashed, reassuring him as he gazed up at the dark, moonless sky. This time, this second chance. He would Mac, I smell something tasty here. Hey, pretty boy, come here for a second. Suddenly, a seductive, ethereal voice interrupted his thoughts, sending a shiver down his spine. Aether's instincts flared, his skin prickling with an unfamiliar sensation, something other than fear. It was unsettling. He turned to find the source of the voice and saw a towering feminine figure standing in the shadowed street. Why the hell is no one around? Aether cursed inwardly, finally realizing how deserted the street was. The shops that should have been open were shuttered. And the usual bustling crowd had vanished. Before he could react, the figure closed the distance with bloody red eyes that shone in the dark night. "Hey, pretty boy," she cooed, her voice dripping with dark temptation. Ding, Chapter 461, bonus 550 horsepower, surprise date. I can't see, he thought, frustrated, not by the dark but by the strange haze that clouded his vision of her. He tilted his head up slightly, realizing how much taller she was than him. Aether slightly looked up since whoever it was, they were really taller than him. "Hey, pretty boy," her voice slithered through the night, both seductive and ethereal, "what are you doing here?" Ding, manipulation blocked. Aether's body stiffened as his frown deepened. Something about her words, no, her very presence, was trying to influence him. He clenched his fist. "Oh, poor little thing," she whispered, now lowering her head so close to his that he could feel the chilling breath. "Don't do anything unnecessary, boy." Ding, manipulation blocked. Aether kept his gaze locked on her. "Why can't I see her, Log?" he asked silently, hoping for answers. "Due to rare bloodline ability." Bloodline. Aether clicked his tongue, still confused but unwilling to show any vulnerability. He straightened up, adopting a calm yet courteous demeanor. "What can I do for this wonderful lady?" For a brief second, he caught a glimpse of two glowing, bloody eyes shining through the haze before she pulled back with a sly grin. "What a polite pretty boy, haha," she chuckled, then pointed at him. "You're the reason I'm here." Aether's frown deepened, but he kept his tone gentle. "Me?" She laughed again, this time with a sultry edge. "Ha ha ha. How naughty not you, pretty boy." She stepped closer, her finger gently tracing the scratch marks left by Raven's claws on his neck. "This," Aether glanced down, noticing the drop of blood she held up between her fingers. "My blood?" "Yes, pretty boy," she purred, the smell of thick, hot, vibrant blood spread for miles. She inhaled sharply, her face contorting with barely contained hunger. "Do you know how hard it was for me to resist this?" She licked the drop of blood from her finger, her entire body shuddering as her red eyes glowed even brighter. Interesting, Aether's mind raced as a sinking feeling settled in his gut. No affection points had popped up, and the situation felt entirely wrong. Everything's changed, he realized. His thoughts briefly wandered to the idea of the butterfly effect, one small change setting off a chain reaction. He forced a polite smile. "I need to leave. My family will be looking for me." He turned to walk away, but before he could take a step, the woman appeared in front of him, her movements impossibly fast, running away. Her voice dripped with annoyance. "Of course not," her smile faltered, her tone now sharp and irritated. "Boy, are you playing with words? Stay connected with Empire." Ding, manipulation blocked. Aether's annoyance slipped through his calm facade. "Miss, I really need to go," he said firmly. She smiled again, but this time it felt darker. "Need to go? And what about me?" Her hand landed heavily on his shoulder, making him flinch slightly. "Don't you have something I want?" Aether glanced at her hand, still unable to see her clearly but sensing the weight of her presence and her outline. "I don't think I have anything you need." "Oh, but you do." Her grin widened, her fingers brushing over the scratches on his neck. "Didn't you hear me earlier?" Ding, manipulation blocked. Aether recoiled slightly as she touched the blood on his neck. "My blood?" he repeated, more as a statement than a question. Ding. Ding. Right answer, she giggled, pleased with herself. "I'd like to have a little sip of yours." Her voice was thick with anticipation. Ding, manipulation blocked. Aether stared at her, his irritation now evident. "Well, you cannot." He brushed past her, fully expecting her to block him again, but to his surprise, she didn't stop him this time. He walked away, glancing over his shoulder, half expecting her to reappear in front of him. Ding, soul tracker removed, yet, the woman remained still. Her eyes glowing ominously as she watched him go. the woman, stood still for a moment, savoring the lingering taste of Aether's blood on her tongue, crimson elixir of the null, she whispered to herself, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. The thick scent of his blood had called her out of the shadows, and though she let him go, something about him had piqued her interest. Just then, she heard hurried footsteps approaching. Empress, the woman turned, her expression softening into a bemused smile as Nyx Shadowfall sprinted toward her, breathless. Easy there, girl, the Empress purred. Nyx bent over, panting, before lifting her gaze, full of concern. Why did you disappear before registering in the teleportation? She asked. Exasperation clear in her tone. Why? The Empress smiled playfully. Because I smelled something nice. Nyx sighed deeply. Empress, please. We're in a foreign territory. You can't just go hunting or killing just because you found some prey. The Empress chuckled, her eyes dancing with amusement as she observed Nyx scanning the surroundings for any trace of a bloodbath. When she found none, Nyx looked relieved, though there was a tinge of disappointment in her expression. Look who's talking, the Empress teased. Nyx's face flushed a deep red. I was just curious if there were any more souls I could add to my collection. The Empress shook her head with a smirk. You and your souls. Without another word, she disappeared along with Nyx. Meanwhile, Aether had returned to the training hall at the principal's house, still slightly shaken from his encounter. His current project was underway, 2 clones of himself busy working, when Celestia approached him with a serious expression. The princess asked me to fetch you immediately, she said, her voice calm but with an urgency that made Aether pause. She handed a piece of metal to one of Aether's clones to continue. Hammering as Snowflake assisted another clone. Why? Is she all right? Aether's face shifted into concern, his brows knitting together. I don't know, Celestia responded, shaking her head. She said she has a surprise gift for you and wants you to wear this. She handed him an elaborate set of purple clothes. And she asked you to wait at the gate. Aether's frown deepened. At this time of night? Yes, Celestia confirmed with a nod. Later that night, after dressing in the fancy purple attire, Aether stood outside the gate, waiting under the lonely streetlights. The night was eerily quiet, with only a few people passing by. Did she mean tomorrow? Aether wondered, but before he could dwell on it further, a carriage suddenly pulled up in front of him. Aether. A familiar voice called out from inside, Ack. Before Aether could finish, he was yanked into the carriage. Inside, he found himself face to face with a gorgeous woman who smiled at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. It's time for a surprise date, my love, she cooed. Aether blinked in genuine surprise. Chapter 462 Surprise date yet to be finished. Aquilina was dressed in a breathtaking purple gown, a single-laced masterpiece that draped elegantly over her form, accentuating her grace and beauty. The delicate fabric shimmered in the low light, embroidered with intricate golden threads that seemed to glow, radiating a sense of royalty and power. As she adjusted her glossy purple hair, letting it fall effortlessly down her back, she looked at Aether with an almost teasing smile, her voice soft yet filled with expectation. How is it? She asked, her eyes searching his face, hoping for a reaction as she tugged at her hair with practiced elegance. Aether's gaze lingered on her, his eyes widening slightly. He didn't answer right away, as if words had temporarily failed him. After a long pause, he finally muttered, almost under his breath, beautiful, 10,000 AP. Aquilina felt her cheeks flush, a light pink spreading across her pale skin, but she quickly composed herself. I wasn't asking about me, silly, she stammered, a playful lilt in her voice, trying to hide her flustered state. Her fingers pointed towards the lavish spread of food on the table, dishes arranged like an art piece, each plate more extravagant than the last. I meant the food, she added with a soft giggle, though her heart raced at the way Aether's eyes still hadn't left her. Aether's lips curled into a smile with a gentle expression. Oh. I know, he said, but his eyes betrayed him. He wasn't looking at the food at all. It's beautiful, and delicious, he added, but there was a clear double meaning in his tone. His gaze still rested on her as if she was the only thing worth admiring in the room. 10,000 AP. Aquilina felt her heartbeat quicken under his gaze, her mind racing. He wasn't talking about the food, that much was clear. She averted her eyes, her heart thudding in her chest. And inwardly she screamed, shit. Yes, yes, yes. Her plan was falling into place, perfectly, ever since she had seen that broken, distant expression on Aether's face. Something had stirred in her, an overwhelming desire to take that pain away. She wanted to see him smile again, to watch the light return to his eyes. For days, she had planned this surprise date, every detail meticulously thought out. It wasn't just about the food or the setting, it was about giving him a moment, just one, where he could forget everything that weighed on him. Today was that day. She would do whatever it took to make sure Aether forgot all the darkness clouding his mind, if only for a little while. She took him away from the academy. With the restoration still ongoing, it had been easy to slip away without too many questions. No one dared stop her. She had the perfect excuse. The perfect opportunity. She took his hand and led him away to this place, a private haven just for the two of them. As for the slave mark blinking, she had already secured Kai's permission with some lame excuse. Today, nothing could interfere. Today was theirs, completely. Aether glanced around the opulent restaurant, the chandeliers casting a soft glow over the empty space. Not a single soul occupied the other tables. His brow furrowed slightly as he turned back to her. Did you rent out the entire place? He asked, his voice a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Aquilina's lips curved into a mischievous smirk. I did more than that, she said, leaning in slightly, her eyes gleaming with amusement. I bought this entire evening, for just the two of us. Aether shook his head, chuckling softly. You're incredible, you know that, he said, his tone light, but there was a deeper emotion in his gaze as he slowly began to eat, his expression softening as they fell into an easy conversation, discussing everything and nothing all at once. As they continued to eat, Aether's eyes occasionally drifted back to Aquilina, studying her as if there was something unsaid hanging between them. Finally, Aquilina noticed the hesitation in his gaze. You can ask me, she said, her voice warm and reassuring, sensing that something weighed on his mind. Whatever it is, I promise you can always ask. Aether took a deep breath. His voice was quieter than usual, almost hesitant. Is there anything you're hiding from me? Aquilina flinched slightly, her heart skipping a beat as his words sank in. She hadn't expected that question, not now, not when she was so focused on making him feel at ease. A small frown tugged at her lips as she stared down at the table. Hiding, she repeated, her voice barely a whisper. What do you mean? Aether gently reached out, taking her hand in his thumb tracing comforting circles over her skin. Whatever it is. I just want to know. Aquilina looked at him, her mind swirling with conflicted thoughts. His expression was so earnest, so open. Could she really keep hiding this from him? She sighed heavily before she finally spoke. I've been having nightmares, she admitted, her voice trembling slightly. Nightmares where I kill my mother. Aether's expression softened, though a trace of worry crossed his features. He gently tightened his grip on her hand. Why do you think you're having these nightmares? He asked carefully. Aquilina shook her head, a deep sadness crossing her face. I don't know. Every time I wake up, the nightmare fades so quickly, like it's slipping away from me. It's hard to remember anything. But the feeling, the fear, it always lingers, she whispered, her voice breaking slightly. Aether nodded. His heart ached to see her. Leaning forward, he pressed a soft kiss to her forehead, his voice gentle as he said, thank you. 10,000 AP. Aquilina managed a small, you have every right to know everything about me, she murmured, though her voice was filled with doubt. She resumed picking at her food, but her eyes stayed on Aether. After a long pause, she finally asked, is there anything you're hiding from me? Yes, he admitted, not breaking eye contact. A lot. Aquilina blinked, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, though she wasn't entirely shocked. A lot? She repeated softly, her voice barely audible. Will I ever know? Aether nodded, a sad smile tugging at his lips. Yes, and when you do, you'll hate me for it, he said, his tone filled with a deep, painful truth. Aquilina stared at him, her breath catching in her throat. She wanted to press him, to demand answers, but now wasn't the time. Today was about Aether's happiness. Nothing more. She swallowed her questions, pushing them aside for now, and focused on the man in front of her. After dinner, she led him to a private romantic screening in that same place. In the luxurious VIP section, soft beds, Aether and Aquilina lay together. You know, this story is about a female knight who fell in love with an arrogant king. Aquilina's voice was soft as her finger delicately traced over Aether's hand. The light touch sending a tingle through him. She glanced up at him with a subtle smile, continuing, "It's such a beautiful tale, isn't it? How this king, so prideful and cold, eventually falls deeply in love with a female knight." Aether's fingers responded by gently intertwining with hers. Aquilina leaned her head against his shoulder, her eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. "Look at him," she murmured, acting so indifferent, yet always protecting her from behind. "Why can't he just admit that he loves her?" Aether chuckled as he wrapped an arm around her, pulling her closer to him. "It reminds me of someone I know, someone very close," he said with a teasing tone, a blush creeping across her cheeks. She turned her head slightly, giving him a small huff. I am not like that." Aether couldn't help but smile, leaning in to kiss her forehead softly. "No, you're right," he said, "you're not like that at all." He winked playfully, adding, "You're worse. It took you forever to finally express how you felt. 10,000 AP, huh?" Aquilina pouted, her lips forming a cute frown, but she didn't argue. Deep down, she knew his words carried truth, and that only made her blush harder. They continued to watch as the story on the screen unfolded. The tension between the female knight and the arrogant king finally came to a head, after what felt like an eternity of longing looks, misunderstandings, and stubborn pride. The two characters confessed their love for each other. The passion between them, once hidden behind their cold exteriors, now blazed openly as they made love, the scene unfolding in vivid, intimate detail. Experience tales at Empire. Aether's lips quirked into an amused smile as he glanced at Aquilina, who hadn't blinked once during the passionate scene. "Looks like this film just turned 18 plus, he thought, bemused. Aquilina gulped, her nervousness evident, and her hand instinctively tightened its grip on his thigh, her fingers trembling slightly. Aether winced, not from the pain, though her grip was certainly firm. What caught his attention more was the look on her face, equal parts fear and fascination. It reminded him so much of himself when he was a teenager, witnessing something so intimate and raw for the first time. She couldn't seem to look away, her breath catching as the scene grew more intense, and for a moment, she seemed lost in it. Suddenly, Aquilina turned to him, her eyes wide and glistening. There was a longing there, a vulnerability that made Aether's chest tighten. Without a word, he leaned down, capturing her lips in a soft kiss. 10,000 AP, Aquilina responded almost immediately, her hand gripping his thigh even tighter as her body pressed closer to his. The kiss deepened quickly, her lips parting eagerly, and she sought his tongue with an almost desperate hunger. Her hands, once resting innocently on his thigh, slowly drifted, fingers brushing against the more sensitive parts of him, rubbing subconsciously as she lost herself in the heat of the moment. After the screenplay had ended, they found themselves riding back in a private carriage, the gentle rocking of the vehicle a stark contrast to the heat that had consumed them earlier. Aquilina sat on Aether's lap, her arms wrapped around his neck, her body pressed snugly against his. She sighed softly, her breath warm against his skin. That was such a sad ending, she murmured, her voice laced with disappointment. The knight sacrificed herself to protect the king, and yet, in the end, he was still killed. It's just, really tragic. Aether's arms tightened around her, pulling her closer as he rested his chin on top of her head. "Do you think so?" he asked quietly, his voice thoughtful. I don't think it was as sad as it seemed. He built an empire for her, made it flourish in her honor, and when he died, I don't think he was killed by someone. I think he let himself die, because without her, there was nothing left to live for." His voice was soft. Aquilina stared at him. "You always see things from such a different point of view," she smiled gently, her fingers brushing lightly against his cheek. "You always surprise me, Aether," he smiled back at her. But before he could respond, the carriage came to a slow stop. 10,000 AP, Aquilina's eyes gleamed mischievously as she leaned in closer, her lips brushing against his ear. "You know," she whispered, her voice low and teasing, "the date's not over yet." Aether. Chapter 463. Let's see who is going to beg. Isn't the view breathtaking? Aquilina asked softly, her eyes shimmering as she gazed out over the empire below. The city light sparkled like a sea of stars, stretching endlessly into the distance. The entire landscape was bathed in the soft glow of night, a peaceful contrast to the excitement in her heart. Aether's breath hitched for a moment as he took in the sight. Wow! It's incredible, he said in a hushed, awed tone. Where did you even find this place? He asked, his expression one of genuine surprise. Aquilina smirked, her eyes glinting mischievously. That's my little secret, she teased with a playful wink, clearly pleased with his reaction. Aether shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips. She really put everything into this date, he thought as he admired the effort she'd gone through. The wooden cabin, isolated on this mountain peak, provided a perfect, intimate setting. It was peaceful, far removed from the chaos of the academy or the city below. It's beautiful. Just like her, he thought quietly as he looked back at her, his gaze softening. Suddenly, soft music began to play, drifting through the cool night air. Aether turned to see Aquilina standing with her hand extended toward him, a small bow accentuating her elegance. I would humbly request the honor of your hand for a dance, she said with a smile. Her voice echoing the formal, almost regal tone from the screenplay they had watched earlier. Aether raised an eyebrow, amused. She really knows how to make a moment, he thought. Adopting a haughty expression, he straightened his posture and replied in a deep, commanding voice, a dance, you say? A knight requesting a dance from her king. Very well. Lead the way, fair knight, Aquilina chuckled, taking his hand as they began to sway gently to the rhythm of the music. Their movements were slow and deliberate, the world around them fading as they focused on each other. The gentle beat of the music carried them closer, their bodies naturally closer toward one another as the tension between them grew. Aether's hand, resting on Aquilina's hip, began to drift lower, his fingers brushing the curve of her waist before settling on her ass. The subtle shift in his touch caused Aquilina to tremble slightly, a shiver running down her spine. Her breath hitched, and Aether leaned in, his lips brushing her ear as he whispered, his voice husky, you do know where this is going, don't you? Aquilina's face flushed a deep red, her heart racing in her chest. She bit her lip before whispering back, her voice soft but filled with desire, I know. Her words trailed off as she leaned up, her lips finding him in a slow, teasing kiss. Aether smiled against her lips, pulling her closer as the kiss deepened. But when they parted, he raised an eyebrow, his expression curious. I thought you were supposed to remain pure until marriage. Wouldn't your mother be furious if she found out about this? Aquilina grinned, her eyes gleaming with defiance and amusement. Don't worry, she said, I've already handled that. I used the maid to report the mother. And you know what? She paused for effect, her grin widening. When she arrived unexpectedly, I thought she'd yell or try to stop me, but instead, she just gave me a bunch of advice. Told me not to regret anything and to make sure I knew what I was doing. She even said something about being consensual, or whatever, then she left without another word. I really surprised by her actions. Aquilina's grin turned sly. I think she's finally letting me make my own decisions. Aether raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise crossing his face. Both mother and daughter really are cunning, he thought with an amused shake of his head. He leaned in and kissed her again, a deeper, more passionate kiss this time, before pulling back just enough to speak. Are you sure about this? I warned you before. I'm hiding a lot things. Aquilina's smile didn't falter. Instead, she leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a seductive whisper, and I told you. I'll figure out all your secrets. Don't think you can escape from me, dear. I'm going to pull everything out of you. Eventually. She grinned smugly, her confidence unwavering. 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP. Aether's hand gripped her ass more firmly, pulling her against him as he trailed kisses along her face, each one lingering longer than the last. Chew, 10,000 AP, chew, 10,000 AP, chew, 10,000 AP. Aquilina's smile grew wider with each kiss, her heart racing. She knew that tonight was the night she'd finally become one with Aether. Her plan, the one she had meticulously crafted, was coming to fruition. Finally, She screamed inwardly, her excitement bubbling over. She kissed him back eagerly, her hands sliding over his shoulders, down his chest, feeling every inch of him as if memorizing him with her touch. Just for tonight, just for this moment, she had gone to extreme lengths to prepare. She had taken 5 baths and brushed her teeth more times than she could count, everything to make this moment perfect. Aether murmured against her lips before pulling her into a fierce, almost possessive kiss. His hands found her breasts, squeezing them firmly, making her gasp into his mouth. The kiss grew hungrier, more intense, as if he couldn't get enough of her. Aquilina felt her legs growing weak, the heat inside her pooling lower. She clung to him, her breath coming in shallow gasps as he continued to explore her, his touch setting her skin on fire. Aquilina's muffled moan escaped her lips. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the heat spreading from her face down through her entire body, making her heart race even faster. The intensity of the moment seemed to stretch on forever, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, Aether moved, releasing her from the overwhelming kiss. Aquilina gasped, her breath coming in shallow, ragged bursts. Her face was a brilliant shade of red as she stared up at Aether, her chest rising and falling rapidly. His predatory gaze, dark and full of hunger, locked onto hers. "See, come." Aquilina stammered, trying to regain her confidence. With a sudden burst of boldness, she moved toward the bed, pushing Aether down onto the soft surface as she straddled his waist. Her legs spread wide, framing his body as she settled over him, her thighs pressing into his sides. A wicked grin spread across her lips as she looked down at him, her confidence returning with every passing second. "What a nice view," she purred, her voice laced with seductive intent. Aether chuckled softly, watching her with amusement. "Does this boldness run in her bloodline or what?" he mused, his hands finding her thighs and gently rubbing them in soft, teasing strokes. Aquilina leaned forward, her fingers tracing the collar of his shirt as her eyes darkened with mischief. "Do you know why I gave you this outfit?" she asked, her voice low and sultry. "Why?" he asked curiously. Aquilina's grin widened, her playful expression giving way to something far more devious. She tapped his shoulder lightly before whispering, "Because of this." A faint spark flickered at her fingertips, and within an instant, the fabric of Aether's clothes ignited, burning away in a sudden burst of magic. Aether's eyebrows shot up in surprise as the material disintegrated, leaving him in nothing but his underwear. 10,000 AP. Aquilina's eyes gleamed as she took in the sight of his muscular, toned body. She blushed, her lips parting slightly as her fingers hesitantly brushed against his chest, her touch soft but filled with reverence. "Not bad," she murmured, her voice trembling with nervous excitement as her gaze wandered lower. Catching sight of the bulge straining beneath his underwear, gulp, her throat tightened, and she gulped, trying to suppress the nervous flutter in her stomach. "And not bad. I suppose," she stammered, trying to sound confident, but her words faltered. Aether chuckled softly, his amusement clear. "It's fine," he said gently, his voice soothing. "Let's take it slow. There's no rush." Aquilina's pride flared at his words. She snorted, feeling challenged, and straightened her posture. "I know what I'm doing," she said with a defiant glint in her eyes. "Just wait." Her tone was smug as she leaned in, capturing his lips in a fierce kiss. Her hands roamed his body, moving from his lips to his neck, trailing kisses down his chest as she worked her way lower. Each kiss felt like a spark igniting between them, and Aether's heart began to race as she reached his waist, her face hovering just above his underwear. He could see the slight tremble in her hands, the hesitation in her movements as her fingers hooked around the waistband of his underwear. Aether fought back a laugh, watching as the usually proud and cunning Aquilina trembled before his full length, which she hadn't even fully seen yet. With a deep breath, "Here goes nothing." Aquilina finally tugged his underwear down, revealing Aether's stiff, hard shaft, standing rigid and pulsating with heat. Her eyes widened. And for a moment, she stared blankly, her mind struggling to process the sheer size of him. Inwardly, she screamed, "A monster." But on the outside, she maintained a stoic expression, refusing to let her shock show. Aether smirked, noticing the brief flicker of panic in her eyes. "Are you scared?" he asked, his tone taunting, the corners of his lips curling into a cocky grin. Aquilina snapped out of her daze, her lips twitched, and she narrowed her eyes at him before replying in a voice laced with determination, scared. Let's see who's going to be begging to stop by the end of this. Her tone was sharp yet seductive, her confidence returning as she wrapped her hand around his shaft. Her fingers barely able to encircle him, with a steady hand, she leaned in, giving his length a long, slow lick from base to tip. Aether's breath hitched, his muscles tensing at the sensation. I can already imagine you begging me, darling, Aether teased. 10,000 AP, Aquilina blushed deeply, her heart fluttering at the sound of him calling her, darling. The endearment sent a thrill through her, and she grinned, her resolve strengthening. She wasn't going to let him have the upper hand. Chapter 464. Is it too dirty? Slurp, HMFF, sklook. The wet sounds echoed through the room as Aquilina worked fervently on Aether's shaft, her mouth moving eagerly, her hands massaging his balls with steady determination. Despite her best efforts, frustration was written all over her face. She had been at it for several minutes, and yet there was no sign of Aether climaxing. Instead of withering beneath her touch, he looked down at her with a relaxed smile, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Pop, Aquilina let out a pouty sigh as she pulled away from his length, her lips swollen and glistening from her efforts. Why is there no reaction? She grumbled, though her hands continued stroking him, refusing to give up. Aether's smirk deepened, and his eyes twinkled with mischief. I thought you'd make me beg, he teased, his voice low and dripping with amusement. But now, I'm a little disappointed, Aquilina. I expected more from you. Her eyes narrowed in annoyance at his taunt. How dare he mock her? She tightened her grip on him, squeezing with renewed vigor, yet Aether didn't flinch. His confidence only irritated her more. If anything, his smile only grew. Do you want to know how to actually make me beg? He asked with a cocky look that made her blood boil. No need. Aquilina snapped, her pride stinging. Without another word, she plunged her mouth back onto his shaft, taking him in deep. Her jaw ached with the effort, but she pushed through the discomfort, determined to break his composure. She would make him climax this instant, no matter what it took. Aether grinned as he watched her, thoroughly impressed by her resolve. In truth, she was incredibly skilled, and it was taking all of his control not to give in to the pleasure she was providing. He was holding back, just to see how far she would go, but then, Aether's groan slipped out before he could stop it, the sudden, intense suction at the tip of his shaft catching him off guard. Aquilina's eyes sparkled with triumph, having finally found his weakness. She focused her efforts there, swirling her tongue around the sensitive head and giving it playful, teasing bites. Aether's body trembled ever so slightly beneath her touch. Seeing his reaction, Aquilina grinned up at him wickedly. Come for me, darling, she purred, her voice seductive as she stroked him faster. Her tongue flicking against the tip with expert precision. Aether's control began to waver, his breathing growing ragged. I'm coming, he gasped, his muscles tensing as his release surged through him. Aquilina, sensing his climax, swiftly took him deep into her throat, her mouth enveloping his entire length as she felt the warm, thick sensation of his release filling her. Her body trembled with excitement, a wave of pride washing over her as she eagerly swallowed every drop. Her little flower trembled in excitement. Aether let out a long, satisfied sigh as his body relaxed, his eyes heavy-lidded with pleasure. Aquilina slowly pulled away, her lips parting from his shaft with a soft pop. She looked up at him, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction, and opened her mouth slightly to show him the remnants of his release before swallowing it with a loud gulp. An odd sensation rippled through her body, a sudden burst of energy that left her momentarily frowning. But she pushed the feeling aside, deciding to savor her victory. She licked her lips clean, running her tongue along his shaft one last time before flashing him a smug smirk. How was it? She teased, flicking her finger lightly against the base of his shaft. Aether chuckled, his voice low and amused. Not bad. Not bad at all, he said, clearly impressed despite his teasing. 10,000 AP, Aquilina nodded, satisfied with his response. Her lips curled into a seductive smile as she began to tug at her clothes, her intent clear. Let's move on to the main dish, shall we? She cooed, just about to strip when, Kya. Aquilina squealed as her vision spun, suddenly finding herself pinned beneath Aether, her back pressed into the soft mattress. His face hovered just above hers, his eyes dark with playful hunger. "Not so fast," he murmured, his voice dripping with mischief. "I haven't finished enjoying my own dessert yet." Aquilina blinked, momentarily confused, but before she could respond, Aether gently tapped her shoulder, and just like before, her clothes vanished in a puff of magic, dissipating into the air like mist. She gasped, staring up at him in shock as Aether grinned down at her. "Pretty simple magic," he remarked with a nod, his gaze slowly raking over her now exposed body. She wore a lacy, purple bra and matching underwear, the delicate fabric clinging to her curves. The sight made his smirk deepen. Aquilina blushed furiously under his gaze, her heart racing. "I thought you didn't like wearing something so sexy," Aether teased. Her blush deepened, and she quickly looked away. It's not like I wanted to wear it for you or anything," she mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Aether's grin only widened. "Oh." He leaned closer, pulling at the strap of her bra teasingly. "Then why are you?" Aquilina's blush darkened to a deep crimson, her heart racing uncontrollably. I read somewhere that it makes boyfriends happy," she stammered, her voice trembling and soft, barely escaping her lips. Aether burst into laughter, his warm breath brushing against her ear. He leaned in closer, his lips grazing the sensitive skin of her neck as he whispered, "You're just too cute." His voice was filled with a mix of affection and desire, his fingers playing with the edge of her bra before pulling it down slowly, tantalizing her with each deliberate movement. Her soft, heaving breasts were fully exposed, their delicate curves glistening in the dim light, and her nipples, already hardened, stood proudly trembling as they reacted to the cool air. 10,000 AP, what beautiful, lovely nipples you have, Aether murmured in admiration, his voice thick with lust as he lowered his head, lips parting to capture one of the swollen pink buds between them. His tongue circled her sensitive areola, the teasing touch sending shivers of intense pleasure rippling through Aquilina's body, making her arch toward him instinctively. She moaned, a soft sound of pleasure slipping from her lips. The sensation of his tongue tracing gentle circles on her chest filled her with a warm, ticklish feeling, her breath coming out in soft, excited pants. It tickles," just as she began to giggle softly. His teeth closed gently on her nipple, tugging it with just the right amount of pressure. Her giggles turned into a sharp, breathless gasp as the unexpected sting sent electric pulses down her spine. "Hikk," Aether's grin widened, amusement flashing in his eyes. "Not so ticklish now, are we?" he teased again, his lips brushing down her chest, trailing kisses and soft bites, leaving her skin tingling and sensitive to his every touch. His hands kneaded her breasts, his fingers pinching and rolling the other neglected nipple, coaxing even more moans from her. "Aether, gentle," she pleaded breathlessly, her body trembling under his touch. He played with her breasts like a sculptor admiring his work, teasing her until she was gasping for more, her entire body aching with need. When he was finally satisfied, his lips began a slow descent, trailing lower and lower, until he reached the thin fabric of her stained purple lace panties. Aquilina's heart pounded violently, her breath catching in her throat. She could feel the heat of his gaze on her most intimate place, his eyes fixed on her trembling core. Panic and excitement warred inside her. Is it too dirty? Should I have taken another 5 baths? Her thoughts spiraled in embarrassed confusion, but before she could voice her concerns, she felt his lips press against her through the soaked fabric. A soft, uncontrollable moan escaped her lips, her hips jerking in response. She could barely process the sensation of Aether licking her through the delicate lace, his tongue pressing into her, teasing her soaked slit with maddening slowness. Aether, Aquilina's voice cracked as her body trembled under his relentless teasing. Her mind was going hazy with pleasure, everything around her fading except the feel of his tongue pressing harder against her, pushing the fabric into her wet, needy folds. Shit it. Aether chuckled darkly, nibbling on her protruding clit through the thin lace, his lips and tongue working together to bring her to the edge of insanity. Her body arched instinctively, her legs trembling violently as she tried to push him away. But her hands, weak and trembling with pleasure, couldn't force him off. She wanted more, she needed more. You taste so sweet, even through these panties," Aether murmured, his voice dripping with desire, his tongue trailing along her trembling flower through the damp fabric, pushing it deeper inside her. the pressure of his tongue combined with the lace rubbing against her sensitive skin made her dizzy with excitement. Aether. Aquilina moaned, her body growing hotter. Her arousal soaking her underwear. Just when she thought she couldn't take any more, Aether pulled her panties down, revealing how sticky they were, the evidence of her desire clear for him to see. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Looks like someone's really enjoying herself. Her face flushed even deeper, embarrassment and lust mingling in her chest. She looked away, her voice shaky. Aether, a man shouldn't lick a woman's private part. Aether laughed softly, the sound deep and seductive. Who told you that? Didn't you do the same to me, with those beautiful, lust-filled eyes? Suck my cock like a popsicle, he asked, his tone teasing as his gaze lowered, locking onto her exposed, glistening flower that leaking with nectar, and there were no leaves around it. Her body was betraying her, dripping with need, every inch of her practically begging for his touch. Aquilina's heart raced, skipping a beat at his words. Why your words? That's woman's job, you show. Her protest was cut off as Aether's mouth descended on her bare, slick folds, his tongue diving into her flower, tasting her directly, her legs immediately wrapped around his neck, her body reacting on instinct as pleasure consumed her. Fuck, you taste incredible, Aether growled between teasing licks, his tongue flicking over her sensitive clit, his lips pressing into her trembling flower with relentless hunger. Aquilina couldn't stop the desperate moans that spilled from her lips as Aether's tongue worked her over, tracing every inch of her soft lips. Exploring her with slow, deliberate strokes, she couldn't keep up with the overwhelming pleasure that pulsed through her body, her insides tightening and coiling as her climax built rapidly. Aether grinned, grabbing her as firmly, pulling her deeper into his mouth as his tongue thrust inside her, searching for every sensitive spot. His movements were wild and eager, his hunger for her driving him to taste her fully, savoring every drop of her arousal. Aquilina cried out as her release finally hit, her body convulsing as she gushed into his waiting mouth. Aether groaned in satisfaction, greedily sucking and licking, refusing to let even a single drop of her sweet nectar go to waste. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she panted heavily, her mind still spinning from the intensity of her orgasm. Her hazy eyes met Aether's, who was grinning at her with pride, his lips still glistening with the evidence of her pleasure. She could only stare, completely overwhelmed by the raw need he had pulled out of her. She could only accept the defeat. You're amazing, but we're not done yet, Aether whispered huskily, his breath hot against her skin. He slowly positioned his thick, throbbing shaft at her entrance, teasing her trembling flower with the tip as he rubbed it against her sensitive clit. She let out a needy moan, her entire body tingling as the head of his cock slid against her. Her hands reached up, trembling as she placed them on his chest, her voice barely a whisper. Please be gentle. Chapter 465. He will pay for this shame. Aquilina groaned, her body arching in exquisite tension as Aether slowly pushed his shaft into her tight flower. Each inch felt electric, sending ripples of sensation coursing through her. Relax, he murmured, his voice a sultry whisper. He leaned in, capturing her lips in a deep, passionate kiss, coaxing her to focus on the warmth of his mouth, the sweetness of their shared breaths. Lost in the kiss, Aquilina surrendered to him, her body responding to his every touch as his fingers traced tantalizing patterns over her sensitive nipples and clit. He teased her mercilessly, igniting a slow burn of pleasure deep within her as he pushed deeper, claiming her completely. Arf. A muffled groan escaped Aquilina's lips, a mix of pleasure and pain as she felt the exquisite stretch of him filling her, her body shaking violently with the intensity of the sensation. Finally, he paused, giving her a moment to adjust, to feel every delightful pulse of their connection. Huff, she gasped, her breaths quickening, as though he had filled her very core with a blazing warmth, a heady mixture of desire and vulnerability. Good girl, Aether whispered, his fingers gently brushing away the tears that pooled in her eyes, his affection soothing her. 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, 10,000 AP, ding, Aquilina Naidia has reached the threshold and is now removed from the affection list, remaining 1,806,532 AP. Aquilina gazed up at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears and a radiant smile. We became one finally. the realization sent a thrill of joy and fulfillment racing through her. Yeah. Aether replied, his voice low and teasing as he ruffled her hair. Who is the good girl? His playful challenge made her heart race. With excitement, Aquilina's lips twitched into a playful smirk as she reached up, her fingers threading through his hair, ruffling it back. I am the good girl. But you better not leave me, I might just lock you up, she said with teased tone, but Aether knew she was dead serious. And he liked it even more as he said, I would never dream of leaving you, ever, he vowed, sealing his promise with a tender kiss on her forehead. Aquilina nodded, a sense of satisfaction washing over her, before playfully urging, move, Aether. The initial pain was fading. Aether's smile widened at her eagerness as he began to pull his shaft out from her warmth, drawing a soft whimper from her lips. He thrust back in, each movement slow and deliberate, drawing out her pleasure with every stroke. In and out, he began to set a rhythm that echoed the frantic beats of their hearts. As he continued, Aquilina felt the pain dissolve, replaced by waves of intoxicating pleasure that surged through her. With each thrust, her flower leaked sweet nectar, a testament to the pleasure building inside her. As the shaft went in and out, her flowers slowly leaked with nectar as she started to feel the pleasure inside her. It's good, she moaned, her surprise palpable. She had never imagined that sex could be this pleasurable, especially considering her previous disinterest in relationships and marriage. Aether grinned wickedly, his breath hot against her ear as he leaned in closer, whispering seductively, I haven't even begun, my dear. His teeth grazed her ear, sending delicious shivers cascading down her spine. She gasped. Her body trembling with anticipation, every nerve ending alive with excitement. Aether felt her insides coiling around him as if her body yearned to keep him inside her forever. He pressed deeper, pushing through her warmth, his own moans mingling with hers. Susu gu dechechem. Aquilina's cries echoed through the night, a sweet symphony of pleasure that filled the air. As Aether continued to pound into her pussy with relentless rhythm, Aquilina felt waves of pleasure crashing over her, a torrent that swept through her core, leaving her gasping and writhing beneath him. Each thrust sent shivers of ecstasy coursing through her body, igniting every nerve ending as she lost herself in the bliss. Her body instinctively responded, arching towards him, desperate for more, but the intensity was far from over. Aether abruptly halted, pulling her up and laying her across his lap without withdrawing his shaft. Her back was on his chest as she glanced back. Aether. Aquilina's voice trembled, confusion flickering in her eyes as she wondered what he was planning. A weird sound escaped her lips, a mix of shock and delight, as Aether began to tease her by licking her underarms. You always worried about your smell, right? He teased with a playful grin. Aquilina's eyes widened in disbelief and terrified eyes. Aether smirked mischievously. To be honest, I really like your smell. He licked her underarms again, eliciting another adorable sound from her. Just as she was about to protest, he began to thrust inside her again, slowly at first. Tty ma fu sssm. Aquilina could only shiver, completely at his mercy. Each lick and thrust combined to create a dizzying haze of sensations. His shaft slid in and out. Aether took a moment to lean down, kissing a trail from her underarm down to her collarbone, then trailing soft kisses over the delicate curve of her breast. Such beautiful nipples, he murmured, taking one of her nipples into his mouth, swirling his tongue around it as he gently pinched the other between his fingers. Aether. Aquilina gasped, her body arching in response. The heat pooled within her as he played with her sensitive breasts, each flick of his tongue sending ripples of pleasure coursing through her. Shameful. She screamed inwardly, and yet her moaning even more. Sklook, sklook. The sounds of their connection filled the air, his shaft gliding in and out of her wet flower, making her cheeks burn with a mix of shame and pleasure. The overwhelming sensations built within her, the pressure rising as her body neared its peak. Just when she felt ready to explode, Aether abruptly stopped again. Confusion washed over her. Before she could voice her question, Aether turned her to face him. Their eyes locked, and Aquilina noticed the tears and saliva that adorned her flushed cheeks. Her hair lay tangled around her, yet she wore a blissful smile as if she were the happiest woman in the world. Aether thrust deeply inside her again, enveloping her in his arms as he leaned his forehead against hers. Promise me, Aqua, huh? What? Her heart raced, torn between her desire for him and the seriousness of his tone. The urgency in his voice pulled her into a moment of seriousness. Was this really the right time for a conversation? But Aether knew it was important. Of course, Aether too knew, but he chose this moment so that she would never forget this on her first cream pie. Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly, no matter what happens in the future. I will always be there for you. Do not forget you love your mother more than anything in these worlds. And you would never hurt her. Aquilina blinked, the weight of his words sinking in. She realized he was still worried about the nightmares she had shared with him. Her expression softened. It's fine, Aqua, promise me. Even if she hurts me and it makes you angry. Don't forget that I never want you to hurt your mother. No matter what. Hearing that, Aquilina frowned. Why is he talking as if this will happen, she thought, pondering his words. Hesitation flickered within her. I love you, Aqua. And I don't want you to be sad, so promise me. Hearing that, Aquilina sighed, her heart fluttering. Oka, just then, Aether surged forward, thrusting deep within her as he nodded in satisfaction. Good girl, he caught her as firmly, using his hand to guide her movements, slapping it lightly against his shaft. His lips crashed against hers, their passion igniting as he continued to pound into her, pushing her closer to the edge. Just as he felt himself nearing climax, he breathed out, promise me Aqua. Aquilina, teetering on the brink of ecstasy, didn't want him to stop. So, with all the fervor she could muster, she cried out, AHHIMMPPPROMSSSE. Splash, splash, drip, drip, as she climaxed, Aether grunted, pouring his hot cream deep inside her womb, sending shockwaves of pleasure through her trembling body. The world around her faded as she rode the high of their connection, bliss washing over her like a warm tide. Her mind drifted, clouded with ecstasy, until she finally floated back to reality, fatigue enveloping her. She nestled against Aether's chest, murmuring, that felt. How good, with a tired expression. Me too, Aether replied, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. He carefully maneuvered them to the pillow, helping her lie down, yet, Aqua pulled him closer, hugging him tightly as her mind slipped into sweet dreams. Her flower leaking with white-red nectar that flowed down staining the bed, Aether smiled, wrapping his arms around her and pulling the quilt over them. As he drifted off into slumber, Chapter 466 Relaxing, chirp, chirp, the gentle sound of birds chirping floated through the open window, filling the wooden house perched on the mountain peak with a soft, tranquil melody. Aether groaned, his body shifting beneath the covers as the growing light without a sun touched his face. He blinked slowly, his eyes fluttering open to greet the new day. He let out a long, satisfied stretch, his muscles loosening as small crackling sounds echoed from his joints. His gaze drifted down to the figure curled up against him, Aquilina. Resting peacefully on his chest, her breath soft and even, a gentle smile tugged at Aether's lips. He reached down and playfully ruffled her hair, whispering in a soft, teasing voice, Wakey, wakey, it's morning, you know. Aquilina let out a sleepy murmur, burying her face deeper into his chest, clearly not ready to leave the warmth of their bed. Her refusal only made Aether chuckle. Your adventure continues at Empire. Come on, I know you're awake, he teased again, brushing a few strands of her hair aside. Still no response, he smirked mischievously. Your acting isn't fooling me. Without warning, he gave her a playful pinch on her ass, causing her eyes to snap open in surprise as she glared at Aether. Yet, Aquilina quickly looked away, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as the vivid memories of the previous night came rushing back. Her body stiffened, and she bit her lower lip, too embarrassed to face him directly. I can't believe it. She muttered under her breath, her voice barely above a whisper. My sweet, innocent Aether, turning out to be so perverted. Aether's grin widened, and he pulled her closer into his embrace, his voice dripping with playful mischief. Oh. You think that was perverted? Darling, you've barely scratched the surface of how much of a devil I can be. He leaned in and playfully nipped at her neck, his breath hot against her skin. Ah, Aquilina gasped. Her body betraying her as she shivered in response, her blush deepening. She quickly pushed him away, flustered, and no. Only at night, she stammered, scrambling out of bed and wrapping herself in the quilt. Aether's laughter echoed through the room. "Oh, so now you're acting all shy after what we did last night?" His eyes sparkled with amusement. Aquilina's face burned red, but she didn't dare meet his gaze. She attempted to stay composed, but her thoughts were still filled with flashes of their intimate night. Aether, however, wasn't done teasing her just yet. "Licking my cock, oh my god, shut up!" Aquilina shrieked, her face now beet red, before darting into the bathroom. The quilt trailing behind her like a cape, Aether leaned back on the bed, shaking his head in amusement. A sly grin lingered on his lips as he telepathically reached out, connecting with Celestia. Celestia // is the production finished yet? / will it be ready for transport today? / Aether smiled as he shook his head saying, if you're curious about what happened last night, why don't you just ask, / B, but I can't simply ask how my niece enjoyed her first night with you. That would be too much, / Aether chuckled silently. But you do want to know, don't you, / There was a long pause before she finally replied, well. Was she happy? How, / Aether rubbed his chin with an amused face as he said, happy. Oh, definitely. But as for how, as his face turned mischievous, well, you'd have to experience it for yourself to truly understand. Shall we arrange that little process, / ahem, the production is done, and the final packaging will be completed this evening. We can deliver it by tomorrow morning, / Aether smirked, dodging my question. I see. You're still curious. Anyhow, should I go or just you enough? Like before, / I think it will be better if you go since you are the creator. Let the world know you are more than just Kennedy / There was a hint of pride in her voice that made Aether chuckle. Even though those items are based on Kennedy's, he thought but didn't say to her. Then he thought about what Celestia said. Yeah, I need to meet that auction woman directly as I needed to give her a unique product just as I signed in the contract. Suddenly, Celestia asked with a curious tone, mind telling me why you used Lackey of all pseudo-names, / Aether coughed awkwardly before dodging, so when we start our experience. You cannot lose to your niece, right? / Ignoring his teasing, Celestia swiftly changed the subject again, actually, there was a box delivered earlier today, / a box, / Aether's brow arched in curiosity, / yes. The same one as before, filled with those shining clothes and some money, / Aether sighed deeply, / did it have a note this time too, / yes, it was addressed to you, saying, I love you for eternity. Use the money well, / who on earth keeps sending me these packages, / Aether mused, exhaling again. The mysterious gifts had become a puzzling recurrence, but before he could dwell on it any longer, Aether. Hurry up and take a bath. We need to leave for breakfast. Aquilina's voice called out from the bathroom as she rushed back into the room, her wet hair still dripping. Aether snapped out of his thoughts and blinked, his gaze settling on her as she stood there, hurriedly trying to dress. Aquilina caught him staring and immediately blushed, glaring at him as she fumbled with her clothes. What are you looking at? Go take your bath. He chuckled, enjoying the sight of her flustered, and finally got out of bed. As Aether headed to the bathroom, Aquilina glanced back at the bed, her eyes falling on the sheet stained with the evidence of the night before. Her lips curled into a shy smile, cheeks tinged with a fresh blush. Without another word, she gathered the sheets. Soon after, they rode together in a carriage to the same quaint restaurant they had visited the day before. The scent of freshly baked bread and brewed coffee filled the air as they sat down for breakfast. Aquilina dug in with enthusiasm, but Aether remained unusually quiet, his thoughts elsewhere. Halfway through the meal, Aether finally spoke. There's something you should know about this tattoo. Aquilina blinked, glancing up from her food. Yes. Her gaze followed his hand as he absent-mindedly traced the markings on his chest. This is the power given to me by the arcane. His voice was calm, but there was a weight to his words. He offered her a carefully crafted explanation, revealing only part of the truth. He spoke of powers and abilities, yet kept the full story of his past hidden, for now, it wasn't something she needed to know. Chapter 467. Relaxing too much. When Aether finished, Aquilina stared at him, wide-eyed but surprisingly composed. That's it, she thought, exhaling softly. I was expecting some grand confession, like seducing one more arcane queen or something. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. With a faint smile, she said, my mother was right, after all. You truly are favored by the arcane, experience new tales on Empire. Aether raised an eyebrow, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. Favored? No way. I think she just wanted to F. Me, he mused inwardly. Aquilina's expression softened, but there was a hesitation in her voice when she asked, T then? Arya, she was marked as well. Right? Aether nodded. Aquilina's lips pressed into a thin line, but she didn't say anything more. She knew better than anyone that she had triggered this series of events. Internally, she sighed again and again. Once they finished their meal, they spent the rest of the day enjoying a few relaxing activities. They watched a couple of films together, content in the warmth of each other's company. For a brief moment, it felt like they could stay in this peaceful, restful life forever. Aether and Aquilina decided to stop by a boutique for some jewelry and clothes. As they wandered through the aisles, Aquilina couldn't resist trying on a few pieces. How do I look? She asked with a playful smirk. Stepping out of the changing room. She was wearing a stunning pure white dress that hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating her hips and breasts. The purple gemstone earrings she had chosen shimmered in the light, completing the look. Aether's gaze traveled up and down her body. He didn't bother to hide his reaction. Damn. You look sexy as hell. You're making me, very, very horny. Aquilina's face flushed a deep shade of red. Her eyes widened in shock before narrowing into a glare. Why you absolute pervert, she stammered, flustered, before retreating back into the changing room. Slamming the door behind her, she hastily changed out of the dress, still feeling the heat of his gaze lingering on her skin. During the checkout, Aether couldn't help but glance at the dress she had chosen, a knowing smile playing on his lips. He casually slipped his arms around her waist, pulling her close. Aquilina blushed even harder, whispering in a flustered tone, I didn't buy this for you, okay? It's just really comfortable and, it feels freeing, that's all. Aether replied with an exaggerated nod, his tone dripping with mock belief. Of course, I totally believe you. Aquilina's blush deepened as she huffed, turning her face away from him to hide her embarrassment. But she couldn't ignore the warmth of his hands around her hips. Once their little shopping spree was over, they decided to wrap up the day and head back to the house on the mountain peak. As soon as they stepped inside, Aether wasted no time. He pulled Aquilina towards him, his lips crashing against hers in a hungry, desperate kiss. Aether slow she tried to say, her words muffled by their passionate kiss, but despite her attempt to protest, her body betrayed her. She kissed him back just as hungrily, her hands already sliding down to his pants. She didn't hesitate as she pulled his shaft free, her fingers massaging him firmly, eliciting a deep groan from him. Without breaking the kiss, Aquilina pushed him back onto the bed. She straddled him, her movements confident and deliberate as she quickly discarded her clothes. Her wet, eager flower rubbed against his thick shaft. Teasing him without fully letting him inside, Aether reached out to touch her, but Aquilina slapped his hand away, her expression strict. Oh no. Bad boys don't get to touch. You need to be disciplined. I'm in charge now. Her tone was commanding, but her voice trembled slightly, betraying her excitement. Despite her dominance, the way she slid her folds against his shaft was slow and teasing, never quite giving him what he wanted. Aether smirked, thoroughly enjoying her act of control. Then go ahead, Your Highness. Show me what you've got. Aquilina's eyes gleamed as she chuckled softly. Good boy, she whispered, her voice sultry. She slowly guided his shaft into her trembling flower. Biting her lip as she felt him stretch her, yes, she moaned, her body shuddering with satisfaction as his length filled her completely. Aether groaned, the sensation overwhelming. His hands instinctively moved to her hips, eager to grab hold, but Aquilina quickly stopped him again. No, she said breathlessly, her voice trembling from the pleasure, I'm the one, in control. You don't get to touch. Her strict tone was undercut by her own shaky voice, betraying just how affected she was. Aether chuckled, folding his arms behind his head in surrender. As you wish, my princess. Aquilina was breathing heavily now, her chest rising and falling as she slowly lifted her hips. Sliding his shaft out of her inch by inch, she moaned softly, before slamming her hips back down, Ank. Her legs trembled, momentarily losing strength from the pleasure. She forced herself to keep going, raising and lowering her hips as her insides squeezed around him tightly. It feels so hot. She could barely form words as her pace quickened, her body instinctively chasing the pleasure. Aether watched her with amusement, those jiggling boobs, those saliva, those ass. His eyes gleamed as he slightly lifted his hips to meet her downward thrust. Hiku. Aquilina let out a sharp cry, her body jerking as she glared at him. I said no moving. Yes, madam, he replied with a mischievous grin. Aquilina continued to ride him, her pace becoming more erratic as her body neared its limit. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably, and her breath came in ragged gasps. Before long, she collapsed onto his chest, her entire body shuddering. I can't. I can't keep going. She mumbled, her voice weak and breathless. She never expected taking control to be so exhausting. I really need to get used to this. She thought, her body completely spent. Aether smirked, brushing a strand of hair from her face. Good girl, he whispered, kissing her forehead softly. But before she could relax, he gripped her hips and thrust deep inside her. Making her eyes widen in shock, she cried out as he reached places inside her that made her mind go blank. Her thoughts dissolved into pure pleasure as Aether continued to pound her relentlessly, pushing her into a dazed state. Warning, you are entering the eternal seal bond, which means you cannot break this even if you die. Your soul will always be bonded with Aether forever to eternity. Warning, are you willing to proceed? Her eyes snapped open as the reality of the bond hit her, but a smile tugged at her lips. She nodded in agreement. Oh yes, yes I want this, forever, she whispered, her body trembling as Aether continued to thrust into her. Sealing their fates. Meanwhile, back at the academy, someone, help me. Kai Frostblad's broken body floated helplessly in the air, blood dripping from his wounds. His limbs hung limp, his strength completely drained, but it wasn't magic holding him up. How dare you reject my precious baby Lia? A seductive yet dangerously calm voice echoed through the empty hall. Kai struggled to see the figure hidden just out of view, obscured by shadows. Chapter 468. Mother controlling her daughter. Do you have any idea how much she cried for you? The woman's voice trembled by soft sobs. Sniff, sniff. Watching my little baby in tears, I nearly shattered. Her tone was filled with deep, sorrowful emotion, as if the thought of her daughter being hurt tore her apart, yet, the contradiction in her actions was undeniable. Her grip around Kai's neck tightened even further, choking him more with each word. Cough, cough, please, forgive me, mother-in-law, Arar. Kai stammered, his voice breaking as her fingers clamped down harder on his throat, silencing him before he could finish. How dare you, she spat, her once sorrowful voice now laced with venom. How dare you address me like that after all the pain you've caused my little princess? Do you think my baby isn't good enough for you? That she lacks the talent to stand beside someone like you? You disgust me. Kai groaned, a sharp cry of pain escaping his lips as her hand moved with brutal precision, snapping one of his fingers without hesitation. A sinister grin spread across her face as she watched him writhe. You truly think you're worthy of my daughter, don't you? She leaned closer, her words dripping with disdain. Let me enlighten you, little boy. If it weren't for your mother, Zara, and the so-called friendship I once shared with her, there would never have been an engagement. You were never my choice. She spat again, her eyes narrowing. To me, you're nothing but filth. An unwanted insect that I've tolerated for far too long. Kai's pride burned, but his body was in too much pain to resist. He choked on his words, swallowing his humiliation. I never thought of her like that, cough, cough. I truly love, argh. His sentence was cut short, another agonizing crack ringing through the room as she broke another finger. The next time you say those words, those lies, with that filthy mouth of yours, I will end you. Her voice was a menacing whisper, yet it rang loud, echoing like a death sentence in his mind. Blood dripped from Kai's lips, his body trembling under her ruthless grasp. As he gasped for breath, the woman's lips curled into a smirk. Do you want to know why she never kissed you? Why she always pulled away? She chuckled darkly, watching his eyes widen in confusion. It's because I forbade her. I swore that the moment she let you get close, the moment she let you touch her, I would kill you without hesitation. Kai's face twisted in shock, his bloodshot eyes staring at her in horror. His mind was racing, struggling to process the monstrous truth she had just revealed. Her smirk deepened. What's the matter? Did you really believe I'd let you fuck my precious little girl just because you're the son of my best friend? Oh, you poor, deluded fool. Yuck, no. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Empire. She stood tall. The only reason you're still breathing is because of your mother. Were it not for her, I would have killed you the first time you ever made my little princess cry. With a sudden surge of force, she flung him against the wall with brutal strength. Bam, thud, cough, cough. Kai's body hit the floor hard, his vision blurring as pain shot through him. Blood pooled in his mouth as he coughed violently. His red, unfocused eyes found the woman, who now casually walked toward a chair. She sat down, completely unbothered by the chaos she'd caused, her eyes calmly scanning the room. Not a bad place for an arcane king, she mused aloud, nodding as if inspecting the decor. This was Kai's own room, and he was being beaten to the brink of death in it. And my mom warned me that Leah's mother was dangerous. But this is far worse than I ever imagined. Kai thought. His face twisted in agony. His trembling hand reached for a healing potion, the very one she had given him. Ironically enough. Hey, boy. Kai flinched at her words, fear spiking through him. He forced himself to look up at her, his voice shaking. Why yes, ma'am, she chuckled softly, the sound was almost playful. Not you, dear. She shook her head dismissively, her eyes shifting to the side, where Jack Sparrow stood, bowing deeply, his head lowered in respect. Yes, your majesty. Jack responded, his tone reverent. The woman gestured toward Kai with a lazy wave of her hand. You said it was him, right? This pathetic thing? Jack nodded swiftly. Yes, he is the one I informed our Grace about. Her eyes narrowed as she studied Kai. She tilted her head, her lips curling into a disappointed frown. I don't see what's so special. He looks just as weak and pitiful as before. Nothing about him stands out. Is this the one they claim is the chosen? Her voice dripped with skepticism. Kai, who was halfway through drinking the healing potion, nearly choked as rage flared within him. His eyes snapped toward her, weak. What are you? Before he could finish, her bloody red eyes gleamed again, and instantly, the color drained from his own. His body went limp, slumping like a marionette with its strings cut. See? Weak. I didn't even need to use my full charm to break him, she sighed. Shaking her head with a sad smile, to think this is the child she gave birth to, how disappointing. No wonder she ran off. She must have been ashamed. She sighed dramatically, her eyes slowly shifting toward Jack, who stood frozen in place, his face pale with fear. Her tone suddenly dropped, sharp and dangerous. Hey, brat. Jack's heart skipped a beat. Fuck, she's going to use her charm on me. His thoughts screamed in terror as he immediately dropped to his knees, bowing his head even lower. Why yes, your majesty, he stammered, his voice trembling. Look at me, she said, her voice calm but deadly. Jack's entire body began to tremble. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he struggled to respond. Why, Your Majesty, I swear I'm telling the truth. It was him who caused the white and black phenomenon in the temple, I said. Look at me. Her voice was indifferent, cold, and final. Jack swallowed hard, slowly lifting his head. The moment his gaze met hers, he was lost. Her bloody red eyes gleamed like twin flames, and in an instant, his own eyes glazed over, lifeless and dull. Her voice was quiet but commanding. Now, tell me, who is the real one? In a hollow, robotic tone, Jack replied, Kai Frostblade is the real one. The woman blinked in surprise, her eyes narrowing slightly as she shifted her gaze back to Kai. Is that so? She thought, her mind racing as she snapped her fingers. Jack's lifeless eyes blinked back to life, and he quickly bowed his head before speaking. Now you believe me, Your Majesty? Jack asked, his voice tinged with nervous relief. The woman's cold stare lingered on Jack for a moment, then slowly moved back to Kai. Sensing her attention return to him, Jack's body tensed, and beads of sweat started forming on his forehead. Shit. I really hate this bitch, he screamed internally, desperately trying to think of a way out. But then, Empress. The principal is calling for you, and she said if you dare use your charm on her students again, she'll come and fuck your charm herself. Nyx burst into the room, her steps hurried and her face flushed with urgency. The woman's lips twitched in mild annoyance as she shot Nyx a look. Did you really have to repeat her exact words? Nyx blinked innocently, giving a small shrug. The woman sighed, shaking her head with a faint smile playing on her lips before turning her attention back to Kai. Jack, sensing the shift in the room, panicked. Why, Your Majesty? Sovereign specifically said you can't use your charm on him. His voice trembled as he bowed even lower, sweat pouring down his face. The woman's eyes flicked to Jack, who immediately averted his gaze in fear, his heart racing in his chest. She then returned her gaze to Kai, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Something doesn't add up here. She mused silently. Jack is here, but he's just a puppet, not the real him. He's either lying or hiding something. With a decisive nod, she snapped her fingers once more. Instantly, the color returned to Kai's eyes, and he blinked in confusion. What happened? He thought, his mind still reeling as he watched the group finally leave his room. Kai exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him, but it was short-lived. Determination soon replaced the relief, his expression hardening. So, Leah's mother is the real obstacle between us, he realized bitterly. She's controlling her daughter like a puppet, keeping us apart. But once I become sovereign, she'll pay for this. I'll free Leah from her grasp. No matter what it takes. His teeth clenched in anger as he swore to himself that he would fight for Leah and their love. Meanwhile, walking behind the Empress, Jack sighed in silent relief. Thank the gods. She didn't figure out that I'm just a puppet, he thought with a smirk. Looks like she's easier to trick than I thought. Ha ha ha. Maybe she's not as sharp as she pretends to be. He chuckled inwardly. Suddenly, I've heard my little princess has been getting close to a certain servant lately. Care to enlighten me about who that might be? Her voice remained calm, but both Nyx and Jack felt killing intent leaking from her body. Nyx hesitated, shifting uneasily before finally answering. I've seen her speaking to, what's his name again? The servant who helped us crack the dome. Jack gulped as he muttered under his breath, Aether, Aether. The woman echoed, her lips curling slightly as she repeated the name, a glint of something dangerous flickering in her bloody red eyes. Meanwhile, ding, survival rate, 62.2. Aether blinked in confusion as the notification flashed before him. Why did my survival rate just drop? He wondered, his mind racing. Aether. Aqua's soft voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked down at her, watching as she adorably licked his shaft like it was a lollipop, her tongue swirling teasingly. He smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. Get your cute little ass over here, pervert. Aqua pouted, her voice playfully scolding him as she moved closer, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Chapter 469. Looks like I've become a heartless monster. Soon after, both Aquilina and Aether returned to the academy. As they parted ways, Aether's demeanor shifted. Without wasting a moment, he set out on his next task. Celestia, did you send the package? He asked as he strode purposefully through the academy's gates. Yes, Celestia appeared beside him, her steps hurried to match his. Shouldn't you take some rest? Celestia inquired with concern. She had noticed the toll his recent activities had taken on him. Both physically and mentally, Aether had been pushing himself non-stop. Aether shook his head firmly. I can't afford to waste time. I don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but before that, I have too much to prepare. His mind drifted to the ominous rainbow-crystalled creatures that had been lurking deep within the Pyra Empire. 3 weeks had passed, but there had been no incidents in the Empire. Unlike before, which means, Aether thought, his brow furrowing, one of us might be the trigger for that incident. He thought because that incident happened only after they entered. I see. Celestia nodded, though the details were beyond her comprehension. She could tell from his serious tone and intense focus that Aether wasn't acting impulsively. This wasn't the carefree Aether she had known before. Something had changed in him. What could have caused this? She wondered. Lost in her thoughts, she was startled by a gentle pinch on her side. She flinched, turning quickly to look at Aether. He wore a teasing smile, his eyes glinting with mischief. If you think I'm worn out just from one little outing. He leaned down, his voice dropping to a low, seductive whisper, then you're seriously underestimating me, my sexy maid. Celestia's face flushed a deep crimson, and she instinctively quickened her pace, trying to put some distance between them. Her heart raced, and she could feel a tingle of heat pooling inside her. Damn it! He's getting more dangerous by the day, she thought. Her body betraying her composure as she trembled under the weight of his voice. Aether chuckled softly at her reaction, his mood lightening momentarily before his focus returned. He soon arrived at the usual restaurant where he, Talia, and Raven often met to discuss matters of importance. What's your plan? Celestia asked, casting a quick glance toward the two women seated inside. Talia and Raven wore serious expressions, a palpable tension hanging between them. Aether followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of their somber faces. Guilt was written plainly across their features. He smirked, shrugging nonchalantly. Nothing. Go fetch the carriage, he instructed as he stepped forward. Inside, Raven's soft voice broke the silence. Do you think he'll come? There was a distinct note of guilt in her words. Talia sighed heavily, her frustration evident. I'm not sure. I've been trying to reach him, but it seems he's been out of reach, likely with his master. Raven nodded, biting her lip anxiously. But even if he were here. Talia added, her voice growing quiet, I doubt he'd want to see us after what we did. Raven winced, the weight of regret sinking deeper into her heart, and maybe we shouldn't have pushed him so hard. She muttered, guilt gnawing at her conscience. She had tried to manipulate Aether's feelings for her, to take advantage of the pure affection he had shown. How far have I fallen, she wondered, a sinking feeling of shame settling in. Yet, despite her guilt, she knew, like it or not, that it had been necessary. It was the only way to secure the future of the Phoenix bloodline. Talia let out a long sigh. Yeah. I think he really loved you, not just his blood, Lynn. Her words trailed off as her eyes widened. Sensing the sudden silence, Raven glanced toward the window, her heart skipping a beat. Aether stood outside, staring at them through the glass with a piercing intensity. His eyes held a mixture of longing and hurt, emotions that cut through the distance between them. Aether, 200 AP, 200 AP, they both shot up from their seats. Determination flooding through them. They had to ask for his forgiveness. They had to make things right, but just as they moved to the door, a carriage passed by, momentarily obstructing their view. When the carriage cleared, Aether was gone. He's gone. Talia gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Did we imagine him? Raven whispered, her body trembling as she recalled the look in his eyes, the sadness, the pain, and that faint, trembling smile. Guilt surged through her, nearly overwhelming. 200 AP. Meanwhile, Aether sat inside the carriage, gazing out at the passing scenery. when he noticed Celestia's amused expression beside him. Why didn't you confront them? You had the perfect opportunity. Especially with how little bit of emotionally unstable they seemed, Celestia asked, her curiosity piqued as she studied Aether's calm demeanor. Aether leaned as he asked, emotionally, unstable, before that, little. Ha! Celestia nodded in understanding. Aether let out a sigh, a sly smile tugging at his lips. Yes, but not enough, right now, I need them even more unstable. Their guilt is a powerful weapon, and it will eat them alive from the inside out. The more they believe they've hurt me or tried to manipulate my feelings, the worse it'll get for them. Whatever they're scheming, they'll feel it back tenfold. That guilt will suffocate them. His voice grew colder. Sharper as he stared ahead, calculating his next move. Celestia watched him in silence, her eyes narrowing as if trying to gauge the depth of his plans. Aether's smirk faded, and he let out a half-hearted chuckle. Looks like I've become a heartless monster. Before he could finish, Celestia gently placed her hand over his mouth, silencing him. She leaned closer, her voice soft but firm. If there's a heartless monster here, it's me. Not you. Her gaze held a fierceness that surprised even Aether. You're doing what's necessary. And believe me, one day, they'll understand that. Aether's smile returned, but this time, it was more genuine. He pulled Celestia into a tight embrace. Meanwhile, back at the academy, look at this. Aquilina announced proudly as she stood in Aria's room, rolling up her sleeve to reveal a newly etched tattoo on her forearm. Aria's eyes blankly stared at the tattoo, her expression unreadable. She remained silent, seeing no reaction. Aquilina's grin widened, as if sensing victory. Foo, poor you. What can I say? He loves me so much more than he loves you, she taunted, her tone dripping with smugness, but Aria didn't rise to the bait. Inside, her mind was working swiftly. So, she's a target too, she thought, piecing together the puzzle. Aether had refused to reveal who exactly he needed to save, mentioning only that there were 10 people. If Aquilina's one of them, then that leaves 8 more mysterious bitches he needed to save, and then he will finally get free from the eternal slave. Aria, too, an understanding woman, though she wanted to argue with him that he would let other bitch just die, but saving them would help his freedom. She understood the bigger picture, so no matter how much it pained her, Aria had to accept that painful truth. Reluctantly. Bitterly. But it was the only path forward. Aquilina, however, mistook Aria's silence for surrender. She let out a dramatic sigh, feigning exhaustion. Damn, he didn't even let me sleep all night, she said, rubbing her back as if sore from her supposed triumph. Snap, Aria's patience finally snapped. In an instant, she leapt at Aquilina, tackling her to the ground. You bitch, she shouted, initiating what could only be described as a friendly fight, though there was nothing friendly about it. At the same time, elsewhere in the academy, so Aether just randomly came up to you, hugged you out of the blue, and told you he was sorry. And that he was proud of you? Leora asked, her brow furrowed in disbelief as she listened to her son's account. Kalen nodded awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Why yeah, mother. It caught me off guard. He was different. Emotional, almost like he thought I was going to die or something. I couldn't make sense of it. So I figured maybe you did something, or he told you something I don't know about. He sounded genuinely confused, still grappling with Aether's sudden outburst of affection. Leora's expression remained unreadable as she processed her son's words. Something is definitely going on with my husband, she thought, though she kept her suspicions to herself. Stay updated via Empire. Did he say anything else? She asked, her voice calm but laced with curiosity. Kalen paused, thinking for a moment. Then, with a chuckle, he recalled, yeah, he said, if you die again, I'll definitely come and kill you. Ha ha ha. Can you imagine? How could he kill me after I'm already dead? It's funny that him father talk like that. He laughed, finding the statement absurd, though his amusement quickly faded as he noticed the serious expression on his mother's face. Leora stood up abruptly, her lips curling into a dangerous smile. Looks like someone needs more training, she said ominously. Kalen's heart sank. His instincts screamed at him to run, but before he could even think, he turned on his heel and bolted for the door. Unfortunately for him, Leora was far quicker. With ease, she grabbed his tail and yanked him back, dragging him across the floor like a helpless dog. "No! Help me from this monster, Eric!" Kaylin's screams echoed through the academy halls as construction workers, Dark Fong tribe that helping the academy, nearby glanced over. Chuckling at the scene before returning to their work, completely unfazed as if they were used to this. Chapter 470 Filthy Rich. Part 1, This is the place, right? Aether, now wearing a sleek rabbit mask, stepped out of the carriage and took a moment to observe the massive building before him. It was bustling with activity, people moving in and out, carrying large packages, creating an air of urgency around the structure. Rosevear Private Transport Company. Aether mumbled as his eyes traced the bold lettering on the board. His gaze shifted to Celestia, who stood beside him, dressed in a form-fitting black suit that completely covered her body. "Is this it? Didn't she work for an auction company?" he asked. His voice curious, Celestia shook her head slightly. "No, that's just one of her businesses," she corrected, a hint of amusement in her tone. Aether raised an eyebrow. "One of her companies? Find your next adventure on Empire." Celestia chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with surprise. "To be honest, when you first showed me that visiting card, I was shocked. Not many people have the privilege of being in contact with her. This company is massive, Aether, it operates in nearly every empire. And you, somehow, you've secured a direct connection with the CEO herself. I'm not sure whether it's your luck that you met her, or her luck that she recognized your talent before anyone else did." Aether nodded, only half listening, his thoughts drifting for a moment. His eyes scanned the building, and he could feel the intensity of the work happening inside, the urgency in the air. As they stepped through the large glass doors, inside, it was a whirlwind of activity. Employees dashed back and forth, their movements hurried, as if even the slightest delay could cost them everything. The sound of rapid footsteps and urgent conversations filled the space. Aether smiled to himself, the scene reminding him of a time when he too had been in such chaotic environments. He and Celestia made their way to the reception desk. "Excuse me?" Celestia called, her voice clear and authoritative. The receptionist, a young woman with a tired expression, glanced up from her desk, her frown deepening as she took in the sight of the unusual pair. "Yes?" she asked, her tone slightly impatient. Celestia leaned in slightly, keeping her tone polite but firm. "We have an appointment with your CEO. His name is Lackey," she said, holding up the visiting card for emphasis. The receptionist's frown deepened further as she inspected the card. Without a word, she made a quick call, speaking quietly into the phone before turning back to Celestia. "Please take a seat. Our CEO is in a meeting right now." Celestia's eyes narrowed, but she nodded and moved to the seating area. Aether followed silently. Sitting down on a plush sofa, his eyes casually drifting around the room as he observed the busy office. "Hello?" A voice interrupted Aether's thoughts. Aether turned his head and saw a handsome man sitting across from him, smiling pleasantly. The man looked polished and confident, but there was something off about him. His smile was a little too forced. "Are you waiting to meet the CEO as well?" the man asked, his tone casual but probing. "You too?" the man nodded, his smile widening as if he'd just found a companion in his frustration. "Yeah, I've been waiting here for over an hour now. No updates, no information. I think they're just trying to keep us waiting to make us desperate." Aether raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Is that so?" the man leaned in slightly, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. "Yes, they do that sometimes. Treat us like we're insignificant. But we're not, right? I think we should demand answers. Show them we won't be treated like this," he added, his voice laced with subtle annoyance. Celestia, having overheard the conversation, glanced sharply at the receptionist, who had been keeping an eye on them but quickly turned away. Her frown deepened, and she was about to stand up and confront the receptionist when, "No need," Aether said calmly, raising a hand to stop her. He crossed one leg over the other and leaned back in his seat, casting a casual glance at the man across from him. We just arrived. If you have a problem, you should take it up with them yourself. We're fine waiting. The man's smile faltered for just a second, but he quickly recovered, shrugging with a nonchalant grin. I see. My apologies, sir. I thought we could help each other out, but, fine by me. His tone was light, but the slight edge in his voice betrayed his frustration. Aether smirked inwardly. He had encountered this type before, people who tried to manipulate situations to their advantage while keeping themselves safe. They pushed others to make demands or take risks, all while they sat back, waiting to benefit from the fallout. Celestia, sensing the tension beneath the surface, shot a warning glance at the man, who merely smiled back, pretending to be unbothered. Aether, however, chuckled inwardly, amused by the handsome man's transparent attempt at manipulation. Though his face remained friendly, Aether could feel the disdain and anger bubbling beneath the man's mask of calm. 30 minutes had passed, and the tension in the reception area was palpable. Celestia's glare remained fixed on the receptionist, while the handsome man across the room wore a small, smug smile as if reveling in the fact that nothing was happening. Aether, finally losing his patience, sighed and approached the receptionist. Will your CEO be meeting with us or not? The receptionist frowned, her expression hardening. She's not someone you can meet so easily. If you can't wait for half an hour, sir, you're free to leave. Instead of getting angry, Aether's voice remained calm. Did you even inform her that I've arrived? I'm pretty sure my maid reached out ahead of time. The receptionist, rather than checking any records, crossed her arms and shot back. Look, a lot of people come here claiming they have appointments with our CEO, showing us all kinds of fake cards and telling lies. Celestia's hand instinctively moved towards her sword, her face darkening with anger, but Aether raised a hand to stop her. He smiled slightly and spoke with calculated politeness. If you think the card is fake, then I must have met a fake CEO as well. My apologies for wasting your time. He turned and started walking towards the exit. Celestia, visibly frustrated, followed him. Lackey, wait. She clearly didn't inform her. Should I look for her myself? Her tone was laced with irritation. Aether shook his head. Do you know what I admire about the Pyra Empire? Celestia paused, thinking for a moment before answering. Their abundant raw arcanium materials. Aether's eyebrow twitched, and he gave her a sideways glance. Yes, that too. But more importantly, their loyalty to the Lizard Emperor. No matter how he rules, through terror or love, his people are unwaveringly loyal. They uphold the empire with absolute dedication. Celestia tilted her head, still puzzled. And, a company should be like that too. If the employees aren't loyal, the whole structure crumbles from within. It doesn't need an external enemy to fall, the employees will destroy it themselves. I can't partner with a company that lacks that kind of loyalty. Aether's voice was serious. He wasn't just frustrated by the receptionist's rudeness. He was thinking ahead. If the staff in the core branch behaved this way, what about those in the countless sub-branches? Could he trust this company to handle his projects, knowing that such carelessness might extend across their entire operation? Aether turned to Celestia. Is there another company we can work with? It doesn't need to be famous. Loyalty and a fair partnership are all I care about. Celestia thought for a moment before starting. There is another compa. There's no need for that. A soft yet commanding voice suddenly interrupted her. Both Aether and Celestia turned toward the source of the voice. Walking towards them was a chubby woman. Her soft rose-pink hair cascaded down in elegant waves, perfectly framing her chubby, radiant face. Her mesmerizing pink eyes, flecked with amethyst, sparkled with a mix of warmth and intelligence. She was dressed in a luxurious, form-fitting gown of deep purples and pinks that hugged her full, rounded figure with confidence. Minimal yet striking jewelry adorned her, enhancing her natural beauty without overshadowing it. Image and comment. Her presence was calm and yet confident, and with a lovely smile that made man's heart skip a beat. Forgive me, Mr. Lackey, she said, her voice smooth and soothing, as if she could dissolve tension with a single word. Please allow me another chance. Her gaze was steady, a look of genuine sincerity in her eyes. Chapter 471 Filthy Rich. Part 2. In a lavish office room, the CEO of Roosevelt Private Transport Company, gestured towards the chairs, her elegant hand motion as inviting as her soft demeanor. "Please, have a seat, Mr. Lackey," she said, her pink eyes watching carefully. Aether, still wearing his rabbit mask, and Celestia sat down without a word. The tension in the air was palpable. The pink-haired woman, sensing the cold distance between them, sighed inwardly. She let out an awkward chuckle. "I understand you're disappointed, Mr. Lackey, but please believe me, I meant no harm." Her words hung in the air, but Aether and Celestia remained silent, turning her gaze toward Celestia. The woman softened her tone further. "I recall meeting you 3 weeks ago when you first mentioned Mr. Lackey. I immediately received you right. Do you truly believe I would leave him waiting like this, knowing he had come to see me?" "Believe me, the receptionist didn't inform me." Celestia blinked, glancing at Aether before nodding in acknowledgement. Her quiet confirmation prompted Aether to finally speak, but not before an inward smile crept across his face. "Business is about maintaining a certain push and pull character," he mused, with a small cough. Aether straightened. "I am not disappointed in you, Mess. Your next chapter is on Empire." Celestia's voice echoed telepathically in Aether's mind. /Amara Roosevelt, / Aether continued smoothly. "Ms. Amara Roosevelt, then what seems to be the issue?" Amara asked, her voice calm yet tinged with curiosity. Aether's expression turned thoughtful as he responded, "I'm simply having second thoughts about our partnership." Amara flinched slightly at the unexpected remark. 3 weeks earlier, after Aether had returned to the academy, he had sent Celestia to Amara with proposals for unique and innovative products. However, Amara had been less than impressed at the time, annoyed by the fact that a maid had come in place of the owner. Her initial reaction had been to cancel any potential partnership outright, but, when Amara heard the details of the products, revolutionary items like the Wind Charm, a hand fan powered by magic, the Frost Rune, a magical refrigerator, the Echo Crystal, a sound amplifier, and the Cleanse Brush, a toothbrush powered by enchantments and crystals, she had realized just how groundbreaking this technology could be. The potential to change entire industries had been undeniable, and she couldn't let this opportunity slip through her fingers. Clearing her throat, Amara's tone softened. "Please, Mr. Lackey, give us one more chance. I assure you, I'll make things right." Aether stared blankly at Amara, carefully hiding his amusement. As much as he wanted to proceed, this was a moment too valuable to waste. Negotiation was an art, and he was not going to pass up the chance for better terms. After a pause, Aether finally nodded. "Fine," Amara sighed in relief, but before she could celebrate, Aether added with a soft yet confident tone, "However, I believe some compensation is in order, don't you think?" Amara's lips twitched as she tried to hide her frustration. "I see. Shall we begin the negotiations, then?" Aether nodded again, handing her a list. "These are the current items available for sale, along with their rates." Amara took the list and raised her eyebrows in surprise. The prices were hefty, to say the least. She studied Aether closely, noting his aura of calm confidence. "He's different, more mature than I expected," she thought as her face became more serious. After what felt like an eternity of back and forth, the negotiation finally ended. Amara sat back in her chair, exhausted. Her throat was dry from speaking so much, and she gulped down a glass of water while staring at Aether, who remained composed as if the grueling process hadn't affected him at all. "This guy, he's not normal," Amara thought, rubbing her temples. "It's like he's been in this business for years." Even Celestia, who had been quiet throughout the meeting, telepathically remarked to Aether, "You're really good at this, / Aether smirked slightly. "Well, I did work as a salesperson for a long time." There was pride in his tone, but inwardly, he too was impressed by Amara's skill. "No wonder she's at the top," he thought with satisfaction, and yet, despite her prowess, Amara had conceded to a 5% loss, all due to her receptionist's mistake. As the atmosphere shifted towards a more amicable tone, Amara seized the opportunity to draw closer to Aether. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she gestured toward Celestia. "She nearly gave me a heart attack when she appeared, dressed like that. I genuinely thought someone had come to assassinate me. How funny it is that she claimed to come because of you." Aether chuckled lightly in response. Forgive me for not being there in person, I've been busy creating products and barely had a moment to spare. Amara trembled with laughter. No need for apologies. For a creator like you, time is of the essence. Aether nodded knowingly, aware of the underlying intentions in her words. Amara carefully broached the subject. I understand you have your reasons for hiding your identity, but could I at least know your true name? Aether flashed a smile. My name is indeed Lackey. Amara sighed, a hint of skepticism coloring her tone. Right. Should I write the contract in that name, then? Without hesitation, Aether nodded. Amara's expression shifted, recognizing that Aether was not yet ready to reveal his true identity. Well, I'll need to earn his trust gradually, she thought, preparing to sign the contract when Amara. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man accompanied by a handsome younger man. Grandfather? Amara mumbled, her expression morphing from surprise to disgust as she saw the handsome man. The old man, Julian's fury was palpable. How dare you keep your fiancé waiting all day? Amara shot back, her tone firm. I am in a meeting right now, grandfather. Please leave. Ignoring her protests, Julian turned his gaze to Aether. Could you wait outside, sir? It was clear that he didn't recognize Aether. Aether glanced at Amara, who shook her head subtly. I cannot, sir, as I am. Before Aether could finish, the handsome man interjected, take this money and get out. He threw a bundle of money at Aether's face, which Celestia caught mid-air, glaring dangerously at him. With an indifferent tone, Aether remarked, this is the second time you've mistreated me, Amara Rosevere. Even if Amara didn't feel the need to retaliate, Aether wouldn't miss the chance to turn this situation to his advantage. Money was still money. Amara gritted her teeth, her patience waning. Guards, she shouted. Immediately, a group of armored guards stormed into the room. Amara pointed at Julian and the handsome man. The guards hesitated, but sensing the danger, they swiftly escorted the handsome man out while respectfully bowing their heads to Julian. Julian glared at Aether, frustration etched on his face as he exited the room. Once the chaos subsided, Amara sighed, awkwardly breaking the tension. Family drama. Haha. She pushed the contract towards Aether, who nodded and signed it. With a flourish, Amara handed over a crystalline, transparent card inscribed with Rosevere Private Bank above Aether's pseudonym, Lackey. This card is called debit card, which will grant you access to money that is deposited in the bank account without needing money. Just pour your energy into it, and it will record your energy signature, accessible only by you. Following her instructions, Aether poured his arcane energy into the card. It transformed into a deep black hue with intricate white markings. Well, see you later. Amara said, but Aether interrupted, it seems you've forgotten something. Here. He revealed the final product he had created specifically for her. Amara's eyes lit up with joy as she realized Aether had passed her test. He had given her the product without her asking or begging, making their business relationship even more promising. As she poured her arcane energy into the crystal, her mouth fell open in awe. Wow wow! Flames in 7 vibrant colors erupted from the crystal, mesmerizing her. This. She struggled to find the words, astonished by the extraordinary display. I can't believe it. It's gorgeous. Looking up at Aether, she spoke with newfound respect. I don't think the previous amount would be enough for it's fine, Aether interjected warmly. You helped me when I needed money, so consider this a token of our new friendship. Amara couldn't help but smile at his words. 100 AP, Chapter 472 Filthy Rich Part 3, Please forgive me, madam. The receptionist's voice cracked as she sobbed uncontrollably. Aether, Celestia, and Amara had just stepped outside when she broke down, restrained by the guards. Amara's expression hardened as she glared at the receptionist. You had one job, and yet you betrayed me. Have you ever struggled for money? The receptionist cried even harder, desperation evident in her every word. Please. Forgive me. I didn't mean to. I was forced, she pleaded, her tears streaming down her face. Amara, exasperated, shook her head and turned to Aether and Celestia. Please, don't mind her, she said, motioning for them to continue. Aether shrugged indifferently, but then, you motherfucker. The sudden outburst made Aether stop in his tracks. He turned around to see the receptionist screaming at the same handsome man standing beside Julian, "It's because of you. I lost my job because of you, you asshole," she yelled in a voice raw with pain and frustration. Amara's frown deepened as she turned to the handsome man, who fired back, "What the hell are you talking about? How dare you speak to me like that?" He then turned to Julian, adding with disgust, "Is this how I'm going to be treated after the marriage?" Julian's face paled. He swiftly ordered the guards, "Get her out of here." As the guards began to drag her away, the receptionist's desperate cries echoed through the corridor, "Madam, please. He threatened me. Sob, sob. He told me not to let anyone through unless he was allowed in first. Please, believe me, he said he'd torture and fire me once he married you. I was terrified. Please, madam." Her voice cracked with desperation. Amara's blank stare shifted between the receptionist and the man, Henry, who looked at Julian with disbelief. "I can't believe you're even listening to some random receptionist who'd do anything for money." Henry spat. His tone condescending. Julian, sensing the growing tension, tried to calm the situation. "Mr. Henry, please, no one is taking her seriously. Let's not make this into something it's not." He patted Henry's shoulder, yet, Henry snorted as he looked at Amara and said, "But she seems to taking it seriously." Julian looked at Amara and said sternly, "Amara, let's not create a scene. We can't be sure whether she's telling the truth, but either way, she betrayed you. It's best to remove her." But Amara remained silent, her gaze fixed on Henry, whose smug smile only deepened. Aether, who had been observing quietly, turned his attention to the trembling receptionist. Her fate now rested in Amara's hands. And she knew it. His gaze shifted to Amara, then to Henry, and a small grin spread across his face. Celestia noticed this shift and thought, "Oh, great. He's cooking up something." Aether stepped closer to Amara and spoke softly, "Ms. Amara, if you don't mind, could I say something?" Amara snapped out of her trance and nodded, "Well. Yes, you have every right to speak in this matter." Aether walked toward the trembling receptionist, motioning for the guards to move aside. They hesitated for a moment but looked to Amara, who gave a slight nod. Reluctantly, they released her. The receptionist collapsed, thud, 10 AP, before she could fully fall. Aether caught her, pulling her up gently. His voice was warm as he asked, "Are you all right, my lady?" The receptionist, clutching his shirt for support, nodded weakly, her hope reignited. She looked at him, as though believing he might be her only lifeline. 10 AP, please forgive me, sir. I didn't mean to be rude to you. It's just that. I was, hey. Calm down, Aether interrupted gently, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I don't hold grudges against someone who's been tricked by some loser. Henry's face flushed with fury. How dare you call me a... Before Henry could finish, Aether cut him off, his masked face revealing a small smile. It's not like I was talking about you, right? Henry, taken aback, swallowed his words and nodded stiffly. Why yes, of course not. Aether chuckled softly, then turned back to the receptionist, his voice calm and kind. It's all right. He gave her shoulder a comforting pat before turning to Amara. Would you give her another chance? 100 AP, the receptionist blinked, her teary eyes widening in disbelief. Aether was advocating for her, despite everything. Amara frowned. Would you give back the 5%? She asked bluntly. Financial loss. The receptionist's mistake had cost her, but she wasn't going to lose this chance. In the end, everything was business. Aether's lips curled into a knowing smirk. He had anticipated this moment. Yes, he said, without hesitation, surprising everyone around, including Celestia. Aether smirked inwardly. He knew this was going to happen. Yes, he nodded, making surprise everyone. Even Celestia was surprised. Experience more tales on Empire. Celestia's thoughts buzzed with curiosity. /Aether, / it's fine / Aether smiled as he turned to the receptionist. You've been given another chance, lady. The receptionist stood frozen, her mind reeling from the surreal turn of events. Did he just give up money for me? Even though I was rude to him? 200 AP, 300 AP, 400 AP, 500 AP, Aether leaned in closer, his voice a soft whisper in her ear, make sure you make good use of it. Don't betray that trust again, got it? He lifted his mask just enough to reveal a piercing gaze of icy blue eyes that cut straight through her. Her heart raced, skipping a beat, ba-dump. The intensity in his eyes left her momentarily breathless as she blankly stared at him. 1000 AP, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, Aether, satisfied with her reaction, lowered his mask back into place and stepped away, turning toward the exit with a cool, confident smile. Amara and the others watched silently as Aether left, their minds still processing the whirlwind of events. Henry, meanwhile, clenched his fists, glaring at Aether's retreating figure, anger seething beneath his facade. Later, as they walked down the street, Celestia turned to Aether with a raised eyebrow. So, what now? Aether's grin was wide and smug. First, I want the girl to spy for us. Celestia's eyes widened in surprise. You're serious? As she understood what Aether was thinking, absolutely. Aether's voice was matter-of-fact. This is business, Celestia. In a world where money runs everything and it plays very well, we need to be ahead of the game. Someone might try to stab us in the back any day. We need someone on the inside. Celestia listened carefully, understanding the full scope of his plan. Aether continued, tell her that all she needs to do is spy on Rosevere household. But don't mention my name. Say you are doing it for my safety, that I'm too naive, too trusting, and fell for her sob story without knowing whether she was telling the truth. I am just a naive innocent guy. As he winked at her, Celestia blinked, stunned by the audacity of his words. Naive? She couldn't help but think to herself, this man is anything but naive. Even she fell for his innocence before. Aether caught her skeptical glance and grinned, and keep an eye on Henry. I want to know his details. He'll be a pain in our butt. Take one of my clones with you. With a snap of his fingers, a clone of Aether materialized beside Celestia. Got it, she nodded, disappearing into thin air along with the clone. Aether stood still for a moment, amused by how easily Celestia could vanish. Even at her level, I still can't sense her movements. It seems power alone isn't everything that makes someone unique. Aether chuckled to himself before slipping into a dark alley. Moments later, he emerged, now disguised as Victor, but completely. He reached into his coat and pulled out the crystalline black with small white thread debit card Amara had given him. Staring at it with satisfaction, his lips slowly curled into a wicked grin. Money, money, money. Money. Hamaya. He. Aether bellowed with uncontainable glee, his voice echoing down the street. Passers-by turned their heads, startled by the outburst, instinctively moving away from the eccentric figure. Fuck yeah, bitches. I'm fucking filthy rich. He continued, his excitement barely contained. He got an enormous generous amount. He's surely going to spend to his heart content. Ha ha ha. In the end, Aether had to admit, money really could buy happiness for everyone. Chapter 473. Meeting Stella after a long time. Didn't end well. After shouting like a madman, Victor stormed into a high-end restaurant, his steps exaggerated and arrogant, as if he owned the very ground he walked on. His aura radiated a cold, almost unnatural energy, like he was literally releasing ice from his body, chilling the air around him. The guards at the entrance and the receptionist stationed by the door didn't even consider questioning him. They knew better than to block someone who looked like they could freeze them with just a glance, and just by his clothes and arrogant nature they knew it was one of those powerful young masters. Bowing their heads submissively, they let him pass without so much as a word. Victor smirked to himself, satisfaction swelling in his chest. He strode confidently to a table by the window, taking a seat with a perfect view of the outside world. He relaxed into the chair, crossing his legs as he gazed out, taking in the vibrant cityscape. Moments later, a nervous waiter approached. His hands clasped in front of him. Good evening, sir. What may I get for you today? His voice was laced with respect, though Victor noticed the slight tremor. Victor didn't even glance up. His eyes remained fixed on the outside view as he asked in a bored, almost dismissive tone, "What's the most expensive dish you serve here?" The waiter hesitated only for a split second before responding with well-practiced efficiency, "That would be the Grand Velas tacos, sir." Victor finally turned his head, casting a disinterested look at the waiter. "Bring that," he said, waving his hand dismissively as if this was a trivial matter. The waiter nodded quickly, relieved to have the order. "Right away, sir." He scurried off, eager to fulfill the request as fast as possible. As he waited, Victor leaned back in his chair, a smug smile playing on his lips. His eyes swept across the room, observing the other diners. Many of them had been sneaking glances at him, curious and perhaps a little intimidated. But the moment he locked eyes with any of them, they immediately looked away, pretending to be deeply engrossed in their meals or conversations. Hee. His soft, low chuckle echoed in the room, unsettling everyone within earshot. He could practically feel the tension rising as people shifted uncomfortably in their seats. To be honest, it's not like Victor was a spendthrift-like. He wasn't the type to throw his money around recklessly. He wasn't one of those wasteful heirs who splurged for the sake of it. But today he just wanted to live like one of those arrogant, pompous young masters. Just once, like in the novels, he wanted to indulge in that cliché. He wasn't gambling it away like others, right? It's not like I'm wasting money at a casino or blowing it on something stupid, he thought to himself. I'm buying food. And an expensive meal is worth it, right? As the kitchen worked on his extravagant order, another waiter arrived with a bottle of fine wine. He poured a glass and set it on the table. But Victor's eyes narrowed as he looked at it. "No wine," he said, his voice curt and final. "Bring me juice instead." The waiter blinked, momentarily taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected such a request from a man who had just ordered the most expensive dish in the restaurant. However, after a brief pause, he quickly nodded and hurried off to fulfill the unusual request. Victor leaned back once more, sighing internally. "I wish I had the skill to purify alcohol from my body instantly," he mused, imagining how convenient that would be. Then I wouldn't have to deal with all this nonsense. After what felt like an eternity but was really only about half an hour, the first waiter finally returned, carefully carrying a beautifully plated dish. With a flourish, he set it down in front of Victor. "Your Grand Velas tacos, sir. Please enjoy." Victor's eyes widened slightly as he stared at the dish. It was small, far smaller than he had expected. The plate, artfully arranged, looked more like a piece of minimalist artwork than a meal. He couldn't help but gulp, feeling a pit form in his stomach. He cast a quick glance at the waiter, who was standing nearby, eagerly awaiting his reaction. Clearly, they expected praise, admiration, and compliments. Victor forced a smile. Well, some gourmet dishes are like that. Small but packed with flavor, he reassured himself, trying to ignore the fact that this portion wouldn't even be enough to fill a child. Let alone a grown man. With deliberate elegance, Victor took his first bite. The creamy texture of the sauce spread across his tongue, and he nodded. Tasty," he muttered. The waiter exhaled in relief and turned to leave, convinced he had done a good job. But before he could walk away, Victor suddenly asked, "How much is this dish?" The waiter turned back, a proud smile on his face. "Just 100,000, sir," he said confidently. "You see, the ingredients are sourced from various distant empires, and the preparation requires a high level of expertise. Why, young master? Are you crying?" Victor's eyes widened as he felt the tears welling up behind his mask. "Damn it. Ahem." He cleared his throat and quickly wiped his eyes, trying to regain his composure. It's nothing. The taste just reminded me of my mother's cooking. It's very nostalgic, that's all." The waiter's expression softened, his admiration deepening. "Of course, sir. I'm glad to hear it. Please, enjoy your meal." He bowed even lower, clearly convinced that he had just witnessed a touching moment. As soon as the waiter left, Victor's forced smile dropped, replaced by a look of utter horror. Inside, he was screaming, "Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry," but it was too late. His tears falling down. 100,000. For this shit? Oh my fucking god, this is the worst thing I've ever eaten. What kind of monstrosity did I just waste my money on, he thought. The disbelief hitting him like a punch to the gut. Oh my fucking goodness. Don't cry, as soon as he had taken that first bite, his only thought was, yeah, he didn't like the food at all. He had asked for the price out of small fear, but now he was trapped as his fear came true, knowing he had paid a fortune for something so revolting. Much more, he forced another bite down, his body practically revolting against him. I have to finish this. I paid a fortune for it. Celestia would kill me if she knew what I did. I can't just leave it. My fucking money. He regretted it now. With trembling lips, he chewed and swallowed, each bite more painful than the last. Am I being punished for indulging myself? He wondered miserably. Is this my karmic retribution for trying to live like one of those rich, arrogant young masters? As he wallowed in his despair, his eyes drifted to the window, and then he froze. Fuck, he screamed, startling everyone around him. Outside, a gray-haired girl was pressed against the glass, her face smushed against it as drool dripped from her lips. Her gray eyes were glued to his plate, filled with hunger and desire. Estella? Victor muttered, barely believing what he was seeing. 10,000 AP, Stella grinned, flashing him a thumbs up from the other side of the window. This is really delicious, Eth, ahem. Stella quickly glanced up, blinking innocently as she stuffed the 100,000 food into her mouth like it was nothing. Oh. V. Victor, right? She said as if she hadn't just called him by another name. Her eyes twinkled with playful innocence, even as she casually devoured the expensive meal. Victor stared at her, completely blank. Stella had appeared out of nowhere, and even though he was in disguise, she had identified him as easily as if he were wearing a name tag. He sighed in exasperation, running a hand through his hair. How did you find me? He asked, already knowing it was probably something annoyingly simple. Stella smiled softly, pointing a delicate finger at his white inner shirt. My sister's enchantment, she said, as if that explained everything. Oh. Victor nodded, his shoulders slumping slightly in resignation. Of course, it was something as ridiculous as that. He scratched his head awkwardly, trying to regain his composure. So. How are you? It's been a while, hasn't it? At his question, Stella paused mid-bite, her gaze locking onto his with those large, innocent gray eyes of hers. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a soft smile curled at the corners of her lips. Yes, it has been a while, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. How are you, Victor, 10,000 AP, Victor shook his head slightly at the notification. A small smirk tugging at his lips. He was getting used to these by now. In a way, he even felt like he deserved this strange affection she had for him. It no longer bothered him as it once did. He wondered why. I'm fine, he replied, his eyes lingering on hers. Stella's gray eyes shimmered with a gentle innocence, a stark contrast to someone else he knew. Her blush deepened as she lowered her head shyly, clearly flustered under his gaze. Victor's smirk widened, amusement bubbling inside him as he decided to indulge in a bit of conversation. So. How's life been? What brings you here? He asked, his tone soft, almost teasing. Stella didn't meet his eyes as she continued to fiddle with the plate, her fingers tracing the edges absent-mindedly. I'm doing fine, she said quietly. Just came here to organize a few temple meetings. Although, there's a bit of an issue that some random bic, she quickly coughed, cutting herself off. Ahem, there's someone blocking my way, but I'm managing fine. Victor's brow furrowed in concern. Is someone giving you trouble? He asked, his voice taking on a sharper, more protective edge. 10,000 AP, Stella's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of pink as she quickly shook her head. Oh, of course not. Are you sure? Stella puffed out her cheeks slightly, her lips curling into a pout. Yes, I am. Stop worrying so much, she said, trying to sound stern but failing miserably. Her smile softened almost immediately as she leaned a little closer to him, her gaze tender. You haven't changed that much. Really, you're such a worrywart, she teased, though her voice was warm with affection. But. How are you doing? Victor leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest. Well, I'm doing fine. I heard you and Helena are dating. her voice, once soft and sweet, suddenly turned cold. It was like a switch had flipped. Victor froze, flinching as the entire atmosphere around them shifted. The once innocent and gentle Stella was replaced by someone darker, and more intense. Her gray eyes, previously warm, now stared at him with a chilling, almost emotionless gaze. The temperature in the restaurant seemed to drop several degrees. The others in the restaurant stiffened, sensing the sudden shift. Everyone glanced nervously at Stella, clearly wondering what this young master had done to upset such a beautiful girl. Enjoy exclusive content from Empire, however, hee. Victor chuckled inwardly, finding her cute little bout of jealousy amusing. She's adorable, he thought with a wide grin, but then blinked, suddenly feeling that something was off. Why am I enjoying this so much? As he continued to observe her, the intensity of her jealous reaction only made his lips curl into an even broader smile. There's definitely something wrong with me, he mused, though the warmth growing inside him suggested otherwise. Finally, he decided to respond. Well, yeah, he said with deliberate slowness, watching her reaction closely. BBBOMM. Chapter 474. Stella is shy and cute. Stella, Victor called out calmly, despite the unmistakable aura of murderous intent radiating from her. His voice was composed, as though the dangerous energy she was giving off was nothing but a passing breeze. But it wasn't Victor who was the real source of that seething rage, it was Stella herself, overtaken by the storm of her emotions. Victor's eyes swept over the restaurant. The others were frozen in their seats, terror etched on their faces. He smirked inwardly as his gaze returned to the furious Stella before him. Small and cute, but a jealous woman is always dangerous, he thought, shaking his head slightly. He gently took her hand. His touch light but firm. Stella, he murmured, his voice soothing, calm down. Her eyes flickered, her brows knitting together as she came back to herself. Damn it. I let my feelings get the better of me again, she chastised herself, feeling the heat rise to her cheeks, yet, her anger still simmered under the surface. Her glare, sharp and unwavering, cut through the air between them. I hope you enjoy your life, she hissed, the anger in her voice unmistakable. Without waiting for a reply, she bit down on the last remaining of her meal, pushed her chair back with a loud scrape, and stormed toward the exit. Victor sighed, watching her retreating figure. At least the food didn't go to waste, he thought wryly, then turned to address the other diners, who were still staring wide-eyed in his direction. He held up his hands in a calming gesture, his voice casual. It's fine, everyone. Really, nothing to worry about. But the fear in their eyes lingered, their gazes fixed on something. Behind him, frowning, Victor turned slowly, already guessing what, or rather, who, he'd find. Sure enough, there she was. Stella, standing with her arms crossed and an almost childish pout on her face, her foot tapping impatiently. Are you seriously just going to let me walk out like that? Victor chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Of course not, he said, his tone playful yet understanding. I know you, Stella. No matter how mad you get, you never truly leave. You always come back to me. I still remember how you came back again for me. She rolled her eyes, though there was a faint smile tugging at her lips. Humph, don't get cocky, she muttered, but there was no real anger in her words anymore. After a beat, she glanced at the table, her voice softening just a touch. I want another serving, of what you ate earlier. I ate? Victor blinked, genuinely taken aback. Wait. You want that again? He stared at her, his mind racing. Is she serious? Does she actually like that stuff? He kept his thoughts to himself, but inwardly, he was baffled. A faint blush colored Stella's cheeks. Why yes, I'm serious. You're the one who ate it first, so, order it for me, she insisted, her voice growing firmer with each word. Stay updated via Empire. Victor let out a small laugh, shaking his head in amusement. All right. He motioned to the waiter, signaling for the same dish again. As they waited, Victor's expression shifted, his playful demeanor fading. I need to tell you something, he said quietly, his eyes locking onto hers with an intensity that made her pause. I'm on a mission. Stella's eyes widened slightly. A mission? Her first instinct was to brush it off as an excuse, but the look on his face stopped her. He wasn't joking, there was a weight to his words and same expression he had when he protected her. That made her heart skip a beat. He's serious, she realized, her mind racing. Without a word, she created a subtle magical barrier around them, ensuring their conversation would remain private. Leaning forward, she met his gaze, her voice low but curious. What kind of mission, Victor? You're not making this up, are you? Victor shook his head, his tone grave. No, Stella. This is real. More real than you can imagine. He paused for a moment, as if gathering his thoughts, then began to explain. His words were slow and measured, each one laced with a seriousness that made her stomach twist. The story he unfolded sounded like something out of a dark fairy tale: seduction, manipulation. Life and death stakes. By the time he finished, it felt like hours had passed, though it had only been minutes. I hope you understand now, he said, his voice soft but carrying the weight of everything he'd revealed. Not like your brainwashed sister who will kill others as soon as I finished, he thought grimly, but kept that thought to himself. Stella sat in stunned silence, her mind reeling. A mission? Seduction? Death? What the heck is going on? She felt as though the ground beneath her was slipping away. What are Arcane and Mother really up to? Her thoughts drifted to her sister, Helena, and the strange immunity she had when using her blessed powers. The pieces slowly fit. And it left a gnawing sense of unease in her chest. Despite the heavy weight of Victor's revelation, her hand moved almost automatically, lifting her fork as she absent-mindedly ate while her mind raced through the endless barrage of questions. Victor watched her, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Does she even notice what she's eating? Is that really tasty, or is my taste buds are fucked up, he thought, barely suppressing a chuckle. Just as he reached out to take a piece of food from her plate, there was a sudden thud. Stella, without thinking, yanked her plate away, hiding it protectively from him. Victor blinked, utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Even Stella seemed shocked by her own reflexes. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she stammered awkwardly, I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. She hesitantly placed the plate back in front of him, avoiding his eyes. Gee, go ahead. Victor didn't move. He stared at her, the disbelief still clear in his expression. You're a noble, right? He asked, his voice slow, as if he wasn't sure he was remembering correctly. Stella hesitated, then nodded slowly. Well, more or less, more or less. Victor frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. You either are or you aren't. There's no middle ground. Why are you acting like you never had this kind of food before? She let out an awkward laugh. Scratching the back of her neck, okay, fine. Yes, I'm a noble. But as an archpriestess, things are different. Even though my family has money, I'm not supposed to indulge in extravagant meals. It's not exactly allowed. Her eyes drifted to the food before them, a small smile on her lips. For us, a simple loaf of bread is usually more than enough. Anything extra, well, that's better spent helping others who need it. Victor nodded thoughtfully, his gaze steady on Stella. However, after a brief pause, he raised a brow and asked, if it's just your sister, the archpriestess, I can understand her following such rules. But what about you? You're not, that's not how it works. Stella interrupted hastily. Her voice rising slightly. She could feel her heart racing, and inwardly, she was sweating bullets. We're family, Victor. We follow the same traditions. It's a shared responsibility. Victor blinked, taken aback by the sudden interruption. He studied her for a moment before giving a slow nod. Family, huh? They even ready to share a husband, so I guess this whole thing is just part of their weird house traditions, or whatever the hell it is, he mused, though his expression remained neutral. Stella, relieved that her sudden outburst hadn't raised more suspicion, quickly finished the last of her meal. Once they were done, the two of them stood and left the restaurant. Please come back again. Young master. The waiter and chef shouted in unison. bowing deeply as they watched the pair depart. Hell no. Victor thought, cringing inwardly at their enthusiasm. On the outside, however, he simply smiled politely, giving them a small nod as he turned to leave. As they walked down the bustling streets, Stella tucked a lock of her gray hair behind her ear, glancing sideways at Victor. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. I'm still not entirely sure how to believe all of this, but... She trailed off, her eyes searching his face for any signs of deception. Since you're telling me this, I'll trust you. Inwardly, she wanted to scream that the entire mission thing was bullshit. That it made no sense, but she couldn't ignore what she had seen. The memory of the dark, grinning feminine figure flickered through her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. That black figure. I can't deny something's happening, she thought grimly. Aether, he's caught in a game no one understands, manipulated by forces beyond his control. That made her heart sink even further, but not knowing she had been manipulating him from the start, Victor suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze shifting to her curiously. You believe me? Why? He asked, tilting his head slightly, genuinely intrigued. Stella's cheeks flushed a deep red at the question. Why? I mean, you should know why, she stammered. Struggling to keep her composure, Victor, of course, knew why. He had a pretty good idea, but hearing it from her lips was something else entirely. He grinned, stepping closer to her. Tell me, Stella. Why do you believe me? Her blush deepened, and she took a step back, feeling the heat rise in her face. Aether. She mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper as she retreated another step, only for Victor to move forward again, closing the distance between them. 10,000 AP, her heart pounded in her chest, and her eyes fluttered shut as she felt him leaning in. Her lips instinctively pursed, waiting for the kiss she thought was coming, but nothing happened. Confused, she opened her eyes to find Victor grinning at her mischievously. Were you expecting a kiss, like the one you gave me before you disappeared? 10,000 AP, her face turned beet red, and before she could think, she smacked his shoulder with a playful shove. Be bad boy. Aether, you're such a bad boy, she shouted, her embarrassment only fueling her outburst as she quickly turned and walked ahead, trying to hide her burning cheeks. Victor chuckled, thoroughly enjoying teasing her. There was something irresistibly fun about watching this normally composed healer turn into a flustered mess. She was so different from her older sister, and that made it all the more entertaining for him, but more than that, he was genuinely glad to see her like this, to see Stella. She was, after all, the first woman who had ever made him feel something more. She had been willing to risk everything for him, even when he was nothing but a stranger. That thought alone made him smile gently as he watched her walk ahead. He decided to change his disguise before following her. Chapter 475. Was she cute now? Yes, I love Aether, Archpriestess, discover stories with Empire. Helena's words echoed relentlessly in the Archpriestess's mind, like a curse she couldn't escape. She had asked Helena for details of the Academy's destruction, expecting facts, but instead, she received a confession that shattered her world. The Archpriestess stood frozen, unable to believe what she had just heard. Her hands itched with the desire to strike, to end the life of the woman who had stolen her beloved from her, but... No, she stopped herself. She knew all too well that if she harmed Helena, it would break Aether's heart. All because that bitched her innocent Aether, killing her, would only hurt him. She whispered under her breath, her voice shaking with suppressed rage. Aether's love for Helena was undeniable now, a truth she could no longer ignore. He loved her more than Stella. More than her. That realization twisted inside her, gnawing at her sanity. How could he choose her over me? She muttered to herself, her fists clenched so tightly her nails bit into her palms. It was only the hope, the desperate hope, that Aether would come to her and tell her it was all a misunderstanding, that Helena had lied. That hope was the single thread keeping her from collapsing into madness, yet deep down, she knew better. Helena would never lie, not to her. Not to anyone. The Saintess was too innocent, too pure, too naive for that. Aether must have fallen for her, for that damned innocence. The Archpriestess thought bitterly, pacing in her chambers. It was that same sweet, untouchable charm that had drawn him to Stella in the first place. That was how she lost him. Now, upon her return to the Empire, the archpriestess tried to throw herself into her duties. She prayed to her mother god, but her thoughts constantly drifted to Aether. Is he holding her hand right now, she wondered, gripping the edge of her prayer altar? Is he taking her out on dates? Whispering sweet things in her ear? Her breath quickened. Has he kissed her? The more her mind wandered, the more her control slipped. Rage and jealousy clawed at her, each thought driving her further into a storm of emotion. She couldn't stand it anymore. I have to confront him, she decided, her voice trembling with both fury and longing. But when she sought him out, he was nowhere to be found. He had shut himself away, unreachable, since her visit to the academy wasn't an official one. She couldn't barge in uninvited. Instead, she wandered the temples and orphanages, trying to bury her obsessive thoughts by helping the less fortunate. Yet even in the temple's sacred silence, her mind was consumed with Aether, until today, after finishing her duties, she was shocked to spot Aether, disguised as Victor, eating at a fancy restaurant, far from the academy's prying eyes. Aether, she whispered, her heart skipping a beat as she moved to approach him. But then, she stopped in her tracks. No, not yet, she needed to know something first. Something had been gnawing at her, and she couldn't confront him without testing the truth herself, with a swift incantation. She transformed into Stella. She would play the role of the innocent, naive healer, just like before. At first, she feared he might hate her for leaving without a word that day. But when she saw him acting completely normal, as though nothing had changed, she felt a strange sense of relief. He's just as he always was, she thought, the tension easing slightly. Still, doubt gnawed at her. Could he really be so unaffected? But really. This food is amazing, she thought, surprised by the taste of the meal she shared with him. As the Empire's archpriestess, her role was nearly equal to that of an empress from other empires, but unlike an empress, she couldn't indulge in luxuries. Her wealth was meant to help the poor and the hungry. Extravagant meals like this were rare, reserved only for offerings given to her. Despite her high status, she'd never been allowed to indulge for herself. Yet here I am, she thought with mild amusement, swayed by the foods. But as she observed Aether, something unexpected happened. He started flirting with her, something that both surprised and amused her. He's flirting with me like this, she thought, biting back a smirk. Unlike when she met him as archpriestess, he rather avoided her and did not act like now. Must be because I am special, she thought. It was amusing, given her current form was far from her usual seductive adult self. Foo, he really hasn't changed much, has he? She mused to herself. But as the meal progressed, she decided to probe deeper, asking questions, testing him. She half expected him to lie or evade her probing, yet when he confessed, in no uncertain terms, that he loved Helena, it was like a dagger to her heart. Yeah, let's kill that bitch, she thought with sudden, searing clarity. The idea of murder flashed through her mind without hesitation. Despite being the one who raised Helena, it didn't mean she would ever accept sharing Aether's love with another woman. She was ready to end it, once and all. But then, I'm on a mission, Aether said suddenly. His voice quieter, more serious. The archpriestess froze, caught off guard. For the first time, she felt her resolve falter as she listened to him speak about his own suffering, his isolation, his loneliness. Something about it struck her, cut through her rage. Mission. Seduction. Assassination targets. The archpriestess couldn't believe what she was hearing. It sounded like a far-fetched excuse. Like bullshit, something to justify his actions, and yet, as she studied his serious expression, the faint trace of fear in his eyes, she realized it wasn't a lie. All she could think at that moment was, he's pitiful. It wasn't just that she saw him as weak or vulnerable, no. She pitied him for carrying such a heavy burden alone, with no one to confide in, no one to help ease the weight. Her heart ached, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes, but she fought to maintain her composure. What kept her calm was the way Aether looked at her, the way his eyes seemed to love her without him saying a single word. The intensity in his gaze made her heart flutter. Then, as he teased her, the tenderness in his eyes never fading, she felt a rush of happiness. In that moment, she knew, he still loved her. It was undeniable, her theory was confirmed. No matter what had happened, no matter how many other women he had been forced to seduce, Aether's love for her was still there. Burning bright. He's just forced to seduce those other bitches, that's all, she thought, feeling a wave of understanding wash over her. She wanted to offer him some help, but she knew she couldn't. Her mother god's voice rang in her head, shouting at her to kill him every time she got too close. The divine pressure was suffocating. Even now, ignoring her mother god's order, that would be dangerous. She needed to maintain her position as archpriestess. If she disobeyed, she could lose it, and that would create more problems that might affect Aether. Anyhow, as they walked together in the fading light of the day, their hands brushed against each other, sending electric tingles through her body. The sky turned a rich, burning orange as dusk approached. They didn't know where they were going. Aether was simply following her, and she was following him. It was almost as if they were mirroring each other's steps, unaware that they were both waiting for the other to take the lead. It felt strangely romantic, like they were the only two people in the world, with nothing else that mattered. After what seemed like an eternity of walking in comfortable silence, Aether finally broke it. "So?" he asked, his voice gentle. Stella tilted her head, curious. Aether smiled softly. "Are you disappointed in me?" Stella's lips curled into a teasing smirk. "Well, what if I am?" Aether turned his head toward her, leaning in slightly. "Then I guess I'll just have to try my best to hook up with Helena, then," he said, winking playfully. Her face immediately soured, and without thinking, she punched his shoulder. "I'll kill you, you bastard," Aether laughed, the sound warm and light, before leaning in closer. "Come on now, tell you what?" Stella asked, blinking in confusion. He sighed dramatically. "Sigh, there's no point in acting anymore." "I want to hear it from your lips," he said, his face drawing closer, almost dangerously close now. Stella instinctively took a step back, only to find herself pressed against a nearby wall. Passers-by chuckled quietly as they saw the playful exchange. Their soft laughter echoing as they walked on, leaving the two in their own little world. Stella's eyes grew wide, a genuine flush coloring her cheeks. It wasn't just an act anymore, she was really feeling shy now. Aether," she stammered, her voice trembling. "Say it," he murmured, his lips now inches away from hers. "Ba dump." Her heart pounded violently in her chest. 10,000 AP, I. She bit her lower lip, her eyes darting nervously. At that moment, she regretted coming to him as Stella. If she had come as the archpriestess, she would have been the one cornering him. Aether tilted his head slightly, his breath warm against her skin. "Say it," he whispered, his tone teasing but edged with a hunger she couldn't ignore. Stella's eyes fluttered shut, her breath hitching as she saw Aether's gaze lingering on her lips. He was staring at her like she was the only thing in the world he wanted. She bit and licked her lips nervously before parting them to speak. "Aether. Why you've really become a bad boy. I need to purify you," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Aether smirked, his lips ghosting over hers. "Purify me, huh? You'll have to say it first before you purify me," he teased, leaning even closer. 10,000 AP, I love you. Her words were cut off as Aether's lips crashed onto hers, soft and warm, taking her breath away. Chapter 476 took him long enough. Is something wrong?" Stella asked. Her voice soft and uncertain as she noticed Aether staring at her with a frown after their kiss. She shifted nervously under his gaze. Aether snapped out of his thoughts, shaking his head as a grin tugged at the corners of his lips. He leaned down, his face inches from hers. "So. Did you like it?" Stella's cheeks flushed a deep red, and she quickly averted her eyes, her heart racing. She couldn't bring herself to respond, not with the way his intense gaze lingered on her. Aether, sensing her hesitation, chuckled softly. He reached out and took her hand, pulling her closer until their bodies nearly touched. "You're avoiding my question, Stella." Aether. Her voice trembled. Her heart hammering in her chest as if it might explode at any moment. "Should I book us a room?" he teased, his voice dripping with playful temptation. 10,000 AP, her heart skipped a beat at the suggestion, her breath hitching in her throat. She shook her head shyly, her voice barely a whisper. "We can't. Not yet, not yet." Aether leaned in even closer, his lips hovering just above hers. His breath was warm against her skin, sending shivers down her spine. So, you're saying there's still a chance? As much as Stella wanted to give in, to lose herself in him, something held her back, a heavy, suffocating feeling pressed against her chest, something she couldn't ignore. She had to tell him the truth about her true self, no matter how much it hurt. If she didn't, things would spiral out of control, becoming messy and filled with regret. And then, there was the constant, agonizing scream in her head, her mother God's voice raging within her, making it impossible to think clearly. Kill him, those words echoed relentlessly, drowning out everything else. It was becoming harder and harder to focus on Aether's warmth, his touch, with that violent command ringing in her ears. I have to do something about this, before it's too late, Stella thought, swallowing hard. She gently pushed Aether away, her hands trembling as she spoke. First, I need to get permission. From Mother God and my family. Then, after that, we can marry, officially, and. Her face turned scarlet, the words catching in her throat, and. Aether's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he watched her struggle. Stella pouted, crossing her arms defensively, her blush deepening. Why, you're enjoying this, aren't you? Aether laughed softly, nodding in agreement. Oh, I am, very much so, he admitted, before swooping down and capturing her lips in another kiss, cutting off any retort she might have had. Stella's eyes widened in surprise, but soon, her body responded instinctively. Her arms wrapped around his neck, pulling him closer as she gave in to the kiss. With a subtle wave of her hand, she conjured a barrier around them, ensuring that no one would see what was happening. It was a gentle kiss at first, but Stella couldn't suppress her true desires any longer. She wanted to taste him so. She parted her lips, pushing her tongue into his mouth. She wanted to win, to dominate this moment. Aether, surprised by her boldness, raised an eyebrow but quickly met her challenge. He wasn't about to let her win so easily. Slurp. Their tongues battled for dominance, neither willing to give up control. Time seemed to blur as they lost themselves in the kiss, their bodies pressed tightly together, every inch of them screaming for more. After what felt like an eternity, Aether finally broke the kiss, pulling back just enough for them to catch their breath. Stella gasped, her chest rising and falling rapidly. A thin string of saliva still connected their lips, and their foreheads pressed against each other. I really need to go, Aether. She murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She was struggling to control herself, to rein in the desire that was quickly consuming her. If she stayed any longer, she knew she would lose control. She might just drag him away with her. Aether smirked, his voice dripping with a teasing tone. Really? Are you sure you don't want to stay a little longer? Stella's heart stuttered again, her lips trembling as she tried to suppress the smile that tugged at her mouth. See, come on, Aether. And my sister will kill me if I keep ignoring my responsibilities. Aether nodded, though the playful look on his face shifted to something more serious. His brow furrowed as he looked at her, his voice lowering. Talking about your sister. Did your sister tell you everything? Are you really okay with all of this? His concern was evident now, the teasing gone from his tone. Stella blinked, confused for a moment. What do you mean? Aether sighed, running a hand through his hair. I mean, your sister, the way she's after me, kissing me. And those strange family rules. It's all a bit weird, isn't it? Oh. She lowered her gaze, a sad smile tugging at her lips. You'll still love me, right? Aether stepped forward, gripping her shoulders gently but firmly. His voice was filled with sincerity. Of course. I'll always love you. Stella smiled weakly, then. I think everything will be all right, she said softly. Aether frowned slightly at her hesitation, but before he could press further, she quickly changed the subject. With a nervous hesitation, Stella asked, do you love her? She needed to know. She had to know if Aether's feelings for the archpriestess were genuine. If they were not, it would complicate everything. If they were, perhaps there was still hope to salvage things, but if Aether ever discovered the truth, that both the archpriestess and Stella were one and the same. She knew she'd already messed up, and badly. Aether wore a thoughtful expression as he spoke. To be honest, I used to hate her. Stella felt like a sharp arrow had pierced her heart, but it wasn't over. One by one, with each word Aether said, it was as if another arrow stabbed her even deeper. She's really pushy, she's dangerous, she'd do anything to get what she wants, and she doesn't care about anyone else's feelings. Every word cut deeper than she expected. Stella could barely muster the strength to respond. It's fine, St., she began, but Aether interrupted her before she could finish. Yet, she's annoyingly sexy. Stella blinked in surprise. She's cute when she gets that concerned look on her face. His words took an unexpected turn, and she felt her heart skip a beat. Discover hidden stories at Empire, and, as much as I hate to admit it, she has a good heart. She takes care of others in her own way. I used to hate her, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Hearing this, Stella's heart seemed to stop for a moment, before it exploded in pure joy. Her lips curled into the brightest, happiest smile she had ever worn, her entire body trembling with excitement. For a moment, she thought she might scream in joy, but she barely held it back. Well, if you're okay with that, then I don't mind. As long as you're happy, Aether, she managed to say, her voice tinged with both nervousness and hope. Aether stared at her blankly for a moment before a small smile crossed his lips. It seems I've got myself a very understanding girlfriend. Stella grinned, her confidence returning. Yes, you do. But you'd better treat her right, or else. Her voice dropped to a dark, almost sinister tone, her eyes gleaming as her Yandra side slipped out. I can't promise what might happen to Helena and Before she could finish her threat, Aether quickly leaned in and sealed her lips with a kiss. Silencing her playful menace, Stella's mind swirled as the kiss melted her darker thoughts away. She pulled back, her face now flushed and her tone shy. Anyway, I really have to go. She separated from his lips, reluctantly of course, before turning to walk away, her feet feeling light and happy. As she disappeared from sight, Aether stood still, watching her retreat. His fingers instinctively brushed against his lips as he whispered, Archpriestess, a kiss was never just a kiss. There was something unique to each one, how their lips moved, the pressure, the subtle emotional connection, and most of all, the taste. Aether sighed and facepalmed, to think she was just playing with me the whole time. And I believed her story like an idiot. He muttered softly to himself before a dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Seraphina Ashwood, without another word, he turned and headed back to the academy, his mind swirling with thoughts. Meanwhile, in a certain restaurant, the atmosphere was tense. Thunder, the thunder sound makes the windows shudder. Raven, I'm sure he'll understand if you explain everything to him, Talia said in a gentle yet serious tone, her eyes fixed on her troubled friend. But I'm not so sure, Raven mumbled, her voice shaky. She hadn't been able to sleep since that fateful night. The guilt gnawed at her, and Aether's painful voice still echoed in her mind, making it impossible to find peace. Raven had been through so much in her life, constantly moving forward with a determined spirit, but now, something was different, something felt off. Why couldn't she just forget about Aether and focus on her mission? Why was this affecting her so much? She didn't have the answers, but there was one thing she knew for sure, she needed to clear her name. She wasn't the type of woman who would give herself to someone just because they were a phoenix. She'd only agreed. Bika, hey, it's him. Talia's voice suddenly cut through her thoughts, snapping her back to reality. Raven turned to the window and saw Aether, drenched from head to toe, standing in the pouring rain. Raven shook her head, trying to dismiss the sight. Must be another illusion. She muttered under her breath, her mind still clouded by guilt and confusion. I don't think so, Talia mumbled, her eyes wide as she watched Aether walking toward the restaurant. Raven's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 477 You're the shameless phoenix. One room, please. The receptionist stared in silence, her gaze lingering on the drenched man standing awkwardly behind the two women. Her eyes flicked between them, clearly curious about the situation. Aether, feeling the weight of her stare, averted his gaze, as he remembered last time where he ran off before her. Raven, growing impatient, snapped her fingers in front of the woman's face. "Hello. Can we hurry this up? We can't have him standing here soaked to the bone all night." The receptionist blinked, snapping out of her daze, and quickly arranged the room key. As they entered the room, Raven gestured toward the bathroom without much emotion. "Go take a shower," she instructed, her voice flat. Aether excused himself, disappearing into the bathroom. As soon as the door closed, the tension in the room shifted. Both women stood in silence, biting their nails, clearly restless with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "Why did we bring him here again?" Talia finally asked, casting a sideways glance at Raven, who had initiated this whole situation. Raven awkwardly adjusted her sunglasses, though they were entirely unnecessary indoors. He was drenched, so. She mumbled, trying to sound casual, "Oh. Oh." Talia's eyes widened with sudden realization, and her lips curled into a teasing grin. "Wait a minute. Are you worried about him?" Raven simply shrugged, not giving a clear response. Talia, undeterred, let out a small chuckle, though she dropped the teasing, "Humph. Well, this is a surprise. But, she added, looking around the room with a thoughtful expression, "I never thought we'd end up in the same room." Again, as she stared at the bed where everything happened, Raven's expression darkened slightly at the reminder. Her gaze fell on the bed, the same bed where everything had happened before. Memories she'd rather forget flashed through her mind, making her face harden even more. "I need to set things straight," she told herself, "and stop these emotions that are gnawing at my heart." With a determined sigh, she gently flopped onto the bed, sinking into the soft mattress as she steeled herself for the inevitable confrontation. A few minutes later, Aether stepped out of the bathroom, steam trailing behind him as he emerged, wearing nothing but a towel slung low around his waist. Talia's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the?" "Aether," she shouted, unable to contain her shock, "put some clothes on, you bastard." Aether blinked at her. "Really now?" After seeing everything, he thought before saying out loud, "What's the problem? Haven't you seen it all before?" 200 AP, Talia's face immediately turned red, and she coughed, quickly averting her eyes, her earlier boldness crumbling. That's not the point." Aether smirked but said nothing, his amusement short-lived as his gaze shifted to Raven. His smile disappeared, replaced by a stern, unreadable expression. "Aether." Raven called his name hesitantly, sensing the change in his demeanor. "Yes." His response was indifferent, cold even, as though their previous flirting interaction meant nothing. Raven's heart pounded. "Why am I feeling like this?" she wondered, as an unexpected tightness gripped her chest. Taking a deep breath, she tried to muster the courage to speak. "I know what I did was completely wrong, but," before she could finish, Aether interrupted, his tone sharp. "Wrong?" He stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. "You didn't do anything wrong. You were just trying to help me, weren't you? Trying to keep me from disintegrating. You had good intentions, right?" "There was nothing wrong with that." Raven bit her lip, stealing a glance at Talia, who shifted uncomfortably. Noticing this, Aether's frown deepened. "What?" he asked, his voice hardening. Talia hesitated before speaking. "About that, it's not exactly true, not true." Aether's voice dripped with disbelief, his attention fully turned to Raven now, his expression growing darker by the second. "What do you mean, not true?" Talia scratched her cheek awkwardly, trying to find the right words. "What we told you was a lie." Aether's eyes widened, his disbelief evident. He turned back to Raven, opening his mouth to speak, but no words came out. The betrayal hit him harder than he expected. "Aether, wait," Raven pleaded, her voice trembling. I didn't know what else to do. I thought it would help," but before she could finish another lie, Aether spun around, grabbing his clothes with every intention of leaving. His movements were sharp, filled with frustration. That was until Raven grabbed his arm and pulled him back toward the bed. Thud, Aether stumbled, falling onto the mattress as Raven quickly straddled him, pinning him down with surprising strength. Her hands tightly gripped his wrists, holding him in place. "Please, Aether," she begged, her voice desperate. "Just listen to me first. Please, Aether stared up at her, his face a mix of shock and embarrassment. Raven, what the hell, discover exclusive tales at Empire, but Raven cut him off again, leaning down, her face inches from his. I know I lied. I know I messed up. But there's more to this than you think. Just give me a chance to explain everything. You deserve to know the truth. Please, just hear me out. As she moved her body, making it hard for Aether, Aether's face flushed crimson. Oh okay, I'll listen. Just please, move. Raven shook her head stubbornly. No. I won't move until you've heard everything clearly. Aether, trying to keep his cool while beads of sweat gathered on his brow, spoke calmly. Raven, I understand what you're trying to do, but seriously, please, just move. But Raven remained firm, still shaking her head. No, Aether. I will know. My towel fell down, you idiot. Aether shouted, his face reddening even more. Oh. Raven flinched, her eyes blinking as she slowly glanced back down, noticing something unmistakable rising behind her ass. Oh. Her body trembled for a second in surprise, but then she shrugged nonchalantly. Well, whatever. Aether was completely taken aback. What the hell, he screamed inwardly. Utterly embarrassed by the situation, and yet, these two girls didn't seem to care at all. Two girls. Another horrifying realization struck him. Wait. Talia is still here. Wait, Raven. What about Talia? She'll see. Before he could finish, his eyes darted to Talia, who was calmly placing a towel over his rising dragon. May it rest in peace, she mumbled with a serious expression. What the fuck? Aether blurted out, don't any of you have manners? Raven, however, grabbed his chin and turned his head toward her, commanding his full attention. Aether, I'm really sorry for what I did that day, and... She finally removed her sunglasses. Raven. Talia called out softly. Sensing something important about to happen, Raven nodded, her voice steady. It's fine. Slowly, she took off the sunglasses and revealed her eyes fully. Aether's breath caught in his throat, her left eye was a deep, pitch black with a slit pupil, while her right eye glowed a brilliant crimson, resembling a flickering flame. Both were mesmerizing, striking in their duality. Whatever thoughts had been racing through Aether's mind vanished. All he could manage was a breathless, your eyes, they're gorgeous. 300 AP, Raven's heart skipped a beat at his words, her cheeks tinged red despite herself. She had expected many reactions, shock, fear, maybe even disgust, but not this. His tone wasn't mocking, it was genuine. Aether, his gaze softening, gently touched her face. His hand, once pinned by her, was now free, and he used it to brush a fingertip along her eyelid, fascinated. Why would you ever hide these eyes? He mumbled, clearly mesmerized. They're beautiful, truly beautiful. Unlike before, when he had only caught a glimpse, now he could fully take in the details, and he couldn't look away. He was entranced. Raven blinked, her confusion deepening. What's wrong with him? She thought. No one had ever reacted to her like this before. Talia's amused voice broke the moment. Oh, looks like someone has a thing for eyes, huh? She glanced at Aether's still twitching situation beneath the towel. Look at cute twitching. He's practically obsessed with your eyes, Raven. Maybe this is fate, maybe you're really meant for each other. 400 AP, Raven's frown deepened, and she looked down at Aether with a shocked expression, unsure of what to make of the situation. Aether snapped, glaring at Talia. Oh. Should I hand you a microphone, you shameless dragon? PFFFTT. Talia chuckled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Shameless? I'm not the one getting all turned on over someone's eyes. You're the shameless phoenix here. Aether rolled his eyes. Do they even understand the situation we're in right now? He thought, feeling increasingly exasperated. Raven cleared her throat. Breaking the escalating banter between Aether and Talia, anyway, she began, trying to regain control of the conversation. As you can see, I have two different colored eyes. But... She pointed to her left eye. This one is my original, my birth eye. Then, she gestured to her right, the fiery crimson one. And this one belongs to my younger sister. Pyra the ex-arcane queen. Chapter 478. Pyra Raven and Pyra were twin sisters. Raven was born with jet black hair and deep, dark eyes, while Moryx came into the world with striking crimson-red hair and equally crimson eyes, a stark contrast between them that everyone noticed right away, since Raven was born a few minutes earlier. She was considered the older sister, while Moryx, by those few fleeting minutes, was labeled the younger, and like many twins, they always fought over who should truly hold the title of the big sister. Raven, I am the big sister, and you know it. Moryx shouted, grabbing a fistful of Raven's black hair with an indignant tug. Noir. You know damn well that I'm the eldest. I came out first. Raven yelled back, grabbing hold of Moryx's crimson hair in retaliation, her fingers twisting through the fiery strands. They were acting like a child. Before their argument could escalate further, their parents intervened, their mother's stern voice as she suddenly appeared. Come on. Girls, this is enough. You can't keep fighting over this every time. Hug it out and solve this matter already. With exaggerated eye rolls and annoyed huffs, Raven and Moryx reluctantly let go of each other's hair. They stood for a moment, silently fuming, before shaking hands and embracing, though the hug was anything but gentle. You'll regret this, Noir, Raven muttered through clenched teeth. You first, little sister, Moryx shot back, smirking as she squeezed Raven tightly, nearly choking her in the process. They growled at each other like they were mortal enemies, but both knew, deep down, this was just their way of having fun. A twisted kind of fun that only siblings could understand. Now, don't be so rowdy, their father chimed in with a calm, measured tone, walking over to the table. Come on, eat before the food gets cold. They lived on the outskirts of the Pyra Empire, far from the towering spires of the Dragon Emperor's domain, leading a peaceful life untouched by the pressures of politics. It was a simple existence, full of laughter, bickering, and the occasional fight. They ate, they slept, they argued, and sometimes, when the situation demanded it, they even helped others. That's how they grew up, side by side, everything going smoothly, until the day the rainbow card appeared, hovering before Pyra Noir. Raven stared at her sister. Her face frozen in shock as she tried to comprehend what was happening. Moryx, equally stunned at first, soon broke into a grin. Well, looks like the universe finally realized who the real big sister is. She glanced at Raven, her red eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. Raven snorted in disbelief, her face twisting in annoyance. Oh, shut up. That'll happen over my dead body, you little shit. She tried to sound angry, but a smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Despite her irritation, she couldn't help but feel pride swelling in her chest for her younger sister. Moryx had been chosen by the Arcane. This was the moment they both knew would change their lives forever. For the better, she hoped, but then, Moryx suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, her body convulsing violently as intense heat radiated from her. Noir. Raven's face filled with terror as she tried to rush to her sister's side, but a burst of scorching flames erupted from Moryx's body, forcing her back. The heat was unbearable, making it impossible to get close. Her parents quickly held Raven back. Stay calm, Raven. She's awakening her bloodline, her mother said, though her voice wavered with worry. Noir. Raven screamed, tears of fear blurring her vision as she watched her little sister burn in the fierce, crimson flames. Just then, a deafening screech echoed through the skies. Sree, the sound sent shockwaves across the empire, and for the first time in long years, the dragons trembled, not in anger but in fear. Their parents exchanged a grave look as they saw the approaching crowd, their eyes wide with horror. The people were murmuring, their voices rising in a chant. Phoenix, 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 we need to leave. Now, their mother whispered, her voice tight with fear as she watched the crowd move closer. Now, their father roared. In an instant, he transformed into a massive black-lunged dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped up his wife and daughters, launching into the sky. Mom? Raven asked, her voice shaky as she clung to her mother's arm. Trying to make sense of what had just unfolded, Moryx had lost consciousness, her body limp, resting on their mother's lap. the flames now gone but her skin still glowing faintly with residual heat, their mother took a deep, steadying breath. Listen carefully, Raven. A very, very long time ago, there was another race that dominated the skies, they were called the Phoenix. She told her about the past massacre. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. I carry their bloodline. Though it has been diluted over the generations, I still possess a small amount of pure Phoenix blood, about 1%, she looked down at her unconscious daughter. And so do you and moi. Raven's eyes widened in shock as she tried to process what her mother had just revealed. Her father, flying high above the clouds, his eyes scanning the horizon, spoke in a grave tone. But that 1% wasn't enough to awaken the bloodline on its own. Her mother nodded in agreement. It must be because she was chosen by the arcane, something triggered the awakening. She couldn't help but feel a pang of pride, though there was no time to revel in it. Will she be okay? Raven asked softly, worry creasing her brow as she gently pinched her sister's cheek, hoping for any sign of movement. Their mother smiled weakly, it's fine, dear. She'll be okay. She's stronger than you think. Their father nodded in agreement, his voice firm yet comforting. I'll make sure she'll be perfectly fine. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out, cutting his words short. Blue flames struck his back, engulfing his tail in a blazing inferno. The impact sent him spiraling uncontrollably downward. Hold on, he roared, but there was panic in his voice as his body plummeted toward the ground. Raven's heart sank when she saw the flames eating away at her father's scales, blood spraying from his body like a crimson rain. Father? Raven's voice trembled, her face paling as she watched the horrifying scene unfold, her father's figure slowly being consumed by the flames. It's fine, dear, he shouted through gritted teeth, his voice straining to sound reassuring. But the agony in his eyes betrayed the truth as he struggled to maintain control. Spotting a teleportation station not far away, he forced his body toward it. Their mother, trembling with fear, wrapped her arms protectively around Raven and Moirix, pulling them close. She glanced at her husband, her lips pressed tightly together as her eyes silently communicated her fear and hope. With a nod, he shot toward the teleportation station at breakneck speed. The guard station there had expected him to land, but to their utter shock, he sped up, charging directly toward them with no intention of stopping. Before he could hit them, they scattered, leaping out of the way as he crashed. Boom! SSSSSH. The ground shook as smoke billowed into the air, obscuring their view. Father? Raven called out, her voice wavering with desperation. But there was no answer, her lips quivered, her heart pounding in her chest. Tears threatened to spill as she knelt beside his motionless form. Father, wake up, she pleaded, shaking his massive body, but there was no response, only a lifeless shell. Before she could process the overwhelming grief, her mother grabbed her and Moirix. With one swift motion, she leapt from her husband's body, dragging her daughters toward the portal. Just as they were about to step through the portal, a voice rang out, commanding, "Stop!" The words echoed directly in her mind. She staggered, clutching her head as the weight of the command from the Dragon Emperor pressed down on her like a huge boulder. "Come out, and we will talk this through." The voice was menacing, laced with cruel authority. Raven's mother trembled under the invisible pressure, her body frozen in place. She couldn't move. She couldn't even breathe properly under the Emperor's command as she felt her consciousness slip away. Mom? Raven blinked, her heart racing as she saw her mother's lips bleeding. Something was terribly wrong, and she knew her mother was struggling. Her mother gritted her teeth, casting a quick glance at her husband's body. Her eyes darted between the gruesome sight and the portal itself, the only hope of escape. With a strained breath, she whispered, "Take your sister and go through the portal." Raven. I'll follow. I promise. Raven shook her head in protest, her voice weak with fear. Mom, no. You're coming with us. Something's wrong, you're bleeding. Her mother forced a fragile smile. Believe me, dear. I'll be right behind you. Just, go. Hesitant but knowing she had no choice, Raven took her unconscious sister into her arms and turned toward the portal, her steps heavy with reluctance. And Mom, you'll come, right? You have to. Why yeah, I will. Her mother's lips trembled, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she forced out the words. I promise, but before Raven could take another step, CHCCCCKKKKKK, a massive, blue-scaled dragon descended from above. Its jaws snapping as it bit into her father's dead body, tearing it apart. No. Raven screamed, her voice cracking as her heart shattered at the sight. Her father, reduced to nothing but blood and fragments in an instant, run. Now, her mother screamed, her voice breaking with desperation, but then, no, you won't. Her legs halted, her mind was clouded by a sudden, excruciating pain that tore through her skull. She gasped, clutching her head as the Dragon Emperor's influence bore down on her, trapping her in place. Her mother, gritting her teeth against the pain, was just inches away from the portal. Desperation in her eyes, she glanced back to see the blue dragon shifting. Its form contorting into that of an old-aged man. His horns glowed ominously, pulsating with intense power. I am sorry. She whispered, her voice barely audible. Her eyes flashed a deep crimson as her phoenix blood finally stirred upon her desire. Flames erupted from her mouth, crimson fire shooting toward her daughters. Boom, the blast hurled Raven and Warix through the portal, throwing them to safety before their mother turned her focus toward the portal's route, destroying it as the gateway sealed shut behind them. No. The Dragon Emperor roared, his face twisting in fury as the portal closed, cutting off his pursuit. Enjoy more content from Empire. The last thing I remember was watching the current Dragon Emperor's father killing my mother. Raven's voice was hollow, devoid of emotion as it echoed in the silent room. Aether blinked, taking in the grim details. There were no tears left, she had shed them long ago, and now only the hollow remnants of grief remained. Without saying a word, Aether gently reached out, his hand softly brushing her cheek. 400 AP, but the story wasn't over yet. Chapter 479 Pyron Warix, our Raven, where are we? Pyron Warix's voice trembled as she blinked open her eyes. The first thing she saw was her older sister, Raven, cradling her, tears streaming down her face in an unfamiliar place. Raven didn't respond, her sobs quiet but persistent. The weight of their mother's death and the horrifying memories clung to her, haunting her mind like an unshakable nightmare. And Warix, still groggy and confused, tried to process the situation. Panic bubbled within her as she struggled to make sense of it all. What happened? Where's Mom? Where's Father? But when she saw the way Raven's lips trembled, she told everything to her sister. Warix's world crumbled. The truth hit her before Raven could even say a word. Her eyes dulled, lifeless as the realization settled in. I did it, she thought, but before she could delve deeper, Raven shouted, you didn't do anything, as she hugged her sister knowing what she was thinking. Mom. Dad, there. Warix whispered, her voice barely audible. That was all it took for Warix's body to ignite. Heat surged through her veins, her crimson-slit eyes blazing with fury and anguish. SREEEEEEEEEE, a heart-wrenching scream tore from her throat, echoing across the Elysiumus Aurora Empire. The sheer power of her cry reverberated across the remaining 4 worlds, marking the first time the sound of the phoenix was heard in eons, a cry born from loss, pain, and the fury of a child robbed of her parents. Raven, you need to stay here, Warix said firmly, her eyes softening as she looked at her sister. This place, the Sovereign Arcanum Academy, it's the only sanctuary that can protect you from other dragons. Raven, still emotionally drained, gave a meek nod, offering a weak smile in response. Warix then turned her attention to a gray-haired little girl standing nearby, watching them curiously. Stella, right? Warix asked. The little girl nodded. Yes, Ms. Warix. Taking a deep breath, Warix hesitated for a moment before continuing. Please, take care of my sister while I'm gone. Stella's eyes softened as she gave a gentle nod. Of course. That's what I was assigned to do. She paused, her expression growing more slightly sad as her fingers flickered with a dim white light. I'm not the best healer, but I'll do everything in my power to protect her. Warix gave Stella a quick look. Sensing her sincerity, though there was something about the girl's eagerness that felt odd. Regardless, she offered a small nod of relief before stepping away. "Thank you." As Noirix headed toward the academy's towering entrance, she steeled herself. This place was her chance, her only hope of gaining the power she needed, power to avenge what was taken, power to protect what remained. The thought fueled her, driving her forward, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Raven stayed behind in one of the orphanages associated with the academy, blending in with the other children. "What are you doing, Ms. Raven?" Stella asked one day, finding her seated by the window, staring blankly at the sky. There was no response. Raven's mind was far away, lost in memories she wished she could forget. Stella, undeterred, sat beside her, smiling softly, continued to nag her. "You know, I'm not like the others. I'm not powerful or talented. I spend more time protecting people than fighting. Sometimes, I feel like I need someone to protect me," she added with a small laugh. "But I like this life, it's peaceful." As she rambled, at the word peaceful, Raven's eyes darkened. Her fists clenched, trembling with suppressed rage. "Peaceful?" Raven's voice was low, edged with bitterness, as she spoke for the first time in days. "Peaceful? I had that life too. And it was destroyed, in an instant." Sensing the turmoil rising within Raven, Stella reached out, gently placing her hand on hers. "If you only focus on the pain, you'll never find peace again. Believe me, everything that happens in life has a reason." "Reason?" Raven's voice broke, anger lacing every word. "Are you telling me my parents died for a reason? So my little sister blames herself for this power and can spend the rest of her life seeking revenge?" Her words dripped with frustration and hurt. Stella chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of her head. "I don't know all the details, but I believe everything has its purpose. Our Mother God used to say that the universe is always watching, always guiding us." Raven scoffed, her expression turning cold. "Our mother? If that arcane bitch is behind all of this, then I hope she's suffering wherever she is." Stella blinked at Raven's outburst but simply smiled, giving her some space. She knew Raven's heart was still broken, and she needed time. As time passed, Noirix's name began to rise within the academy. Her relentless dedication and hunger for power made her a force to be reckoned with. People started to whisper her name, some with awe, others with fear. One day, Noirix found Raven sitting in her usual spot. "What do you think?" she asked, plopping down beside her sister. Raven glanced at her with an amused expression. "What about you?" "Dangerous. Cunning, ruthless. Honestly, I've lost count of all the flattering titles you've earned." Noirix grinned, enjoying the banter. "Jealous, my little sister, jealous? Of you?" Raven snorted. "Hell no, you little bratty." Unlike her little sister, Raven didn't have much power or even ever awakened her bloodline. She was rather weak, but Noirix's smile faded, her expression turning serious. "Raven, listen. I found a way to regain what we've lost." Raven froze, her eyes widening. "What do you mean?" Noirix hesitated before continuing. "You remember what Mother used to say about the summit, and the throne?" Raven's face turned pale. "You can't be serious. You mean that summit?" Her voice shook as old wounds reopened. Noirix nodded, determination in her eyes. "Stay updated through Empire." "No," Raven whispered, shaking her head furiously. "And no, 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 no. I'm not losing you too. I've already lost them. I'm not about to lose my sister as well." Noirix bit her lip, knowing how much Raven was hurting. "Raven, if you go, then kill me," Raven interrupted, her voice cold, her gaze hollow. "If you're so set on going, then you'll have to kill me first." Noirix's face fell, her heart aching at her sister's words. Raven, don't say that." "It's not, I said kill me," Raven shouted, her eyes blazing with fury. "I won't lose you, too." For a moment, Noirix simply stared at her, knowing how deeply Raven feared being alone. And yet, Noirix felt she had no choice. The path ahead was one she had to take. With a soft sigh, Noirix suddenly moved, her speed too fast for Raven to react. A quick, gentle strike to her neck, and Raven's body slumped in her arms. How? Raven murmured weakly before losing consciousness. Moirix chuckled softly, brushing a strand of hair from her sister's face. I'm the arcane queen, remember? Of course, I'm faster. She placed Raven gently onto the bed, covering her with a blanket. Her expression hardened as she whispered, I'm sorry, sister. But this is the only way we can have a home again. As she turned to leave, she noticed Stella peeking from the doorway. Moirix sighed and called her over. Stella approached cautiously, raising her hands in surrender. I'm not going to tell anyone, Moirix smiled faintly. Even if you did, it wouldn't matter. But I need a favor from you. A favor? Moirix glanced at her sleeping sister. When she wakes up, calm her down. She'll throw a tantrum when she realizes I've left. Stella shook her head, worried. I don't think she'll listen to me. She will, Moirix replied softly. She's more attached to you than she lets on. She's just afraid of getting close. Afraid of getting hurt again. Stella nodded slowly, as she watched Moirix walking away. She never came back. Raven whispered, her voice trembling, she promised she'd return, but all I ever received was ashes. Aether wrapped his arm around Raven's waist, pulling her closer as his mind raced with questions. Stella. So the archpriestess is indeed Stella before. And Moirix, what truly happened to her? He wondered, before asking softly, why do you have that crimson eye, Raven? Raven's expression darkened, because her ashes awakened my phoenix bloodline. Partially. Chapter 480 Raven Noir. Raven's voice trembled as she clenched her fists. Arcani's Dragonheart. She spat out the name like it was poison. He's the one who gave me my sister's ashes, saying she wasn't worthy enough to play their worthy game in their empire. Her voice grew more strained, barely holding back the torrent of rage and pain threatening to overtake her. Aether's brow furrowed. Arcani's. Talia stepped in gently, her hand resting on Raven's back in an attempt to comfort her. He's the current Dragon Emperor, she added softly as her eyes were to rage with hatred. Oh, Aether responded, yeah, that lizard's name never interested me much. Raven closed her eyes, her face hardening with emotion. When I lost my sister, Raven fled, her legs carrying her far away from the Sovereign Arcanum Academy, away from the world she could no longer bear to face. She ran blindly, as though she could outrun her grief. Behind her, Stella's frantic voice called out, Raven, stop. But no matter how desperately she chased, Stella could not keep up with the speed of Raven. Huff huff huff, Stella gasped, her breath ragged as she finally slowed down, her legs giving out beneath her. She watched Raven disappear into the distance, frustration and helplessness washing over her. Raven didn't stop. She couldn't. Her feet carried her to the farthest edge of the empire. She stood at the edge. Staring blankly into the black void that stood before her, drip, a tear fell, followed by another, until they poured freely down her face. Her chest tightened painfully, and the world around her seemed to collapse. In her hands, she clutched a small pouch, her sister's ashes, the last remnant of Moirix. Her heart shattered as she held it close, trying to feel something of her sister's warmth one last time. Thud, her legs buckled beneath her, and she crumpled to the ground. Weawaho. Her cry, raw with agony, tore through the silence of the empire's edge, echoing into the abyss. She wept until there were no more tears left to shed, until blood tears began to spill from her eyes. A grotesque manifestation of her overwhelming sorrow. As the blood trickled down, mingling with the ashes in her hand, something stirred. Raven, a voice called softly from within the ashes. Raven's sobs stopped abruptly. Her head jerked up, her tear-streaked face filled with shock and disbelief. Moirix, she whispered, her voice trembling with both hope and fear. Spark, a crimson spark flickered within the ashes. Raven's heart pounded in her chest. Could it be? Could her sister be coming back, like the legends of the phoenix reborn from the ashes? Is it really you? She called again, her hand trembling as she reached out to touch ashes. Spark. Experience new tales on Empire. The moment her fingers brushed the ashes, a crimson spark shot through her body, igniting something deep within her. Raven gasped, her breath coming in shallow, painful bursts as heat flared through her veins. Her body began to burn, not from the outside, but from within. What's happening to me? She screamed, clutching her head as the searing pain consumed her. Her bones felt as though they were being torn apart and remade. The ashes that had once cradled her sister's remains now swirled violently around her, forming a crimson tornado. Sparks of fire ignited the air around her, each one searing into her flesh, into her soul. Rrgh, she shrieked in agony, as her once pitch-black hair began to change. Dark red streaks bleeding through her strands, her hair now tipped with the same crimson fire that danced in the ashes. Rrgh, her right eye burned as if molten lava poured through it, splatter, blood splattered from the socket. Yet as quickly as it spilled, it reversed itself, returning to her body like a strange reversal of time. Her pupil, once black as night, transformed, becoming a glowing crimson slit. Image in comment, the agony stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Raven's body went limp, her breath ragged, her mind barely able to process what had happened. But then, visions began to flood her mind. In the swirling ashes, images appeared, her sister, Moirix, standing in the Pyra Fulgur Empire. Her sister's hands were stained with blood. Raven's heart lurched as she saw Moirix kill Arcani's Dragonheart's father in a brutal way, and no. The old blue-haired man trembled in fear. Raven saw the old Dragon Emperor, his blue hair stained with his own blood, his legs severed, dragging himself across the ground in a desperate attempt to escape, but there was no escape. Not from the beast her sister had become. Moirix, once innocent and full of life, was nothing more than a savage creature driven by pure rage. You took away our happiness, Moirix's voice rang out, her eyes ablaze with fury as she stepped forward, tossing the torn leg of the old Dragon Emperor aside like it was nothing but trash. And no, he whimpered, scrambling backwards, his eyes wide with terror, you took away our ordinary life, Peeplee, you took away my father. She cut him off coldly, her steps slow and deliberate as she closed the distance between them. The old man, bloodied and broken, tried to crawl away, his fingers digging into the stone floor as he backed into a wall. He glanced up, only to find a peace symbol etched into the dark black stone. They were in the summit, the very important heart of the Pyra Empire, where no one had ever dared to challenge the Emperor's authority. Desperate, he turned and faced her, his body trembling as he stared into her burning crimson eyes, fear like he had never known gripping his heart. I order you to stop, he screamed, his horns glowing with a desperate surge of power. Moirix halted for a moment. The old man's eyes flickered with a sliver of hope, believing his artifact had worked, but then, she smirked as she stepped forward. The old man's lips trembled, his voice a faint whisper of desperation, I am sorry. Please. He begged now, tisk, Moirix shook her head, her smile sharp, just a moment ago, you tried to control me with your pathetic cursed artifact, and now you're begging for mercy. His body shook uncontrollably as she crouched before him, her eyes, now blazing with crimson flame, seared through him with the full force of her rage. She stared at the two blue horns that adorned his forehead, an artifact created by the hands of the Origin Emperor himself, allowing you to control other dragons with mere thoughts. Impressive, isn't it? She mocked, flicking her finger at the artifact. Crack, a loud sound echoed as the artifact began to split. Rrh. The old man's scream reverberated through the summit as the pain shot through his body. Moirix's smirk deepened, yet, this same artifact is powerless against those of the Phoenix bloodline. You couldn't even use your strength against me, as if you are cursed. Fascinating how the Origin Emperor thought of everything, except us. Her hands gripped the horns. And with a sickening sound, she yanked them out from his skull. His scream echoed around the summit as the blood poured from the old man's head. Even dragons with a lifespan that stretches centuries, these cursed things drain away your years, don't they? I'd say you barely had another decade left, and that makes this the perfect time to end it, doesn't it? She crouched, her voice low and dangerous, and once you're dead, your son will be next, won't he? The curse will continue to move forward, and no, the old man gasped, his voice a broken whisper. His face contorted with fear. Please, give me a chance, Moirix tilted her head. With small interest, then tell me about this game. How do you win? The old man coughed, blood dribbling from his lips as he spoke in broken gasps. The only way to beat the game is to accept your past, without regret, move forward, no matter how tempting the offers, no matter how much you want to know the truth, no matter how it tortures you. He struggled to breathe, his eyes dull for a second before life returned. Do not fear, just accept who you are. That's all you need to know. His breath hitched. And now, please, let me go. I'll never a guy, Chuck. Before the old man could finish his plea, Morix's hand plunged into his chest. His eyes went wide, his lips forming a silent scream before his life drained away. His heart, still beating weakly, was ripped from his body, blood dripped from it as Morix stood, staring at the lifeless body of the man who had taken everything from her. She felt nothing. The blood from his heart dripped down onto the etched peace symbol on the wall, which suddenly began to shift. The wall slid open, revealing the entrance. Without hesitation, Morix stepped through, the bloody heart still in her hand. Suddenly, Raven's vision blurred, the images growing hazy. She stumbled, trying to focus. What's happening? She shouted, but the visions of her sister's vengeance faded. She couldn't see what was happening, but then, she saw a final, painful image, her sister, Morix, barely holding on to life, her body mangled and broken. Raven flinched, she saw her sister staring at herself. This game. Morix coughed, blood spilling from her lips. No matter what you choose, it never ends. It's a cycle of torment. You need to take the heart. Raven, remember this. Activate system code, 232,476. And. Her voice cracked with emotion. Always, love you, BAGRUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUU her sister into the ground, shattering everything. "No!" Raven screamed. Her heart ripping apart, but before she could react, her mind went blank, and she collapsed onto the ground. The ashes that had once held her sister's spirit vanished as if they had never existed. Raven lay motionless, her body cold and still, like a lifeless shell at the edge of the world. Chapter 481 Commemoration. And then I hid my eyes. If any other dragon had seen it, they would have immediately sensed something was off. So, I concealed my eyes, and after that, I left the academy. I had nothing left there after my sister. I wandered aimlessly, scouring the world for any trace of the summit, or for clues about the phoenixes, until just a few years ago, when fate took a sudden turn. And I was chosen by Arcane itself, becoming an arcane queen, Raven said softly, her voice tinged with a quiet sorrow. Aether nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on Raven as she stared blankly at his eyes. Yet, he knew her focus wasn't truly on him, she was lost deep in her memories. After a moment, she snapped out of her thoughts, glancing at Talia before pulling her closer, her grip protective. While I was drifting between worlds, searching for a way to enter the Pyra Empire without letting Arcanes aware of me, I stumbled upon this girl a few years ago. Like me, she lost everything. Aether's curiosity sparked, and he leaned in slightly. "What exactly happened?" he asked. Talia's face hardened, a storm of sadness and rage playing across her features as she clenched her fists. It was all due to political maneuvering in the Empire. My family was on the verge of becoming second in command, but the other households, driven by jealousy, they couldn't stand it. One day, they struck. My entire family, they were all slaughtered. I escaped only because of my parents' sacrifice, she said, her voice shaking with suppressed fury. Her eyes blazed a deep, blood-red hue as her body trembled in anger. Raven placed a soft, reassuring hand on her shoulder, and Talia drew a shaky breath before continuing. "I confronted the Arcanes, demanding justice. But that damn lizard sneered at me. He said, 'Just fuck off. If you couldn't protect your own household, how do you expect to safeguard the Empire's second-in-command?' Then, he banished me, forbidding me from ever setting foot in the Empire again." Aether could feel the sheer hatred radiating from Talia, her whole body vibrating with the intensity of her emotions. She was barely holding herself together, and Aether couldn't help but chuckle under his breath, shaking his head slightly. He. Both Talia and Raven flinched at the unexpected sound. Raven narrowed her eyes, her tone sharp. Is something funny? Aether raised a hand, his smile widening. Oh, no, it's not like that. I was just thinking, it seems we all share a common enemy. It's amusing in a way, because we all loathe that bastard, he said with a faint grin. Raven frowned. You too? Aether blinked, realizing he might have said too much. He scratched the back of his head with a sheepish laugh. I mean, I hate him because, well, you hate him. You know, like that, he mumbled awkwardly. 500 AP, Raven continued to stare at Aether, her expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Talia let out a mischievous smirk and gave Raven's shoulder a light slap. Looks like you found yourself something good, she teased, her voice filled with playful amusement. Raven shot her a warning glare, though the faint blush creeping across her cheeks didn't go unnoticed. So, can you tell me now what's really happening in your body? Aether asked, his voice gentler this time, wanting to understand the full truth. Raven hesitated, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, but Talia stepped in to explain. Well, it's complicated. Unlike her sister, Raven's phoenix bloodline only awakened halfway. It's not pure, but she managed. The real problem came when she was chosen. Her father's bloodline, the lung dragon, awakened at the same time. And, well, two powerful bloodlines can't exist in the same body without tearing it apart. She's had to fight constantly to keep from losing her mind. Going insane. Talia explained gravely. Insane. Aether repeated. His thoughts flashing back to when Raven had attacked like a mindless beast, thrashing wildly. In that time, Talia had died because of it. Raven nodded slowly, her voice barely a whisper. Yes, when I get too emotional, my bloodlines clash. They become more volatile, more violent, and there have been moments when I've attacked her without realizing it. She trailed off, her voice faltering. Talia took over, her voice unwavering. She almost killed me. Aether's suspicions were fully confirmed now. So, it's true, she did lose control, must be because of the game. He thought to himself. Talia continued, her tone somber, and because of her two warring bloodlines. Her body is breaking down. It's just, not strong enough to sustain both. Her time is running out. Aether was taken aback. So that's why, yes, Talia replied, her eyes heavy with understanding. That's why Raven wanted to leave an heir before her death, to ensure her sister's dream lives on, even if she doesn't. Aether's gaze softened as he looked at Raven. Her head was bowed, her eyes brimming with guilt and sorrow. I am sorry. I thought it was the only way. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to force you. Aether's expression filled with sadness as he gently pulled Raven into his arms, pressing her against his chest in a comforting embrace. I understand now. Raven, I truly do. I understand everything. Raven blinked, her surprise evident in her wide eyes. Talia arched an eyebrow, her lips curling into a smirk. Oh. And what exactly do you think you understand? Aether met her gaze with a steady smile. She won't die. Talia shook her head, about to speak when both she and Raven froze at the sound of a cold, emotionless voice. Not on my watch. No one dies this time. I'll make sure of it. 500 AP, 200 AP, Raven and Talia stared at Aether, utterly perplexed by the sheer determination radiating from him, unable to fathom what had just transpired. Discover hidden content at Empire. Aether sighed softly, his mind swirling with the new information he had gathered. Though there was nothing concrete about the Origin Emperor, he had still uncovered a wealth of other details. This changes my plans, he mused to himself, casting a glance down at Raven. She was still lying against his chest, seemingly content to remain in his embrace. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Do you enjoy lying on me? He teased, tugging gently on a strand of her hair. Raven flinched, her body stiffening as she quickly pulled away from him. Her cheeks flushed a deep red, her eyes wide with embarrassment. Aether chuckled, his amusement obvious. I guess I know what I need to do now, he said, rising to his feet. As he casually reached for his dried clothes, he continued speaking while slowly dressing. We'll stick to the plan, we'll kill that damn lizard. Talia, who had been watching the exchange with a frown, interjected, and what about the offspring? Aether's expression softened as he finished dressing. He walked over to Raven, gently lifting her chin with his hand. She instinctively recoiled at first but then stopped, allowing him to touch her face. His fingers brushed lightly beneath her crimson eyes. As much as I would like to become one with you, he said softly, his gaze steady, you don't love me, not yet, but that doesn't change the fact that I will protect you. You won't die, no matter what. Raven stared at him blankly. For a brief moment, there was a flicker of life in her once lifeless gaze. But it quickly faded again, leaving only the emptiness behind. 600 AP, Aether smiled inwardly, satisfied with his actions, and began to walk away. But before he could leave, Talia's voice called after him, filled with skepticism. Are you sure about this? She asked, her frown deepening. This isn't something anyone can fix. The bloodlines of the phoenix and the dragon cannot coexist in one body, not even the power of a sovereign could make it possible. Raven doesn't have much time left. She hesitated for a moment before adding, a pure phoenix is born only once every 1,000 years. It's been exactly 1,000 years since her sister died, and now, with you awakening, the others will come for you, Aether. We can't lose you. You're our hope for the future, just, give her your seed. It's the only way to preserve her legacy. Aether's eyes narrowed slightly, a small smile tugging at his lips. If you truly believe that I carry the pure phoenix bloodline and that it's about to awaken, then maybe, just maybe, I can do something more than you think, he said, his tone light but purposeful. Without waiting for a response, he turned to leave. Talia let out a weary sigh, shaking her head. Looks like we're all fucked then, she thought grimly. Just as Aether reached the door, Raven's hand suddenly shot out, grasping his wrist with surprising gentleness. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she said, I didn't sleep with you because you have the phoenix bloodline. She lifted her gaze, locking eyes with him. I did it because I saw the same loss and pain in you, the same agony I carry inside. Her words were raw and vulnerable. She had always sensed that Aether was different after the incident at the academy. There was something broken in him, a deep grief he hid behind a facade of smiles. It mirrored the way she concealed her own suffering. It was that shared pain that had made her believe they were alike. That he might be the one capable of protecting her child, should she not survive. Aether blinked, taken aback by the intensity of her confession. He stared into her heterochromatic eyes, trying to find the right words, but none came. Instead, he smiled, a gentle, understanding smile, before stepping closer and, Raven's eyes flew wide open in shock as Aether's lips pressed softly against hers. Her body froze, completely still, as if she couldn't quite comprehend what was happening. It was just a simple kiss, but somehow, it felt different, strange and unfamiliar. And yet, there was something about it that made her want more, a strange sensation stirring deep within her for the first time. Talia, witnessing the sudden kiss, slapped a hand over her mouth in surprise. Oh, she exclaimed, muffling her reaction as she watched the scene unfold before her. Aether slowly pulled away, his lips curling into a small, knowing smile. I see. He murmured softly before turning and leaving the two stunned girls behind. Aether arrived at the principal's house, heading straight for the training room. But just as he was about to enter, the principal appeared, blocking his path with an irritated scowl. Where the hell have you been, brat? The principal demanded, arms crossed as she eyed Aether with suspicion. Aether scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Well, I was kind of busy, I guess. He mumbled. The principal's frown deepened. She let out a heavy sigh, shaking her head. Fine. Whatever you were up to, make sure you don't have any plans tomorrow. We've got something important. Plans? What for? The commemoration, she said firmly. You'll be there. Chapter 482 Commemoration Part 2, Commemoration, yeah, the principal replied, her tone firm, announcement to the worlds, those who saved the academy will be honored for their bravery. It's a way to acknowledge everything you've done, Aether blinked, a bit surprised, before nodding slowly. I suppose it's also a way to pacify the parents and everyone else who's been angry with the academy. The principal gave an awkward chuckle, rubbing the back of her neck. Well, that's part of it, yes. Aether's expression hardened suddenly. However, I'm not interested. The principal frowned. Why not? It's a perfect opportunity for you and Victor to boost your reputation, to show just how far you've come. It would make it easier for you to finally reveal yourself. No more need for the act, no more hiding wearing a mask. Victor. I think people will acknowledge you, Aether chuckled, shaking his head dismissively. I'm not interested in fame or glory. And as for Victor. He paused, his tone growing more thoughtful. It's better if Victor remains as he is, for now. The principal studied him carefully before letting out a deep sigh. Well, it's your decision, she said, nudging her eyebrows at him. Then, with a sly glint in her eyes, she added. Though I suppose you don't need the money, either. Aether blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Is she seriously trying to bribe me with money? Ha ha ha. How little she must think of me. I'm fucking filthy rich. Your pocket change isn't going to sway me. I could buy this whole academy if I wanted to, in the near future of course, he thought, inwardly amused. Seeing no reaction from him, the principal's lips twitched with frustration before she continued, well then. I guess I'll just offer that 1,000,000 to someone else. Wait. Did you just say commemoration? Aether's face lit up dramatically as if he'd suddenly misheard her. Of course, I'd be honored to receive such an award. Who wouldn't want that kind of recognition from their favorite master? Victor will come. He only though, he grinned wide, the principal's face twitched in barely contained irritation. As much as she wanted to knock some sense into him, she was already exhausted from dealing with endless issues. With a sigh, she waved him off. Just be ready tomorrow morning. She turned to leave but paused, glancing back over her shoulder. By the way, I heard you haven't spoken to Delphine yet. Aether froze, his hand hovering over the training room door. His eyes dropped to the floor, his mind suddenly clouded with guilt. I failed her. The words echoed in his mind, too heavy to say aloud. I promised her. I swore I'd protect everyone and make sure her visions never came true. But I failed. I fucking failed her. How can I even face her now? His chest tightened as the guilt clawed at him. Worse still, fear gripped him, fear of what she might see in her next vision. First, he needed to overcome that fear. Otherwise, no matter what plans he had in mind, they would all come crashing down. The principal watched him, her expression softening. She's sad, you know. Whatever the reason you've been avoiding her, just make sure it's worth the pain it's caused her. Grip. Aether's grip tightened around the door handle. He gritted his teeth, struggling with the weight of her words. After a long moment, he finally answered, his voice low, I'll talk to her. Without another word, he entered the room. The principal stood in silence, staring at the closed door. I wonder if it's because of her visions. She mused before walking away. As Aether stepped inside, he was immediately tackled by Snowflake, her tail wrapping around him in an enthusiastic embrace. 4000 AP, find more chapters on Empire, Master. Aether smiled. How are you, Snowflake? I trust you've been protecting the place. Yes, Snow protected everything, she hissed happily, nuzzling against him. Aether chuckled softly, his eyes wandering over the various creations and artifacts that filled the room. Each one was worth more than most could ever dream of. Priceless, even. A smirk crossed his lips as a sense of determination settled over him. Well, it's time to finish what I left, he thought, ready to move forward. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, yet the air felt heavy with a somber anticipation. The academy grounds were filled with people, students, citizens. All gathered for the commemoration. At the front of the assembly, the principal stepped up to the podium. Her posture was firm, but her expression reflected the weight of the moment. Her eyes swept across the sea of faces before her, all waiting to hear her words. She took a deep breath, gathering herself before beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, students, and honored guests, she began, her voice steady with authority but tinged with emotion. Today, we come together in a moment of both immense sorrow and profound gratitude. The crowd stilled, their attention wholly focused on the principal. The professors in the front row exchanged solemn glances, the events of the battle still fresh in their minds. I know the depth of our loss. My students, my family. Many of them are young, full of promise, dreams yet to be fulfilled. They stood in the face of unimaginable danger, knowing that their sacrifice might be the last chapter of their story. They fought not just for themselves, but for their friends, their families, and this academy that they loved. We gather to commemorate those who gave everything, their dreams, their futures, so that we may continue to live ours. As her eyes swept around, saw everyone staring at her with pained eyes. We mourn them today. We mourn the loss of their laughter in these halls, their bright futures that will never come to pass. Let us hold their names in our hearts, for they have etched themselves into the very foundation of this academy with their courage. Their sacrifice was not in vain. A soft breeze rustled through the academy grounds, the newly renovated building standing as silent testaments to the destruction they had narrowly survived. The principal paused, letting the weight of her words settle over the audience. With a graceful motion, she flicked her fingers, and the large curtain that had been concealing the memorial stone began to rise. The crowd collectively held their breath as the massive stone, intricately etched with the names of the 1,340 lost souls, was revealed. This memorial stone, bearing the names of those we lost, will stand as a permanent reminder of their sacrifice. A black stain on our history, but also a testament to the resilience of this academy. May it remain here for generations to come, so that their bravery is never forgotten. The principal's voice grew softer, more reverent. Please, everyone, rise and offer your prayers to the arcane goddess, that the souls of our fallen may rest peacefully. The crowd stood as one, bowing their heads in solemn prayer. As the ceremony continued, a hush fell over the assembly, but in a far corner of the gathering, Victor stood with an expression of utter disbelief. You mean, your name is Kira? Not Kyra? Victor asked, his voice tinged with confusion. The black-haired girl standing before him raised an amused eyebrow, her lips curling into a teasing smile. You saved my life, fought for me, and yet you've been calling me the wrong name this whole time. She let out a light, playful laugh. That really hurts, you know. Victor blinked, his mind reeling as he tried to process what was happening. The girl standing before him wasn't the one he had known, or so he thought. Does that mean, the souls of those who died at the summit were truly lost? His thoughts raced as he glanced around, noticing familiar faces among the crowd. Leon, who appeared perfectly fine, was chatting with Kai, who bore a few bruises for some reason. Shaking off his confusion, Victor turned back to Kira, who was blushing faintly under his gaze. 200 AP, she awkwardly chuckled, her cheeks flushing a deeper red as she cleared her throat. Anyway, from here on, I'll be your attendant. I hope I can be of service to you, she said, extending her hand. Victor stared at her, still trying to piece everything together, but he shook her hand nonetheless. I'll be counting on you, he managed to say, still somewhat bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 483 Commemoration Part 3. Aren't you curious how I know your real identity? Ashara's words echoed in Victor's mind when he saw her fidgeting before him. Why are you staring at me, Victor? She asked, her voice laced with innocence, her large, curious eyes blinking up at him. Victor blinked, snapping out of his reverie. It's nothing, he said, forcing a smile, just wondering if you happen to know any kind of spell that lets you identify someone. Ashara's brow furrowed, her fingers twirling a loose strand of her hair. Identify someone? Why do you ask? Are you looking for someone in particular? Her voice was soft and thoughtful, as if she was mulling over the possibilities. Yeah, Victor replied, his tone casual. I'm searching for an old friend of mine. I see. Ashara murmured, her expression thoughtful as she processed his words. There was no flicker of recognition in her features, no telltale sign that would suggest she knew more than she was letting on. It left Victor wondering, did she figure it out after the game, or was she always aware? He thought. After a moment of contemplation, Ashara seemed to come up with, nothing. Victor sighed softly, shaking his head. Never mind. It's fine. Forget I asked, who are you searching for, Victor? Kira asked as she approached, her arms crossed. Leaned closer. She had clearly been eavesdropping on their conversation. Victor shifted his gaze to her, offering no immediate response, his attention now on the podium. Kira, undeterred by his silence, pouted dramatically, stepping even closer to him. What's with that look? Are you mad because I teased you about not remembering my name earlier? Ashera stepped in, almost too quickly, sliding between them and gently pushing Kira back. He doesn't like it when women touch him, Ashera stammered, her voice flustered, her face slightly flushed. Kira chuckled, clearly amused by the protective stance Ashera had taken. Oh, is that so? Funny, I don't remember him complaining before. Ignoring their playful banter, Victor's gaze roamed the hall, scanning the rows of seats. Where is she? He thought, his mind now fixated on the absence of Delphine, who was nowhere to be seen among the professors. Despite the eerie vision, he knew avoiding her would only make things worse. It would make her think he was afraid of the visions she had shown him coming true. And fear was a dangerous thing in his world. Suddenly, we stand here today, not only to mourn the lives we tragically lost but also to honor those who stood against the darkness when hope seemed lost, the principal declared, her tone solemn yet commanding. In our darkest hours, when the very foundation of our academy was on the verge of collapse, there were those who rose to the challenge. Individuals who, through unwavering courage and determination, not only saved this academy but protected every soul within it. The crowd fell silent, listening intently as the principal continued, her words heavy with meaning. Today, we honor both the fallen and the heroes who have gifted us with a future. Let us grieve, yes, but let us also give thanks. For in our sorrow, we find life, hope, and the strength to rebuild. And now, let us welcome the heroes of our academy, she finished, her voice resonating through the hall as she snapped her fingers. At that moment, a platform rose behind the podium, revealing the elite class students, along with others who had played vital roles in defending the academy. Even the guards and servants who had contributed stood there, shoulder to shoulder, receiving equal recognition. The audience watched in awe as the principal began calling each name, one by one, to step forward and receive an honorary badge etched with the academy's emblem. Nyx Shadowfall, Finian Sunfire, Jack Sparrow, Talia Crimsonclaw, Timmy, Sean. The list went on as the students moved forward, collecting their badges with a mix of pride and humility. Victor, standing at the back of the line, observed the crowd's reaction. Some clapped politely, their applause soft, almost hesitant, while others barely raised their hands, offering the faintest of gestures. It was as if a cool breeze had passed through the hall, the applause not quite reaching full volume. He wasn't responsible for the deaths, that much was certain. The lives lost had been taken before he arrived, and his plan hadn't claimed a single soul. Normal beings would feel pain and sadness. Over 1,500 people had perished whether they related or not, just the atmosphere made them sad and gloomy. Yet, he felt nothing. A pang of guilt, a flicker of sorrow for the grieving families. None at all. He felt their death, just nothing, as if everything was part of a life, as if he had embraced death itself. Victor glanced down at his hand, staring at it with unknown emotions. I've died twice now, once alone, and the second time with those I loved. Am I getting used to this, log? Am I accepting death? Or worse, am I becoming something else? He wondered, his thoughts swirling in a dark spiral, but his log remained silent. Victor let out a quiet, bitter chuckle. I see. He whispered to himself, the corners of his lips twitching into a faint, hollow smile, and finally, Victor. Hearing his name called, Victor flinched, his body stiffening instinctively. He stepped forward, his movements tense, and accepted the badge without meeting anyone's eyes. A deep frown etched itself onto his face as he noticed something unsettling. The entire academy had fallen into an unnatural silence. Even those who had been clapping softly just moments ago had stopped as if a sudden chill had swept over them. It was as though the atmosphere had shifted, as if something was terribly wrong. The principal leaned in as she pinned the badge onto his chest, her voice barely a whisper in his ear. what did you do now? Victor's brow furrowed further, and he whispered back, I don't know, yet, I've finished spreading the rumor. Are you sure you wanted this? The story that Victor killed a few students during the incident, using it as a scapegoat for his amusement. I think this is a dangerous move, Celestia's telepathic message echoed in his mind. Victor's lips curled into the faintest hint of a smile, though only inwardly. It's fine, he replied, Victor was never meant to be a hero. His gaze shifted ever so slightly to where new Jack Sparrow stood. Jack Sparrow curiously looked at him with an amused expression. I need to catch this fish just right. He thought, his eyes cold and emotionless. As if on cue, the principal straightened, her voice now loud and clear for all to hear. You brave heroes have saved many lives. I cannot find words strong enough to express my gratitude, other than to say thank you. The crowd's mood shifted. The students, their families, and even some of the professors wore expressions of sadness and pride. Their eyes growing teary as they watched the solemn ceremony unfold. Victor and the others bowed deeply in respect to the principal before turning to leave the podium, their movements rehearsed and dignified. And now, the principal said, her voice soft yet commanding as she turned back to the murmuring crowd, her expression calm but knowing, for the finale. Victor raised an eyebrow. Something felt off. The crowd was whispering to one another, as if something missing. I know. I haven't forgotten our all-rounder, the principal said with a soft, almost affectionate smile. The principal took a deep, deliberate breath. Let us welcome our one and only brave hero. Without him, I cannot begin to imagine what might have happened to my students. He, who with his intellect and selflessness, saved lives, he, who risked everything, including his own life, just to protect the Academy's children, he fought until the very end, ensuring that not a single life was lost after his arrival. No one died because of him. He stood beside Saintess and protected her so that she helped others. I only wish he could have appeared earlier so not a single soul would have lost. Victor's frown deepened, his mind spinning. What the hell is she talking about? He wondered to make sense of the principal's dramatic announcement. The principal's smile softened as she looked out at the crowd. I understand, she said, her tone quieter, almost tender. Discover hidden stories at Empire. He didn't want to stand beside the others today. He didn't want to receive the same honors. But Aether, please come forward. The people need to see you. The families, the children you saved, they deserve to see their hero's face. Victor blinked. What the fuck? Chapter 484 Welcome to the Arcane Hunters. The principal had long understood that Aether wasn't the kind of person who craved attention or recognition. He was an enigma in many ways, and while she couldn't pinpoint the exact reasons, she knew one thing for certain. He absolutely hated being in the spotlight, as much as she wanted to respect his desire to stay hidden. There were moments when the world needed to see who he really was. Without that, people would continue to dismiss him as nothing more than a lowly servant. She wanted everyone to witness the man who had been concealing his true self behind a carefully crafted mask. Victor had no other option but to alter his disguise. He had no idea what kind of unpredictable stunt the principal might pull, so he decided to play it safe. He sent a clone in his place, Victor, to take the stage while he, Aether, himself, quietly approached the podium. Aether truly detested fame. He had seen up close the chaos it could bring, the way it twisted and destroyed the simple lives of ordinary people. He wanted no part of it. When the crowd noticed a black-haired boy, dressed in the humble attire of a servant, stepping onto the podium, a collective gasp rippled through the room. Is that him? Could that be the servant who saved our children? I can't believe it. A servant, doing more than the chosen ones ever could. Murmurs of disbelief spread like wildfire, the gossip swirling around the room. A few clapped hesitantly, their applause louder than before but still unable to break the tense atmosphere. Aether could only manage an awkward chuckle as he stood before the principal. She approached with a broad smile, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Leaning in closer, she whispered, I knew you'd pull something like this for Victor. That's why I made sure to prepare something for you, Aether. Aether's lips twitched in frustration. Was this really necessary? He muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. The principal smirked. She leaned in even closer and whispered back, look around. Aether. Look at your friends. with reluctance, Aether's eyes swept across the people, locking onto Aquilina, Celine, and the others. Their faces radiated pride, their eyes gleaming with happiness for him. They didn't have this much reaction for Victor, it was undeniable. See, the principal continued in a soft yet firm tone, there are things you must do, not for yourself, but for the people who believe in you. Sometimes, making others happy is the most important thing. With a gentle yet deliberate motion, she pinned the badge onto his chest. Just as she was about to step away, she turned back, her smile widening. Please, Aether, a few words from you would mean so much to everyone here. Aether's lips tightened in exasperation. She's really pushing it this time. I'm doubling my fees after this, he thought, shaking his head internally. Still, he gave a reluctant nod and stepped up to the podium. He scanned the sea of faces before him, his pulse quickening. I. He stumbled over his words, feeling the pressure mounting. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his back and forced himself to continue. My name is Aether, and I serve Princess Aquilina Naiadia. I didn't prepare a speech, to be honest. He let out a small, self-conscious laugh, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm not much for speeches. 100 AP, 100 AP, 100 AP. The crowd began to soften, smiling at his honesty, his awkwardness oddly endearing. Aether's gaze shifted to the stone monument behind him, where the names of the fallen were etched into the cold surface. They fought, just as fiercely, just as desperately, as I did, Aether began, his voice growing more serious. Many of them paid the ultimate price so that others might live. Their courage, their sacrifice. That is what saved this academy. Not me alone. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. It's their memory that we should be honoring today. His eyes flickered with emotion as he continued. We lost so much that day. Friends, family. People we laughed with. Learned with, people who should still be standing here with us today, they're gone. And while we know we have to keep moving forward, it's hard to feel worthy of this honor when so many lives were cut short. His voice faltered for a moment. I know a lot of you feel the same, you wonder why you survived when others didn't. That's a burden we carry together. The mood darkened as the reality of his words. People's faces fell, and many bit their lips, trying to hold back tears. 200 AP, 200 AP, 300 AP, 300 AP, 300 AP. Aether took a deep breath before pressing on. I didn't fight because I wanted to be a hero. If I'm being honest, I fought because I wanted to survive, I wanted to escape that nightmare. But when I saw the others fighting until they had nothing left, I realized, they couldn't bear to see this academy, this home, fall. He gave a sad, almost bittersweet smile. So, I fought because I believed in them. I didn't want their efforts to be in vain. That's the truth of it. Enjoy exclusive chapters from Empire. Tears began to well up in the eyes of those in the crowd, the raw emotion of Aether's words cutting deeper than they thought. 400 AP, 400 AP, 500 AP, 500 AP, 600 AP. Aether turned to leave, but then something made him stop. He turned back to face the crowd. Death, sometimes. Maybe it feels like it's the only answer. But it always has meaning, a meaning tied to all of you. His eyes swept over the audience, and he gestured toward the monument. The names written on that stone, they aren't just names. They aren't just words. They are people, people who continue to live on inside each of you. Remember this, their true death isn't when they perished, their real death is when you forget them, that's when they're truly gone. The death. With that, Aether turned and walked away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. His words lingered in the air, heavy with truth and wisdom far beyond his years. The boy who had always avoided the spotlight had, at that moment, commanded the attention of every soul in the academy. Helena's lips trembled seeing her beloved's speech. It's not just her, everyone's lips trembled, and then the tears that had been held back could no longer be restrained. Sobs echoed through the academy. 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 1000 AP, 3000 AP, 1000 AP, 4000 AP, 1000 AP, 2000 AP, 3000 AP, 4000 AP. As Aether walked away from the podium, his face remained blank. but inwardly, a smirk curled on his lips. Not bad at all, he thought. He watched as his affection points continued to climb at an exponential rate, remaining 2,084,532 AP, the number ticked upward, each moment increasing faster than the last. A good harvest indeed. Aether mused, his expression shifting into one of subtle amusement. His eyes drifted to where Jack stood, now approaching Victor. Looks like it's time to switch again, he thought with a knowing smirk, remaining 532 AP, soon, the ceremony finally came to a close. The principal had arranged for a small gathering afterwards, complete with tea and light refreshments. It was an opportunity for everyone to share their grief, to let out the pain they'd kept inside, a moment of release, of connection, where each person could find comfort in knowing they weren't alone. In the midst of the crowd, Kai approached Leah, who was softly chatting with her friends, minding her own business. He hesitated before speaking. "Leah, please, listen to me first." Leah glanced at him, noting the discomfort in his posture. She sighed, excusing herself from the conversation and turning toward him. "What do you want, Kai?" she asked. Kai smiled faintly. "I know," he said softly. Leah frowned, crossing her arms. "Know what?" Kai stepped forward, lowering his voice. "I finally understand. You've always been trying to protect me, haven't you?" Her frown deepened. "What are you talking about?" Kai's eyes softened as he took a breath. "I'm talking about your mother." Leah visibly flinched, her eyes darting around the room in sudden fear. "Where?" she stammered, her body tensing as if preparing for an unseen danger. Kai frowned, shaking his head. "I don't know where she is right now, but I saw her a few days ago." Leah sighed in relief, though her shoulders remained stiff. "She did?" "I haven't seen her," she said, trying to act casual, but Kai could see the tension in her body begin to unravel slightly. Watching her reaction, Kai's suspicions were finally confirmed. So it's true. Her mother's been controlling her all this time. Damn it. If I'd known sooner, I never would have pushed her away. We wouldn't have broken up, he screamed inwardly, his heart sinking with regret. "Leah." Kai's voice trembled, filled with guilt. "I'm sorry. I finally get it now. It's your mother, isn't it? She's the one controlling you. Manipulating everything," he said, his hands shaking slightly as he reached toward her. "What are you even saying, your mother? She told you she'd kill me if you let me get close, didn't she? That's why you've always pushed me away. Isn't that the reason you never let me touch you?" His voice softened, filled with understanding. Leah stared at him. After a moment of silence, she gave a small nod. "Well, yeah," she admitted quietly, "but there's no point in talking about it now. It's done." "Leah, please." Kai interrupted, his voice filled with desperation. "Give me another chance. I'll fix it, I promise. I'll make things right between us," he pleaded, his eyes locked onto hers. Hoping for a glimmer of hope. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the academy, in a remote, sealed-off location where not even a bug could pass unnoticed, Jack Sparrow stood facing Victor with a calm smile. "I'll ask you one final time, Victor." Jack's voice was smooth and calculated. "Are you willing to eliminate the chosen ones and bring peace to these worlds that have always been controlled by the so-called arcane and the mother goddess?" Victor's lips twisted into a smirk, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. "Of course," he replied without hesitation. "I'd love to." 10 AP, Jack Sparrow grinned, clearly satisfied with the answer. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a peculiar object, something that looked like a rolled-up parchment. He approached the nearest wall, and with a flick of his wrist, unrolled the parchment. A detailed image of a door was drawn upon it, almost too lifelike to be mere ink and paper. Jack pressed his palm against the image, and, as if by magic, the door materialized, becoming real. "Welcome to the Arcane Hunters, Victor," Jack said with a sly grin as he motioned for Victor to step through the doorway. Ding, survival rate, 67.3%, Chapter 485 Becoming a Hunter Part 1, Chirp, chirp, the sound of birds chirping echoed across the horizon, blending with the vibrant, bright sky. the lush greenery surrounding Victor painted a serene picture as he stood in the middle of a vast garden. His eyes wandered over the various types of flowers and fruits that flourished under the bright sky without a sun, each one more magnificent than the last. Amazing, isn't it? Jack said with a sly smirk as he glanced at Victor, clearly amused by his reaction. Victor nodded, his face reflecting his awe. His mind, however, was racing. That door, could it be some sort of anywhere door, or something like that, he thought, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Looks like I still have a lot to learn. This world keeps getting stranger, he mused inwardly before turning back to Jack and nodding. Yeah, I have to admit, this is impressive. Are we still in the academy? Jack simply smiled, his lips curling into a secretive grin. He didn't answer directly but instead gestured for Victor to follow him further into the garden. In the distance, a round table stood, arranged with 6 empty chairs around it, like something out of a council meeting. Victor followed as Jack spoke again. There are certain things you need to understand, Victor. Before I can explain everything, you need to grasp the reality of what's going on here. You are a chosen one for this. Victor just nodded, keeping his expression neutral. Once they reached the table, Jack casually sat in one of the chairs, motioning for Victor to take a seat beside him. As Victor sat down, Jack's grin widened, his eyes gleaming with a strange intensity. Continue your adventure at Empire. First things first, Jack began, let me tell you about this organization. Our mission here, Jack continued, leaning forward, is to stop what we call the beginning. The beginning? Victor repeated, his brow furrowing. What exactly does that mean? Jack's smirk deepened. Ah, I see the principal hasn't told you nearly enough to earn your trust. Typical, Victor shrugged, not really surprised. Well, it's not like you trust me either, right? He shot back with a hint of sarcasm. Jack chuckled. Touché, he said, nodding in approval, but you're not wrong. Trust is earned. However, what I'm about to tell you is crucial. Our organization's sole purpose is to stop the beginning, the complete destruction of everything. Victor's eyes narrowed. Destruction of everything? What do you mean by that? He asked, his voice more serious now. Jack's playful demeanor shifted to something far graver. Do you know that Mother and Arcane are not the same entity? Victor blinked, taken aback by the question. No, he admitted, shaking his head. I wasn't aware of that. Jack chuckled darkly. I figured your master didn't trust you with the full story. Well, let me enlighten you, Victor. Mother and Arcane are ancient entities, and they've been at war for longer than any of us can comprehend. No one knows the exact reason behind their conflict. But one thing is certain, we are all just pawns in their cosmic game. Victor's mind reeled as he tried to process the revelation. And what does that have to do with the beginning? Jack's smirk returned, but it was colder this time. You see, the beginning refers to a new era of existence. And you understand what that means, right? Victor's frown deepened as realization dawned on him. So, the beginning, it's the destruction of the past era, isn't it? Jack nodded slowly, his eyes never leaving Victor's. Exactly. The only way to start something new is to first erase what came before. When it starts, everyone in these worlds will fight for survival. Those who rise above the rest will be the ones to carry on into the next era. To usher in the new beginning, I see. Victor said quietly, and killing the chosen ones, how does that fit into all of this? Jack leaned back in his chair, a small smile playing on his lips. It's because they're the ones destined to lead the destruction. They are the key to the beginning. If they survive and clear all the trials, they will become the foundation of the new era. Victor's eyes widened slightly. So, the fight for the sovereign is all about this? Jack chuckled softly, nodding. Exactly. The sovereign will be the one to reign over the new era. That's why we need to eliminate them before any of them can complete the trials. If even one of them succeeds, it's over. The new era will begin, and everything we know will be erased. Victor leaned back in his chair. Is what he's saying true, Log? He asked inwardly. Yes, the confirmation made Victor's heart skip a beat, so that's why Aquilina said a nightmare was coming. He thought to himself, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. but a frown creased his forehead as another question nagged at him. And what about the principal? Was she involved in leading the destruction and starting the new beginning in her era? He had read countless ancient texts in the Elven library, and there had been no mention of any such catastrophic events tied to past sovereigns, as Jack was about to respond. When, for that answer, you must first sign the contract, child, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly silenced him. Victor's eyes snapped toward the empty chair at the head of the table, where a flickering hologram materialized. Though the figure was indistinct, shrouded in static, it bore the unmistakable outline of a human. Its form shifted, like an old television caught between channels, yet its presence was palpable. Master. Jack immediately stood, a hint of reverence coloring his usually confident demeanor. His face broke into a small smile, but there was tension beneath it. This was clearly not someone he wanted to displease. The hologram acknowledged Jack with a brief nod before its attention shifted to Victor. Jack leaned in closer to Victor, whispering urgently, "Stand up." "It's the master of the organization." Victor gave Jack a sidelong glance, noticing the anxiety in his expression. "He is scared of that guy." "Interesting." Victor sitting casually faced the hologram directly. "A contract?" Victor asked. "V. Victor." Jack hissed through clenched teeth, his face paling as sweat began to bead on his forehead. I apologize, Master." It's fine, Jack," the mechanical voice interrupted, eerily calm. The hologram turned back to Victor, its static form shifting slightly. "I see why ISA took an interest in you. You're an arrogant young man, but you know how to stand your ground. You don't cower or grovel." Intriguing, a rare body type too, something we haven't seen before." There was a pause before the figure added, "Very well, here is the contract." Before Victor, a glowing parchment materialized, hovering just inches from his hand. Its text shimmered, detailing several clauses: absolute secrecy, no betrayal, and no revealing anything discussed within these walls. The terms weren't overly complex, but they were binding in every sense of the word. The hologram spoke again, its voice echoing with a subtle menace: "If you choose not to join, you are free to leave. But we will wipe your memories of everything that transpired here, and of anything related to us. No one is forced to join, but understand that this organization is shrouded in secrecy for a reason." Victor raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Wiping memories?" he murmured. Jack smirked at Victor's reaction, surprised. "Huh. Memory wiping abilities are rare, even among bloodlines. But our master? The one who found those wielders? Master, the reason we can enforce it. Isn't Master great? Greater than an old hag who running an academy and crying over the death of a few students." Victor wasn't surprised for the reason Jack thought. Sure, the idea of wiping memories was unsettling, but that wasn't what caused his shock. No, this was the explanation for something far more personal, something that had been nagging at him for a long time. Suddenly, the pieces fit together. Kalen. He had never remembered who had helped him during the contest. Aether had questioned him multiple times, even using Leora, but Kalen always claimed he couldn't remember anything. Now Victor understood why. He turned his attention back to the contract. After a brief moment of contemplation, he signed it without hesitation. SSSSSH. The parchment glowed briefly before disintegrating into shimmering particles, which then seeped into Victor's body. It felt as though they were merging with his very soul, binding him to the organization. Yet, ding, contract invalid, cannot be formed due to your contract with hashtag. Victor's lips curved into an inward grin. Sweet, he thought. Now, Victor said, his voice steady, tell me. The beginning, it happens every few thousand years, doesn't it? Every time a new set of chosen ones appears. Or is this time different? The hologram instead answering it declared in a solemn tone, "Welcome to the Arcane Hunters, Victor." Suddenly, the remaining empty chairs around the table lit up, and one by one, more holograms appeared. Chapter 486, Becoming a Hunter Part 2. Victor blinked in mild surprise as the others suddenly appeared, his eyes scanning around as 3 additional holograms flickered on the chairs. Is this the one? The man capable of absorbing arcane energy? A mechanical voice asked. Its tone curious. You just allowed him in here. Into our sacred domain. And you're not even concerned he could be a spy. Another voice cut in, this one sharper, dripping with irritation and distrust. Amidst the tension, a third voice chimed in, a seductive purr. He's quite a sight. I wonder what kind of handsome face you're hiding behind that mask, pretty boy. The mechanical voice seemed to savor each word. Victor merely smirked at their varied reactions, showing no signs of reaction. But then, unexpectedly, excuse me, would you please move? Victor's brows furrowed as he heard a soft, almost shy voice at his side. Glancing down, he noticed a small hologram flickering at his feet. Seemingly projecting from within the chair, without letting out his surprise, he gave a curt nod and stood up and stepped aside. His gaze swept back to everyone, noticing now that 5 holograms sat in the chairs, each distinct yet united in their presence, with Jack occupying one seat. They stared back at him with varying degrees of interest, doubt, and amusement. One of the mechanical voices, the same sultry one from before, chimed again with an almost teasing, "Oh. Why did you make the pretty boy stand up? He'll be all lonely." A pause, then with a sly edge, "If you're feeling lonely, darling, I wouldn't mind if you sat on me." Victor frowned. He turned and walked straight toward the chair. Without a word, he sat down. "Oh, what? Did you really think I wouldn't do it?" Victor asked, his lips curling into a small, mocking smirk as the hologram continued to flicker inside him. Not bad at all, pretty boy. You're bold. Bolder than most." The mechanical voice, dripping with intrigue, responded with growing interest. "I'm not like the others," Victor stated, his tone confident, bordering on arrogance. "Indeed," the voice agreed after a brief but noticeable pause. It was then that the first hologram, the one Jack had earlier referred to as Master, finally spoke, its voice measured, calm, and carrying an undeniable authority. "Now that everyone is here, allow me to properly welcome Victor once again. And to answer the question posed earlier, yes, this time is special. Victor, you see, unlike previous times when chosen ones appeared, that was merely a method of trial and error." "Trial and error, indeed," the Master continued. "No game is perfect at its inception. And the grand game played by the Arcane and Mother has been no exception. It took thousands of years for them to refine and perfect it, and now, the real game has begun." Victor's mind raced. "Is that true, Log?" he questioned inwardly, yet, unlike before, there was no immediate response. The silence in his mind caused him to frown slightly, but he quickly refocused. "So, in order to prevent destruction, we need to kill the chosen ones?" he asked, his voice darkening as he turned his focus to Jack, his eyes gleaming with a deadly intent. "Then shouldn't that guy be dead by now? 10 AP, 10 AP, 10 AP, Jack visibly flinched as Victor's killing intent washed over him, intense and almost suffocating. "What? That bloodlust, it's as if I were his sworn enemy. How in the world can he switch his emotions like that? Damn. It's making me hot," Jack thought, his inner voice tinged with a twisted sense of admiration. The Master said, "No. It's not just about killing them. We gave them an option, to side with us, just as Jack Sparrow did. This organization is for a higher cause, Victor. We aim to create a greater world. A better one, not controlled by anyone. You know, right? Being controlled by the Sovereign. She will dictate your actions, which is not in our organization." Victor narrowed his eyes but gave a slight nod, though his attention remained locked onto Jack. "I see. But even if they side with us, to stop the beginning, we still need to eliminate the others, don't we?" A heavy silence fell over them. Finally, after a long, charged pause, the Master responded, "You will," but before the Master could finish, one of the other holograms interjected, its voice sharp and tinged with frustration. "Wait. Master, are you seriously going to just trust him like that? What about the test? The trials you made the rest of us go through to prove our worth before entering the organization?" The Master's gaze turned icy, its silence chilling. The other hologram quickly lowered its head in submission, trembling under the weight of that gaze. Even the garden itself seemed to quiver, as though responding to the Master's presence. I am sorry." After what felt like an eternity, the master finally spoke again, his voice unyielding. "Of course, he will go through the test." The master turned to Victor, the hologram glowing slightly. "You don't mind, do you, Victor?" Victor shrugged with casual nonchalance, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "As long as I get to have fun playing with lives, I don't mind at all." 1 AP, 1 AP, 1 AP, Victor smirked inwardly. "Looks like 3 of them are interested in me. Good. That should work in my favor." His eyes flicked to Jack, who was still grinning at him with unsettling intensity. "Find more to read on Empire, 100 AP, Victor felt a shiver crawl down his spine. "What's his deal? Why does he keep staring at me like that?" he thought, feeling an odd sense of discomfort ripple through him. The master asked, "You elite all were planning to visit the Pyra Fulgur Empire for the trial, correct? I want you to gather some critical information while you're there, specifically about the Origin Emperor." Origin Emperor? Victor frowned. "So even they don't know much about this Origin Emperor. Guess I have only one choice now." He nodded slightly to himself, his mind already calculating his next move. "Yes, you're tasked with gathering information about the Origin Emperor, and," the master's tone became colder, "you will also eliminate one of the chosen ones while you're there." A collective gasp filled the room, the holograms reacting with clear surprise. "Master, isn't that too much for his first mission?" The hologram Victor had sat unquestioned with a slightly tense tone, but before the master could respond, the other hologram, the one that had been visibly irritated by Victor's presence, snapped, "Too much. After all the privileges he's been given, I think it's the perfect mission." It turned its mechanical gaze toward Victor, its disdain evident. "Kill one of the chosen ones. Prove your loyalty. Only then will we truly believe you belong here." Victor cast a sidelong glance at the master, noting the lack of response. "So they're testing me already. Fine," he thought before nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well," he said, his voice smooth and unwavering. "I'll do it. I just hope you're all ready to enjoy the show." With that, he stood, preparing to leave. "Until we meet again, Victor," the master said. It raised a hand to signal the end of the meeting, but before it could finish, "One more thing," Victor interrupted. "When exactly is this beginning supposed to happen? Is there some sort of deadline, or do we have a timeline to follow?" The master paused before replying. "There's no fixed time limit. It all depends on when the trials are completed. The sooner they end, the sooner the beginning will commence." Victor nodded. "Understood." The master's hologram shifted slightly as it added, "And Victor, remember this, you're not doing this for nothing. Once you complete your mission, you'll be richly rewarded. And based on your performance and contributions to the organization, those rewards will continue to grow and, most of all, betraying my trust is the worst thing you do in your life." Victor gave a single nod of acknowledgement. With a snap of the master's fingers, the room shifted, and Victor vanished from the garden. The moment he disappeared, "Are we really sure we can trust him?" one of the holograms asked, its voice betraying the unease. "Even though he signed the contract, he still has the ability to absorb arcane energy. None of us have ever seen anything like that before. We can't just." "Careful," Jack interrupted, his voice suddenly cold, almost indifferent, though his killing intent simmered just beneath the surface. "You had been questioning the master's decisions. Are you eager to die?" The master raised a hand, silencing the tension before it could escalate. "There's no need for concern, Victor. I will personally monitor his actions." The other holograms seemed to relax slightly, some even sighing in relief. With the topic of Victor seemingly settled, the master shifted focus. "Now, on to the more pressing matter. According to Jack's latest report, Kennedy has betrayed us. He acted independently, led a massacre, and failed miserably." The room fell silent at the mention of Kennedy's name, however. The master continued, its voice taking on a more thoughtful tone. "It seems that before his death, Kennedy managed to accomplish something. Jack, I need you to investigate any unusual activities in the worlds. Any sign of emerging monsters. Strange phenomena, anything that stands out, no matter how small. I want to know about it." "Understood," Master, the Master's voice took on a darker edge, since you'll be heading to the Pyra Empire, keep an eye out for any remnants of the Phoenix bloodline. If any of them are still alive, bring them to me. And one more thing. Since Kalen Drakfang has chosen to leave the organization, add him to the elimination list. Jack bowed deeply, his expression serious. Absolutely understood, Master. With a nod from the Master, Jack vanished from the room, leaving the remaining holograms behind. The Master's gaze turned toward the others. His tone was low, but a hint of amusement crept into his words. A storm is coming. Chapter 487, Someone is pissed off. Victor stood motionless, staring at the wall where a door should have been, the one Jack had supposedly placed. Yet, there was nothing, just an empty wall. Interesting, he mused silently, eyes narrowing. They've got some rather unusual artifacts. He took one last glance before turning away and slipping out of that place. The academy's corridor was quiet, his footsteps echoing as he walked, deep in thought. His mind swirled with the events that had unfolded, trying to piece everything together. So, someone's pulling the strings after all. But it's not just one person, Master. Why didn't I see this coming? He clenched his fists slightly with an amused expression. All this time, he had thought Jack was working independently, some kind of idiotic cult, but now it seemed that someone, or rather, several someones, were orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Crack, crack, Victor stretched his neck, with a tired yet grinning expression. Fuck, there's too much going on. It's starting to get on my nerves, he muttered under his breath. As he rounded the corner, he found himself standing in front of Delphine's office door. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand and knocked. Knock, knock, what do you want? Victor? Delphine's voice echoed behind the door. Victor blinked, a little taken aback by her sharp tone. Can you open the door? Professor Delphine, he asked, trying to sound casual. No, his frown deepened. Huh? Why not, why? Delphine's voice quivered, though she tried to keep it steady. You know the answer, don't you? You've been avoiding me for over a month, Victor. There was frustration in her words, but also a longing that couldn't be hidden. Victor's face twisted into an awkward grimace. He scratched the back of his head, trying to think of an explanation. Well, I've been kind of busy, she interrupted, her voice rising slightly. Victor, tell me the truth. Are you afraid of my visions too? Is that why you're avoiding me? Her voice trembled, though she tried to hold firm, betraying her vulnerability. Victor exhaled slowly, rubbing his temples. No, Delphine, it's not like that. Before he could continue, she snapped, don't lie to me, Victor. Her voice cracked, and there was no mistaking the fear beneath her anger. You've been avoiding me every chance you get, and it's not just because you're busy. You've spoken to Arya, you've spoken to the others, but me? Nothing. Not a word. Victor sighed again, steeling himself as he reached for the door handle. Delphine, let me in. No. I'm not letting you in, she cried from the other side, her voice wavering. She was pushing against the door now, trying to keep him out. I don't want to see you. Just go away, Delphine. Please, just let me in. We need to talk, he said, his voice calm but firm. He pressed harder against the door. No. Get out. Delphine's voice grew more frantic, tears unmistakably starting to form. She was genuinely terrified. Victor's heart clenched. Ever since their last date, Delphine had thrown herself into her work, helping rebuild the academy after the disaster. Yet, despite her efforts to reach out, talk to him, he had distanced himself. No matter when she tried to see him, he made sure to be absent. He couldn't bear to face her. She began to piece together what she feared most, that he was avoiding her because of her visions. And when she heard from Arya and the others that he had spoken to them while continuing to dodge her. Her worst fears were confirmed. He's scared of me, of my powers. The thought consumed her, her heart sinking further into despair. He's avoiding me because of what I can see. I see. Delphine started, but before she could finish, Victor gave one final push, and the door flew open. Delphine stumbled backwards, her balance failing her as she slipped. In an instant, Victor moved, catching her just before she hit the floor. He pulled her into his arms, closing the door behind him. His arms tightened around her as he gazed into her teary aqua-colored eyes. "Delphine." His voice was soft but commanding. "Why are you crying?" Her gaze fell to the floor as she mumbled. I am not crying." Victor's lips tugged into a sad smile as he gently wiped the corner of her eyes, showing her the small tear on his finger. "Then what's this?" Delphine remained silent, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment. She didn't know how to respond. Victor sighed softly, still holding her. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to avoid you. It's fine." She tried to brush it off, but Victor didn't let her finish. "No, Delphine, it's not fine. You deserve an explanation," he said, looking into her eyes earnestly. "I wasn't avoiding you because of your visions. Whatever you see, we'll face it together. We always do, right?" Her eyes widened slightly as his words sunk in. And she nodded slowly, her voice barely a whisper. Then why were you avoiding me?" Victor's expression grew awkward again. "Well." He hesitated, glancing away for a moment. Delphine's eyes filled with tears once more as her voice trembled. I know what it is. You're avoiding me because of my powers, right? You think I'm a burden." Before she could spiral any further into her fear, Victor cut her off, his voice low and pained. "No, Delphine. I failed you." His hands trembled slightly as he spoke, his jaw clenched. "I made you a promise, that I'd protect you, protect everything, and yet, I couldn't keep it. I failed miserably. I couldn't even face you after that. I hated myself to see you." After Haughty saying those words, Delphine frowned in confusion. What is he talking about? She wondered, searching his face. She knew he had done everything he could to save people during the chaos. Was he referring to the lives lost before they arrived? Her frown softened as understanding dawned on her. "Victor, it's not your fault. You did everything you could. You saved so many lives. There's no reason to blame yourself for what happened." Her warm smile returned, his presence comforting after the long month of separation. Victor's heart ached as he looked at her. She had misunderstood the situation, but what could he say? It was better for her to believe what she wanted. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had failed her, failed to protect her visions. Failed to keep his promises. His grip on her tightened as he bit down on his lower lip. "Aether." Delphine's worried expression softened as she gently cupped his face with her hands. "Please, don't be so hard on yourself. Even if you have failed. You tried, right? That's all that matters. I could never hate you for that. She hesitated, her cheeks turning a soft shade of pink as she struggled with her words. I always. You know what I mean, right?" Her voice faltered, and her blush deepened, unable to bring herself to say it out loud. Victor's eyes softened as he watched her. "Yeah. I tried." He smirked slightly, his lips curving upward. "What do you mean?" "I know what. Tell me," he teased, pulling her closer into his arms. Delphine's eyes widened in horror as she saw the playful smirk spread across Victor's face. "Oh no. I'm in trouble," she thought, panic rising within her. She had to escape. But before she could even push him away, Victor leaned down and captured her lips with his. 4000 AP, HMMFFF. Her initial resistance melted almost instantly as a wave of weakness overtook her legs. She couldn't help but sink into his embrace. It had been too long since she had felt his touch, and now, as their lips met after what felt like an eternity, her need took over. She kissed him back, hungrily, her desperation palpable. Victor smiled into the kiss, amused by how eager she had become. Look at her, he thought, feeling her greedily sucking his tongue. His hands roamed over her body, cupping her full busty ass and pinching her. AHMFF, 4000 AP. After a series of teasing kisses and soft reassurances, Delphine finally calmed down, her earlier sadness forgotten. She walked back to the tea ceremony with a bright smile on her face, while Victor made his way toward an empty park. The academy grounds were mostly deserted, with everyone occupied by the ongoing ceremony. However, two familiar figures soon approached him. Leora and Melona. As soon as Leora spotted him, her tail began wagging wildly, and she practically bounced toward him, excitement clear in her eyes. ODYSSEY, she called out, ready to leap into his arms. Not so fast. Melona barked, grabbing Leora's tail and yanking her back, causing Leora to stumble. Leora hissed and shot a glare at her. You bitch. Melona raised an eyebrow. It's an academy, you bitch. Have some restraint. She shifted her gaze to Victor, her expression softening. Experience new stories on Empire, Victor, she greeted him with a more serious tone. Everything is ready. Tomorrow is the elders' meeting, and Alaric's fate will be decided. Victor's eyes sharpened as he observed the glimmer of satisfaction and excitement on Melona's face. He smirked, looks like someone's excited. 2000 AP, Melona's cheeks reddened as she cleared her throat. We're finally reclaiming what's rightfully ours, she replied, though there was a note of smugness in her voice. Victor chuckled softly as he stepped closer to her, causing Melona to unconsciously take a step back. His gaze held hers. Be careful. I don't think Alaric will just sit back and let his authority slip away so easily. Melona smiled, a knowing look in her eyes. I'll be fine. But if you're worried about your favorite mother-in-law, why don't you be my bodyguard? Like old times, she teased. Victor laughed and gently pinched her cheek. As much as I'd love to protect my mother-in-law, I think my attention will be elsewhere. We'll most likely be leaving for the Pyra Empire tomorrow. Melona's face fell slightly, disappointment flickering in her eyes. Is that so? Noticing her reaction, Victor leaned in, his voice dropping to a whisper. Oh. Are you sad that your favorite son-in-law won't be around? 2000 AP, Melona's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She was about to retort when, sniff, sniff, I smell something. Leora muttered, her nose twitching as she eyed both Victor and Melona suspiciously. Melona's eyes widened, panic flickering across her face. What are you talking about? She stammered, quickly pushing Victor away. Leora frowned, her expression darkening as she sniffed the air again. Something's fishy, she mumbled, her gaze narrowing, but after a moment, she shrugged and turned to Victor, her face softening instantly into a puppy-like expression. Her tail swayed eagerly behind her. I helped a lot today, shouldn't I get a reward? She asked, her voice sweet and innocent. Victor couldn't help but laugh. Haha. You've been a good wolfie, huh? Alright, what do you want as a reward? He asked, his tone playful and seductive. Leora's puppy eyes turned sharp, her lips curling into a predatory grin. She licked her lips. You know exactly what I want, she purred, ready to pounce on him and drag him off when, you horny bitch. Melona yelled, grabbing her Leora's tail again and yanking her back with force. OUCH. You witch. That hurts. Leora yelped, glaring at her, that's exactly why I did it, you shameless horny wolf. Melona shot back, glaring fiercely at her. Even though Leora had accepted her unconventional relationship with Victor, Melona wasn't going to make things easy. Especially not for the wolf girl who kept trying to steal all of Victor's attention. The two of them locked eyes, a fierce tension brewing between them. Victor sighed, being famous is really tiring, he thought, narcissistic. Preparing to step in and break up what was sure to turn into a full-blown brawl when a piercing scream echoed through the academy grounds. All three of them froze, their attention snapping toward the direction of the tea ceremony. They rushed toward the source of the scream and found a horrifying sight. In the middle of the tea ceremony grounds, Kai was on his knees, clutching the bloody stump where his hand used to be. His face was pale with terror as blood poured from the wound like a river. No. Please. I am sorry. Kai stammered, trembling as he stared at Lia, who stood over him, her eyes blazing with fury. In her mouth, she held the remains of Kai's severed hand. Her teeth stained with blood, her expression was that of a feral beast, ready to strike again. Chapter 488, It was bloody and brutal, just a few moments earlier, give me another chance, Leah. Please, just one more shot. I'll fix everything, I swear. I'll make things right between us. You know I can, Kai pleaded, searching for even the faintest sign of forgiveness, a glimmer of hope. Leah blinked, her gaze shifting uneasily as she noticed the onlookers, their hushed whispers swirling around them. Her frown deepened. Kai, what the hell are you doing? This is not the time or place for this. We're already over, aren't we? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? She asked with frustration. Kai's expression softened, because I always love you, Leah. I never stopped. Not for a second. A collective gasp spread through the crowd, the murmurs intensifying as people leaned in, eager to witness the drama unfolding before them. Celine, Arya and Helena tried to interfere but Leah stopped them. It was her problem. Leah's face remained cold. Kai, we've been through this. We had this conversation already, didn't we? I made myself perfectly clear, we are done. Finished. Her eyes narrowed as she turned on her heel, hoping to escape before he caused an even bigger scene, but Kai, relentless, followed her, shadowing her every movement. He reached out, but his words seemed to evaporate before they could reach her ears. Panic flashed in his eyes as he finally grasped her wrist, holding her tightly. He pleaded again, stop, Leah. Please, just hear me out. You don't need to hide your feelings anymore. I know you're scared, but I'll protect you. No one can hurt us, no one's going to kill me. I'm the Arcane King, remember? Her lips twitched in disgust as she yanked her wrist free from his grip. Hide my feelings. Kai, you're delusional. My love for you died a long time ago, and if you lay a hand on me again, I swear to go. Before she could finish her threat, Kai interrupted, his voice softening, filled with confidence. Leah. I know you still love me. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you look at me. His gaze softened, becoming almost tender. His eyes shimmered with a romantic glow, a hope burning within him. Leah blinked, staring at him in utter disbelief. What the actual fuck is he talking about? She thought. Are you even hearing what I'm saying? Or are you just having a conversation with yourself? Kai's expression remained calm, almost serene, as if her words didn't penetrate the fantasy he had built in his mind. His voice was so gentle it could have been mistaken for endearing by someone who didn't know better. Yes, I'm hearing your heart, Leah. And no matter what you say, I know. You always love M. Slurp. A long, drawn-out slurping sound pierced the tense romantic atmosphere, making Kai pause mid-sentence. His brow furrowed as he turned to glare at the source of the sound with annoyance. Who the hell? His words trailed off as his gaze fell upon Aquilina, who was casually sitting nearby, watching them with mild amusement, her lips wrapped around a teacup, sipping as if the scene before her was a soap opera. Princess. Kai's face went from angry to ghostly pale. He had completely forgotten about Aquilina standing there. Lost in his own world, he had acted without thinking. Now, with Aquilina's presence crashing back into his awareness, he already fucked with Vesperine's situation and now. Fuck, he screamed inwardly. Slurp. Aquilina took another long sip, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Finally, she broke the silence. Go on, do what you need to do, she said with a small, knowing smile, her voice calm, encouraging, however, inside, not like you're my problem anymore. I have Aether, darling. Stay updated through Empire. Kai, completely misunderstanding her casual attitude as support, felt his heart swell with misplaced happiness. I'm surrounded by such amazing women, they really care for me, he thought, nearly overcome with emotion. His eyes shimmered, almost on the verge of tears, steeling himself as he turned his focus back to Leah, with Aquilina's silent permission. Kai felt no need to hold back anymore, and he puffed out his chest, releasing the full force of his confidence. Leah, believe me, this time, you don't need to hide anything from me. I finally understand it all. Everything. Please, give me just one more chance to make things right. Leah inhaled sharply. Wow, Kai. I'm actually surprised you finally get it. So, Kai's face brightened with hope. But her next words hit him like a slap to the face. "Fuck off." Leah turned without another glance and began to walk away. Kai's face turned bright red, his entire body burning with shame and humiliation. He could feel the eyes of the crowd on him, their whispers like daggers slicing through his pride. His lips trembled as he stood there, frozen, unsure whether to chase after her or to run away in embarrassment. His eyes subconsciously flickered to Aquilina, who was still hoping to watch the soap opera. With a sigh, Aquilina shook her head, letting out an amused breath before, slurp. Those sounds seemed to snap something deep inside Kai. A deep humiliation. Without thinking, he lunged forward, his face twisted in rage, and grabbed Leah's wrist forcefully. "Lia. Don't you think you're being a bit too bitchy right now? I, as a man, have lowered myself more than enough. I've owned up to my mistakes. I know I messed up, but that doesn't mean I'm the only one at fault here. You're wrong too. If you had just told me everything from the beginning, we wouldn't have ended up like this. We wouldn't have been torn apart if you had just talked to me." His voice cracked as he spat out his frustrations, the anger simmering beneath the surface finally boiling over. "You betrayed me, Leah. If you'd told me about your mother, I could have helped, my mother could have helped us. But instead, you decided to go off and save me on your own. What were you thinking, Ng?" His voice wavered between pain and fury, but his words trailed off as something horrifying caught his eye. His gaze dropped to Leah's mouth, his words frozen as he noticed something there, something he couldn't immediately comprehend. A torn hand. He blinked, his heart skipped a beat as a cold wave of dread washed over him. Slowly, he lowered his eyes further. Blood, the hand that had been gripping Leah's wrist, was gone. Drip, drip, blood was pouring from his forearm, the red liquid staining the ground beneath him. His body shook as the pain finally registered. Thud, his legs gave way beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, his wide eyes fixed on Leah in disbelief and terror. "Elia, Kia." The crowd erupted into screams, some ran, trying to escape the scene unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Leah took a slow, deliberate step forward, her eyes glowing an unsettling shade of bloody red. The torn remains of Kai's hand dangled from her mouth, her expression devoid of emotion. Fear gripped Kai's heart tighter than it ever had before. He forgot to even breathe, he instinctively crawled backwards in fear. "No. Please. I am sorry. I didn't mean." Kai's voice was nothing more than a stammer, the bravado that once fueled his words completely gone. Leah crouched down to his level, her expression indifferent, cold as ice. She spat the severed hand onto the ground, her lips curling in disgust. Her voice was flat, almost bored, as she spoke. "I told you not to touch me, didn't I?" Her eyes flicked to the hand, then back to Kai's face. "Next time, it won't just be your hand. Kai. Keep that in mind. What the hell is going on here?" The sharp voice of a professor came. Leah, her eyes still locked on Kai's, didn't even flinch at the professor's voice. She whispered, her voice barely audible, "I never wanted to say this, but you forced my hand, literally. Yes, I used to love you, Kai. But that's in the past." Her expression twisted in disgust as she looked at him. "You two over me. What you have is not love at all. I just realized after seeing him. I can see that. In your eyes, there is no hint of love, unlike his care and gentleness. You just want to own me. That's not love." Her lips curled in disdain. "You feel fake. You are fake." "Enough, Leah." Another voice, sharp and commanding, broke in. Delphine, accompanied by other professors, appeared on the scene. She moved quickly, stepping between Leah and Kai, pulling her back before the situation could escalate further. "Someone call the healing department." Delphine shouted to one of the other staff members, her voice urgent as she glanced down at Kai, who was pale and in shock, blood still trickling from his severed limb. "Kai, calm down. You need to breathe," she urged, her voice softening, but her words fell on deaf ears. Kai's eyes were vacant, his mind racing with one single, horrifying realization. Him. The word echoed in Kai's mind, his face twisting in anguish. He barely heard the commotion around him as his thoughts spiraled out of control. Does she love someone else? His chest tightened. His face contorted with horror. He couldn't wrap his mind around what he had just heard. Yeah, why you're lying, right? Kai shouted suddenly, his voice rising in panic, ignoring Delphine's attempts to calm him. You're lying. There's no way, you can't love someone else. And no, he tried to push past Delphine, but before he could take another step, his body went limp. Delphine knocked him out with a quick strike, her face filled with worry as she watched him collapse onto the stretcher. Get him to the infirmary now, she ordered as the healers rushed forward. Leah stood still as she was being questioned by Delphine. Meanwhile, Victor, watching from a distance, did she just tear his hand off, just like that? His mind struggled to process what he had just witnessed. He wasn't entirely sure what the hell had happened, but one thing was certain, it was bloody and brutal. His eyes flickered over to Delphine, who let go of Leah and watched her walk away from the chaotic scene, with Celine, Arya, and Helena trailing closely behind. But Leah stopped them with a glance, signaling that she needed space. Victor shook his head and let out a small sigh. Well, I suppose babysitting is part of the process of being an adult, he thought, his expression softening as he watched her trembling hand. He sighed again and changed his disguise. Chapter 489, seriously, give me a break. Step. Step. Step, where is she? Aether muttered to himself, frowning in confusion. He was sure he had followed her closely, but upon reaching the empty corridor, she seemed to have vanished around the corner. What the? His brows furrowed as his eyes scanned the hallway. That's when he noticed a restroom door at the end. Maybe she went in there, he thought, deciding to wait outside. After all, she might need some time alone. He was about to turn and leave when, caught you, Aether felt hands gently cover his eyes from behind. A chuckle escaped his lips. Oh, you caught me, huh? He recognized that playful tone immediately. Oh. Then tell me, who am I? Came the voice, teasing and light. Aether grinned, amused by the sudden shift in mood, and here I thought she needed some encouragement. Pity me, he thought, still smiling. Of course, it's my cute little sister, who loves to play games with her big brother, he teased, quickly grabbing the hands over his eyes and pulling the figure in front of him. He expected to catch her before she stumbled, but Aether blinked when his vision returned. You're not little, he mumbled, his voice softening in disbelief. Before him stood not the small figure he anticipated but a full-grown woman, her form shrouded in a mysterious haze. Like mist, making it impossible to clearly see her features. But one thing was clear, she was far taller than him. Foo, of course, I'm little, pretty boy, the woman purred, her voice dripping with amusement as she floated just above the ground, hovering before him effortlessly. Ding, manipulation blocked. Aether's lips twitched. Who are you, and why are you here? He asked, his tone firm, yet calm. The woman's laughter was soft, almost musical. You really don't remember me. That's so sad. We've met before, you know, she said, her voice laced with feigned disappointment. We've met? Aether stared blankly at her, fake confusion even though he knew very well who she was. He'd been cautious enough to learn everything he could after their first encounter. There was no way he'd let someone with her kind of power slip away unnoticed. Her name was Mary Scarlet, though most people called her Bloody Mary, a name feared across the land. After their first meeting, he made sure to gather every bit of information possible. Celestia had filled him in on the details. Mary Scarlet came from a powerful vampire lineage, and her nickname was no mere title, it was a testament to her love for blood and the battlefield she danced with blood. Dangerous didn't even begin to describe her. She was a woman who would not listen to anyone and would do anything she wanted. She didn't care for the consequences and just did what she felt right. She loves to dance in the bloody land, and then there was her bloodline ability, the charm. She could manipulate others just by making eye contact or seeing her charming face, which explained the mist that obscured her form. It was a precaution, to keep others from succumbing to her control. She was second only to the principal herself, the sovereign, and now, here she was, standing in front of him, playful yet unpredictable. He needed to handle this situation with extreme caution. She had once been the arcane queen and was now the reigning empress of the Umbriones Void. And to top it all off, she was the mother of Aurelia Scarlet. She was an overprotective mother and a little weirdo. He wasn't sure about the second part but the first one. He knew it was a really dangerous one and he fucking knew he need to treat this carefully. Aether took a calming breath, controlling his expression. I'm sorry, but I don't recall meeting you. Mary tilted her head and sighed, her tone lightening, since you apologized so sweetly, and you're rather pretty, I suppose I'll introduce myself. Her eyes gleamed beneath the mist. My name is Bloody Mary. Find more adventures on Empire. Aether nodded slowly, his thoughts racing. So she's using her nickname. I see. He waited, expecting more, but she fell silent. That's it, she replied. Her tone teasing. Aether's eyes narrowed slightly. That's all you're going to say? Her lips curled into a smirk. Want more, pretty boy? She asked, her voice dropping to a dangerously playful tone, her glowing, bloody eyes gleaming through the mist. Ding, manipulation blocked. Aether suppressed a sigh. So, she's really going to keep this up? He thought, remaining calm. If that's all, then no. I think I'm good, he said, turning away, and preparing to leave, but before he could take more than a step, running away again. Her voice took on a sharp edge as she grabbed his shoulder. Aether glanced back, unfazed. No, I'm not running, Miss Mary, Bloody Mary. She corrected coldly, her grip tightening slightly. Aether's lips twitched as he corrected himself. Right. Bloody Mary. Her hand patted his head lightly. Good boy, she purred, her tone shifting back to that eerie playfulness. Aether's eyes twitched visibly. He gently moved her hand away. Anyway, Miss Bloody Mary, I do need to leave now, he said, turning once again to go. But before he could make it far, so, who's this cute little sister of yours? I didn't see anyone around, she asked, her voice still playful, but now laced with a hint of something darker. Aether didn't miss the edge to her tone, but he remained calm. I was following my sister. She ran off after that earlier incident. Along with the rest of the crowd. I've been searching for her, he said, nodding as if deep in thought, maintaining a calm and concerned expression. Mary studied him for a few seconds, before finally speaking again. Is that so? You're looking for your sister? Her tone was curious, but the danger lurking beneath it hadn't faded. Yes, Aether replied smoothly. Then Mary's voice dropped to a dangerously low tone. Does she have the same voice as me? Fuck. Both mother and daughter had the same tone. Aether screamed internally, but outwardly, he remained calm, maintaining a slightly concerned expression. Well, I thought she was just trying to mimic someone, you know. Like siblings do. Playing little games to scare each other, right? He forced a casual chuckle. Is that so? Mary's eyes narrowed, her voice growing colder. I didn't realize siblings did such things. I never did that to my brother. The temperature around them seemed to drop as her tone became icy. Ding, manipulation blocked. Aether kept his composure, staring at her without flinching. Just as things were about to take a dangerous turn, damn these bloodstains. Leah mumbled as she stepped out of the restroom, rubbing at her clothes with frustration. She looked up, her eyes landing on Aether. Eth. Her words froze in her throat as she spotted the hazy figure beside him. Shit. Leah screamed inwardly, realizing who it was. Without hesitation, she turned on her heel. Ready to bolt, but before she could take a step, my babby ie. Mary shrieked joyfully, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear right in front of Leah, pulling her into a suffocating embrace. Leah barely managed to get a word out before she was smothered by her mother's tight hug. Mary planted rapid-fire kisses all over her face, making a loud smacking sound each time. Chew, I missed you. Chew, I missed you too much. Chew, you've gotten lean. Are you eating enough? Chew, 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 chew. Aether stood there, watching the bizarre display with wide eyes. Mary's affection was relentless, raining down on her daughter like a hurricane of kisses, completely ignoring how uncomfortable Leah was. After what felt like an eternity, Leah's face was burning red with embarrassment. Mother, what are you, mother? Mary gasped, pulling back to stare at her daughter in horror. No, no, no. It's mommy, chew, call me mommy, chew, say it. Say it, chew, say it, chew. More kisses followed as Leah struggled in vain, her protests drowned out by her mother's overwhelming affection. After what felt like another eternity, Leah finally gasped in defeat, Mommy, yes. That's my good girl, Mary beamed, now this for being a good girl, leaning in for yet another barrage of kisses. No. Leah whimpered, unable to escape as her mother's lips smothered her once more. Chew, chew, chew. Aether stood with his mouth slightly open, watching this scene unfold like something out of a surreal dream. I think I get it now. She really is a motherly weirdo, he thought, nodding to himself in disbelief. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of kisses, Leah managed to slip out of her mother's grasp. Her face was crimson, both from the embarrassment and the affectionate assault. What are you doing here, Mommy, she stammered, stealing a quick glance at Aether, who was grinning with open amusement. Damn it, she cursed inwardly, her embarrassment deepening. He's going to tease me about this forever. Sniff, sniff. Hearing the sound of soft sniffles, Leah whipped her gaze back to her mother, who was now rubbing her eyes dramatically, as if about to cry. I can't believe it. My baby. My precious, beautiful little girl, asking her mommy why she's here. Sniff, sniff, my heart. I'm going to die. My daughter doesn't need me anymore, what the? Aether blinked, totally caught off guard by the emotional shift. Leah rubbed her forehead, sighing softly before offering her mother a small smile. Of course not, Mommy. I would never let you go, she said, giving her mother a soft hug. Mary froze for a moment before bursting into joyful tears. Oh! My baby, she cried, hugging Leah even tighter. Practically crushing her in the process. Crack, something inside Leah, perhaps her spine, seemed to break, but she bit her lip, forcing herself to stay calm as she awkwardly patted her mother's back. Why don't we go somewhere else, she suggested, hoping to get away from Aether's amused gaze. She clearly didn't want Aether to see this embracing side anymore. Mary sniffled once more, her voice still trembling. Why yes. Yes, let's go have some precious mommy-baby time. Her tone turned cheerful again, but then, her eyes suddenly sharpened as she glanced at Aether. Her voice dropped to a chilling tone, but before that. When did my baby become your sister, boy? Ding, manipulation blocked, ding, manipulation blocked, ding, manipulation blocked, ding, manipulation blocked. In a flash, she appeared before Aether, her face inches from his, her bloody red eyes piercing into his. What's your relationship with my daughter, boy? She asked, her tone ice-cold. Aether sighed inwardly. Seriously, give me a break, he thought. Chapter 490, Mommy is Dangerous. End. Weird. Aether stared blankly at her, his mind racing. He knew he needed to tread carefully, especially considering how Leah's uncle had always reacted whenever he was around her. Leah, noticing the intense glare her mother was directing at Aether, immediately stepped in, her voice shaky. What are you talking about, Mommy? I don't even know. Hi. Before she could finish, Mary's cold voice cut through the air. I heard, you've been getting close with some servant. Leah visibly flinched, her face pale white. Mary's lips curled into a slight smirk as her eyes locked onto Aether, who stood in plain servant clothes. Let me ask you one last time. What exactly is your relationship with my baby? Her voice was deceptively soft, but the threat was unmistakable. Aether glanced at Leah, who was shaking her head vigorously, her eyes wide with fear. He sighed, well, I'm her friend, but before he could finish, Mary's hand shot out, gripping his neck in a vice-like hold. In an instant, they vanished from the ground and reappeared high in the sky. Why? Leah screamed in panic, her heart pounding in her chest. She had to act quickly, her mother wasn't one for hesitation. If she didn't do something now, Aether would be dead in seconds. The reason? Because Aether had dared to speak to her. That was all it took for her mother to lash out. Leah knew just how fiercely overprotective her mother could be, and Aether was now in grave danger because of it. Without wasting another second, Leah sprinted off to find the one person who could stop this madness. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Aether stared into Mary's glowing, murderous eyes as her hand remained clamped tightly around his neck, squeezing with an eerie calmness. He could feel the deadly intent in her grip. It would take just a flick of her wrist to end his life. "Pretty boy," she whispered, her voice a chilling mix of seduction and menace. Her sharp nails grazed his cheeks lightly, leaving thin trails of blood in their wake. Her blood-red eyes glinted, the darkness around her form swirling as she muttered. "Crimson elixir of the null, it's such a waste to kill you, tsk, tisk, ding." Manipulation blocked. Aether gripped her wrist tightly, refusing to give in. As he slowly drew in a breath, careful not to appear panicked, he reminded himself that showing fear would only hasten his death. The thing in front of him was the monster that thrived on fear and weakness. One misstep, one moment of hesitation, and it would be over. "Why did you approach my baby? What do you want from her? Are you trying to deceive her with your blood?" Mary's grip on his neck tightened as she hissed, her eyes narrowing dangerously. "Tell me, boy, so I can end you peacefully." Ding. Manipulation blocked. Manipulation blocked. Manipulation blocked. Aether's voice remained steady, even as he felt the pressure increase. "If you really wanted to kill me, you would have done it already, Mary Scarlet. You've seen the look on your baby's face. She's worried about me. If you kill me now, all you'll do is earn her hatred. What you're doing right now is nothing more than an empty threat." Mary's smirk grew wider, more sinister. "Not bad. Not bad at all. But even if she's angry with me, it won't last forever. A few months, maybe a year or two, but in the end, she'll come back to me, as she always does." She squeezed his neck even tighter, placing her other hand on his chest, feeling for his heartbeat. Ba-dump, ba-dump. To her surprise, it was calm, steady, not the frantic pounding she expected from someone facing death. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't pretending, either. There was no fear of dying in his heart. "What the hell is wrong with him?" she thought, her smile faltering for a brief moment. "She's not going to listen." Aether thought grimly, realizing words weren't going to resolve this. With a casual shrug, he created a sharp shard of ice into his hand and, in a swift motion, stabbed it into her wrist. Chuck. Mary's hand instinctively released its grip as Aether plummeted through the air. She stared at her wrist, where the ice had pierced her skin, only for it to melt away moments later. The wound healed almost instantly, leaving no trace. "That's it," she thought with a smirk. Stay connected through Empire. Looking down, she saw Aether falling. A cocky grin plastered on his face as he showed his middle finger. "Fuck you, bitch," Aether taunted, his grin widening as he plummeted towards the ground. Mary's lips twitched with amusement. "Someone's feeling haughty, aren't they?" she said with a teasing lilt, instantly appearing beside the falling Aether, reaching out to grab him mid-air. However, what she caught wasn't Aether at all. It was nothing more than a clone, his form dispersed like particles of dust, vanishing in her grip. Her expression twisted into a deep frown of genuine surprise. "What the?" she muttered, her eyes narrowing as realization hit her. Suddenly, a voice suddenly echoed above her. "What are you staring at?" "I'm up here, woman." Mary's gaze shot upward. There, hovering in the sky above her, was Aether, his foot radiating intense, indigo-colored flames that flickered against the sky. He looked down at her with a smug expression. In the blink of an eye, Mary reappeared before him, closing the gap with terrifying speed. Yet, even as her hand darted forward, poised to pierce his chest, Aether's smirk only widened. He winked at her as if mocking her efforts. "Boom, what the hell are you doing, bitch?" The voice was sharp and furious. Just as Mary was about to strike, suddenly, the principal appeared, her leg thrust into Mary's stomach, piercing through it with terrifying force. Blood spilt from the wound, splattering the air as Mary's body trembled from the impact. Aether blinked in shock, surprised to see the principal intervening so aggressively. He knew she would intervene but not this aggressively, but what startled him even more was Mary's reaction. Instead of crying out in pain or even letting out a groan, Mary simply remained calm. Her voice was steady as she said, "You're here already? That's fast, considering he is nothing but a servant." Her expression was eerily serene as her stomach began to heal almost instantly. The blood drying up as her flesh mended itself in seconds. The principal yanked her leg back, her eyes burning with barely contained fury. I asked you a question. What the fuck do you think you're doing? Her voice dripped with anger as she grabbed Mary by the neck, but before she could do anything more, Mary's body dissolved into blood-red particles, reforming a few feet away from them. With a smug grin, Mary replied, just eliminating someone who dares to lay eyes on my precious baby. The principal's expression hardened as she glanced at Aether with a blank stare. Aether immediately raised his hands in defense. Whoa, whoa. I swear, I'm not lying to her. Leah's more like a sister to me than anything else. His tone was sincere. Way too sincere that made Principal doubt him. The principal sighed, looking back at Mary with frustration. You heard him, didn't you? Mary chuckled softly, shaking her head in disbelief. You seriously believe him? Just like that, the principal's lips twitched with annoyance. I know my people. If you take even one more step toward him, I swear I'll fucking kill you right here and now. Mary's laughter grew louder, her amusement clearly escalating. Ha ha ha. Unbelievable. I can't believe you're standing up for this boy. I don't want him anywhere near my baby. What if he seduces her with his filthy, luscious blood? I won't allow it. Everything I do for my child's sake. Can't you see, Mommy? The shout rang out across the sky. Mary flinched at the sound, instantly recognizing the voice. She turned, and her gaze landed on Leah, who was flying toward her, black bat-like wings flaring out behind her. Wow, that's cute. Aether thought in surprise, nodding in appreciation as he watched the wings flutter. Hey, boy. Mary snapped, her voice dangerous, take your filthy eyes off my baby's wings. Her tone was venomous, every word laced with threat. Aether blinked, startled. What the hell? Was it that obvious? He hadn't meant to stare, probably. Leah, now standing between her mother and Aether, faced Mary head-on, her expression resolute. She spoke only 4 words, but they felt like judging hammer. I hate you, Mommy. Crack. Something inside Mary shattered. It was as if a kite string had snapped, sending her spiraling. She spiraled in the air as she fell down, unable to process the weight of those words. Her once fierce expression melted into one of hollow devastation. And my baby, hates me. The thought swirled in her mind like poison. I need to die. Don't kill her. Don't kill her. She's the Empress, for fuck's sake, the principal thought, gritting her teeth as she let out a frustrated growl. Arg. Fuck, she cursed before diving down to catch Mary, who was slowly sinking from the sky, completely broken by her daughter's words. Before leaving, she shouted, Leah, take him to the infirmary. Leah, her eyes filled with relief, nodded and turned to Aether with an awkward, apologetic look. I'm sorry, Aether. I didn't mean for any of this to happen. Aether shook his head. It's fine, really, it's not like you d. Suddenly, his words trailed off as his vision blurred and his body swayed, nearly collapsing. Leah quickly caught him, her eyes widening in shock as she examined him. Your blood. It's poisoned, she exclaimed, her voice filled with panic as she looked at the small cut on Aether's cheek. We need to take you to Mommy, huh? Aether mumbled, his mind growing foggier by the second. His limbs felt heavy, and everything started spinning. Before he could process anything further, the darkness overtook him. Chapter 491, The Crimson Elixir of the Null, the Principal's Office, Arg. Aether groaned in pain, his left cheek throbbing as his eyes fluttered open. Damn it. I didn't expect her to poison me just by touching me. He winced, the burning sensation on his cheek still lingering. I need to be more careful around her. Aether slowly pushed himself up from the sofa, confused as to why he was lying there in the first place, instead of infirmary. Then, something else caught his attention. A deep frown etched on his face as he noticed the room. Blood. His confusion deepened as he saw the walls splattered with crimson stains and bits of flesh. What the hell happened here, he thought. You're finally awake. Thank goodness. Aether turned his head and saw Principal standing in front of her desk, or rather, what was left of it. The desk was a mess, half destroyed and in disarray. As she tried to fix it, she walked over to him, her expression softer than usual, concern written across her face. Gently, she reached out and touched his cheek, her fingers brushing over the wound. Ouch. Aether winced at the sting. Does it still hurt? She asked, her voice laced with genuine worry. Aether blinked, surprised by the principal's unusually tender behavior. Normally, she'd break him further, probably poking at his injuries just to see if he'd yelp in pain. But now, this was different. He couldn't help but smile. I'm fine, my master, he replied with a playful wink. 3000 AP, the principal's blank stare didn't falter, though her eyes twitched with annoyance. She let out a sigh, shaking her head. You almost died, and yet. Sigh. Her frustration was clear, but she didn't push it further. Aether was about to toss another teasing remark when something caught his eye behind her, and he paused mid-sentence. I am sorry, I am sorry, I am so sorry. Mary was clinging to her daughter, rubbing her cheek against Leah's like a purring cat as she pleaded for forgiveness. Leah, however, remained firm, her arms crossed and her expression still grumpy. She wasn't going to let her mother off that easily, holding on to her resolve with all her might. I won't forgive you that easily. Leah shot back, though the slight quiver in her voice showed just how torn she was. Please forgive your pitiful mother, he is trying to snatch you away from me, Mary wailed dramatically, now clutching her own chest. I was just trying to protect you. Look, I'm hurt. Weah, both Aether and the principal twitched at the sight. Is she, for real? Aether asked, half in disbelief. The principal shook her head, clearly used to this by now. Believe me, that bitch is worse than you think, she muttered, then turned to Aether with a more serious expression. I don't mind you picking a fight with someone like Alaric, but her. She gestured toward Mary, her tone darkening. She's more dangerous than most people realize. The poison she used on you, there's nothing even a saintess could do to heal it. Even the archpriestess would have struggled to neutralize it. That's how dangerous she is. The only reason you're alive right now is because of Leah. If it weren't for her intervention, that bitch wouldn't have reversed the poison. Even if I killed her, she wouldn't have helped you. She's that twisted, Aether. You better stay away from that bitch. Don't be fooled by her act, she beachest bitchy that I've ever seen. Aether nodded slowly, absorbing her words. I see. However, the principal noticed something in Aether's expression that made her frown. He was still watching Mary with a small smirk playing on his lips. He's not going to listen to me, is he? She thought with frustration, though there was the faintest hint of a smile tugging at her lips. 3000 AP, she sighed again, a wry smile forming despite herself. Even Mary, who was still clinging to her grumpy daughter, shot a glance in Aether's direction. Her eyes narrowed as she caught the way he was staring at her, like she was his prey. She grinned, a dangerous glint in her eyes. You better keep your filthy hands away from my baby, got it? She purred with menace. Aether didn't reply, just stared at her with a calm, unreadable expression. Leah, overhearing the threat, snapped out of her sulking and turned to see Aether fully awake. Aether, she exclaimed, breaking free from her mother's embrace and rushing over to him, my baby I. Mary wailed, reaching out but unable to stop Leah from leaving her side. Leah stood in front of Aether, her face flushed with relief. Are you all right? She asked, her hands trembling slightly as she resisted the urge to hug him, quickly glancing over her shoulder at her mother, who was still glaring at Aether. Leah sighed before taking Aether out of the principal's office room. Don't leave me, my baby. Mary cried out again. About to follow them when the principal stepped in her way, blocking her path with a stern expression. We need to talk, the principal said sharply, snapping her fingers. In response, a shadowy figure fell down from who knows where, a traitor, the representative professor of the Umbriones Void, the very one who had leaked secrets to Kennedy. Mary's responsibility. Mary clicked her tongue, her expression hardening as her gaze darkened. Her gaze bore into the principal, frustration lacing her voice. You kept him alive, she asked, her tone sharp with annoyance. Just finish him off already. It's not like we need your precious help to sustain the Empire. Continue your story on Empire. The principal's brow furrowed, her patience wearing thin. I will, she replied coldly, but not before I get answers to the questions I asked. Mary crossed her arms, her lips curling into a mocking smile. As I said, those assassins weren't from us. They've been wiped from the Empire's registry, and as for the weird doors, guns, artifacts you're so obsessed with. I haven't the faintest clue what you're talking about. The principal's expression grew steely. Her voice was low but dangerous as she leaned forward slightly. Mary, I'll ask you one last time. If you don't answer me. She motioned to the room, the walls splattered with the blood from their earlier fight. You know what happens next. Don't you? Mary's grin widened, a smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. Oh, I know exactly what happens. That's why I'm not answering, you bitch. Boom. In a swift movement, the principal grabbed the professor and slammed him into Mary with bone-crushing force. His body crumbled between them, turning into nothing more than meat paste splattered across the floor. Pity, Mary cooed, almost bored. Pity, the principal echoed, her voice cold. The professor never knew what hit him, his life snuffed out in an instant. But neither Mary nor the principal spared him another glance, their attention returning solely to one another. The principal stepped closer, eyes narrowing. Why are you here, Mary? And more importantly, why was there a sudden interest in Aether? I find that curious. Or something else? Her voice hinted with suspicion. Mary let out a soft, almost playful laugh. Foo, I wonder why you'd think that. The principal snorted. You really think I wouldn't notice? I know you better than anyone, Mary. You never play with your prey. You're not one to draw things out. When you want someone dead, you finish them off without hesitation. But with Aether, you didn't even try to use your powers on him. Why? Mary's grin faltered slightly, but her eyes gleamed with amusement. TSK, you always know how to ruin my fun. It's frustrating. Anyhow. I am just checking something more than your normal eyes could see. He perfectly fits the assumptions, so, she spat before her body dissolved into blood-red particles, swirling around the principal in a vortex-like storm. Her voice echoed ominously through the whirlwind. If you want answers, then come and get them. The principal grinned softly. Meanwhile, Leah was clinging to Aether, hugging him tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. I'm really sorry, Aether, she said, her voice trembling. She squeezed him as if afraid he might disappear. My family, we're always like this. They might be a bit strange, but they only want to protect me. Please, forgive my mother. Please. Leah pleaded, her voice soft, almost desperate. Aether sighed, glancing down at her. Though part of him wanted to tell her that he would one day break her mother's bones, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Instead, he thought, sometimes showing forgiveness puts you above. It wasn't the best reason, but it would do for now. Since I have a great heart, I'll let this slide. Yeah, Aether said, patting her back gently. 2000 AP, Leah pulled back, a soft smile breaking through her tear-streaked face. She wiped her eyes quickly before her mother could see and turned the situation into even more chaos. Are you alright, first? Why did you hurt Kai? Aether asked with a concerned tone. 2000 AP, Leah's face flushed with embarrassment. Did you see that? I didn't mean to lose control, but... Her expression darkened, her anger resurfacing as she clenched her fists. Kai really pissed me off. Her voice trembled, the mere thought of him reigniting her fury. Recalling Kai's actions, Leah's face twisted with renewed anger. She abruptly pulled up her sleeve. I swear, Aether, I'm going to visit him again. This time, I'll make sure. Aether quickly grabbed her hand, knowing full well that any more escalation could lead to real trouble. Leah, no. If you go now, you'll literally kill him, he thought, but aloud, he chose a different approach. Wait. Before you do anything. What's this, crimson elixir of the null? What does that mean? He asked, trying to divert her attention. Leah stopped mid-step, frowning at him in surprise. The crimson elixir of the null. It's a rare blood, Aether. One of the rarest in existence, actually. It's said to be the purest and most irresistible blood for vampires. Most humans with that blood don't live long because they're hunted down. Why do you ask? She said, her voice laced with curiosity. Aether's eyes widened slightly as her words sank in. Could it be RH null blood? He thought. Ding, chapter 492, it's because she drank my blood. Sister, right, could it be? No blood, he thought, ding. Race, underscore 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 underscore, unique ether bloodline hashtag 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 hashtag, unique ether bloodline crimson elixir of the null, ding, yes, you possess the null blood, just as rare in this world as it was in your previous one. Null blood, often revered as the crimson elixir of the null, is unparalleled in its purity, completely devoid of all Rh antigens. This unique quality allows it to consume other bloodlines, making it an unmatched enhancer, capable of magnifying the abilities of humans or any other race, particularly vampires. To them, this blood is more than a rare delicacy, it's a force. Its purity delivers extraordinary effects, rapid healing, prolonged life, heightened senses, and strength beyond your comprehension. Some even whisper that it tastes like the finest, most coveted wine, a liquid temptation even, hashtag 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 hardly resist, ding, warning, your blood is infused with energies, making it exponentially more potent than any known Rh null strain. It carries the very essence of life itself in its purest form, this makes it dangerous, unpredictable. Aether, taken aback by the detailed explanation, blinked. That's a lot to take in, he thought. He nodded inwardly. Well, my blood is just like me, rare and pure, he thought with an amused expression, completely ignoring the dangerous part. He used to this, so he didn't care, but then his brow furrowed. Energies? What do you mean by that? He asked, hoping for clarification. However, the log remained silent. I guess I'll have to figure it out as I go, he thought, resigned to the fact that answers wouldn't come so easily. Turning his attention back to Leah, he responded to her earlier question. I think your mother might have mentioned it, he replied casually. Leah nodded, her mind distracted by the casual tone. Wait. Why would she tell him that? She thought, her eyes suddenly widening in shock. Her expression morphed from calm understanding to disbelief in a matter of seconds. Wait a second. Why you have that blood? She stammered, her voice shaky with disbelief. Aether met her wide-eyed stare and nodded slowly. It seems like I do, yeah. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Leah's face paled as the gravity of the situation hit her. Panic washed over her features. We need to hide you. Like, right now. Her words came out rushed, her voice filled with urgency, but as she spoke, her gaze locked onto the small cut on his cheek, her breath hitched, and she swallowed hard, her throat suddenly dry. She unconsciously licked her lips, her eyes fixated on the faint traces of blood still lingering on his skin. Aether noticed the subtle change in her demeanor, her sudden silence, and the way her eyes gleamed as they zeroed in on his cut and, her small fang protruding. The moment he realized what was happening, Aether felt a mix of disbelief and amusement flood him. So she indeed a vampire? Ah, he thought. He was initially skeptical about it. When he heard about Mary, about Leah, had already left him stunned beyond words. A vampire. Leah was actually a vampire. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. Everything he'd imagined about vampires was turned upside down the moment he learned that Leah, the stingy, quirky girl he knew, was a creature of the night. You have no idea how hard it was for him to accept this truth. Aether's mind conjured the typical fantasy image of vampires, beings of ethereal beauty, with voices that could charm and seduce with the softest whisper, exuding an air of grace, elegance, and, of course, a life of luxury and wealth. Just like her mother, except for that weirdness, to be honest. And then there was Leah. Leah barely fit into that image at all. Aether sighed inwardly, his thoughts breaking as he snapped his fingers. Leah snapped out of her trance, her face flushing a deep shade of red as she realized she'd been staring. She stammered, "Well, I didn't expect you to have that kind of blood. I mean, it's so rare." Her words came out rushed, and she fidgeted nervously. "And maybe we should, test it somehow. Just to make sure." Her eyes darted around like a guilty child caught doing something she shouldn't. Aether couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He knew exactly what she wanted. Log? Should I let her taste my blood? He asked, though he already had a feeling what the answer would be. Silence. Aether sighed deeply. I guess not. It warned me about the danger. He looked at her seriously. Leah, you can't. Before he could finish, Leah's face contorted into an expression so pitiful it was as if he'd just snatched a candy from a crying toddler. It's not like I'm asking for myself. I just thought we needed to confirm, just to be sure if it's real or not. Like it's supposed to be. Her voice wobbled, and her lip quivered, looking every bit the picture of someone unfairly denied something precious. Aether's lips twitched as he resisted the urge to laugh. I swear, she's acting like a baby right now, he thought, bemused by her over-the-top antics. As much as he was tempted to give in to her whims, the warning from the log still lingered at the back of his mind. It was dangerous, and no matter how much he trusted her, he couldn't gamble with her life. Not like this, Aether, please. Leah mumbled, her gaze never leaving the small cut on his cheek. She licked her lips again, almost unconsciously, as she took a hesitant step closer. If you're worried, I'll just lick it. Just a single lick. Pretty please. Her voice was breathy, and her eyes were wide with hunger. Her expression more desperate by the second. Aether stared at her for a long moment, watching her nervously shifting and practically drooling over the thought of tasting his blood. He sighed, finally giving in. All right, fine. But only a single lick, okay? Just one, he relented, knowing full well what she was truly craving. It's not like he wanted to experience what it felt like to have a vampire suck his blood, seriously. He really didn't want to find out how that would feel. Honest, believe him, licking would suffice for now. 3000 AP, you're really sure? Leah asked, her voice trembling as she stepped even closer, her hand almost reaching out but hesitating midair. I'm sure, you won't hate me for this, right? You promise? Of course not, you'll keep your promise, right? No matter what happens. I promise. Aether started to feel slightly worried. Are you? Aether blinked at her repeated questions as he interrupted her. You're the one who asked for this. If you don't want to, but before he could finish, Leah moved swiftly, closing the gap between them in an instant, her eyes glinting with hunger and excitement. Lick. Her tongue lightly grazed the small cut on his cheek, barely touching it, but enough to taste the faint trace of his blood. The moment it hit her tongue, Leah's eyes widened in shock as a surge of something indescribably powerful coursed through her body. Gasp. Her breath caught in her throat as she inhaled sharply. Her gaze flickered downward, locking onto his neck. Her fangs itched, and an overwhelming urge gripped her. She wanted to sink her teeth into him, and take more. Leah. Aether's voice snapped her out of the trance. She blinked, her face quickly flushing a deep red. Just one more. Pretty please, she begged, her voice trembling with both need and embarrassment. Aether let out a soft sigh, giving her a small smile. Fine, go ahead then. Leah hesitated for just a moment before leaning in again, this time licking the cut with more eagerness, savoring the taste as though it was the most exquisite thing she had ever experienced. Her crimson eyes flared to life, the deep red growing more intense, almost glowing. The energy in his blood seemed to ignite something. Inside her, her hunger growing by the second. Find adventures on Empire. Lick, she continued to lick his cheek, her movements growing bolder and more daring with each pass as if the taste of his blood was an irresistible drug. 4000 AP, Aether chuckled lightly, the sensation of her licking his cheek causing a ticklish feeling. Haha, that tickles, ha, he said, laughing at the oddness of the situation, but there was something strangely enjoyable about it. I wonder what it feels like being sucked out, he thought with a curious expression. However, as he chuckled, he noticed a sudden shift in Leah's demeanor. Her pupils dilated, and she stared at him with a dreamy, almost dazed look in her eyes. Aether, you're so handsome, she purred, her voice dripping with a seductive tone as she leaned even closer, her lips nearly brushing his ear. The breathy quality in her voice sent a shiver down his spine. Aether flinched, caught off guard by the sudden shift. He saw her red face, flushed with excitement, and the way her small fangs protruded slightly from her lips. She had a certain regal, haughty look to her now, a look that screamed of power and danger. For the first time, Leah truly looked like a vampire. 4000 AP. Why are you so handsome, Aether? She murmured, her voice soft but sultry as her fingertips lightly traced the outline of his jaw. Oh, what a handsome baby you are, she cooed playfully, her fingers pinching his cheeks as if teasing a child. I love you. Aether blinked, momentarily speechless at the sudden display of affection. What, in the world? He couldn't help but smile in amusement. As much as I enjoy seeing this side of you, Leah, I think, you're not exactly in your right mind right now, he told her gently, trying to ease her back to reality, but his words didn't seem to register with her. Leah was completely focused on his lips, her gaze locked on them with dangerous intensity. She remembered the kiss between Aether and Celine. It burned in her mind. I want it. Leah's voice was now low and sultry, dripping with desire. Her gaze was fixed entirely on his lips, her body leaning closer, almost pressing against his. She wasn't asking for permission anymore, her hunger had taken over. Leah? What are you do, MMPH? Aether's words were cut off as her lips grazed his, sending a shock through him. His eyes widened in surprise, completely unprepared for what had just happened. Leah's lips hovered near his ear as she purred softly, it's tasty, a mischievous smile playing on her face, but then, something clicked, her eyes widened in realization, and the fog in her mind seemed to lift. She blinked rapidly, staring at Aether's shocked expression as if it were the first time she'd seen him. Her face turned an alarming shade of red as the weight of her actions hit her. I didn't mean to. I was. I mean, like, it wasn't. She stammered, completely flustered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Her hands were trembling, her face a vivid shade of crimson. Aether, still stunned, tried to collect himself. He saw her panic, her utter embarrassment, and was about to reassure her when, I am sorry. Leah screamed at the top of her lungs before bolting away, running like her life depended on it. Why? Aether started, but before he could chase after her, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Mary, Leah's mother, caught her daughter mid-run and embraced her tightly. My baby, she cried out, hugging her close. Mommy. Leah squeaked, trying to escape her mother's grip. I brought you something, let's go. Mary said cheerfully, but just as she was about to disappear with Leah, she turned her head toward Aether, shooting him a pointed look. She gestured with 2 fingers to her eyes, then to him, silently mouthing, I'm watching you, before vanishing. Where are you running away, bitch? The principal followed her with furious expression. Aether blinked, staring at the empty space where they had just been. He let out a long, exasperated sigh. His mind spinning, what the heck just happened, he muttered under his breath, still in a daze. He was completely thrown off by Leah's sudden actions. What did I even do this time? Aether groaned in frustration, rubbing his temples. He had not expected this kind of reaction from Leah, certainly not the sudden kiss or her almost predatory behavior. Maybe, it's because she drank my blood. She is like sister, right? He mused, frowning as the thought crossed his mind. But that idea was quickly squashed when, 5000 AP, ding, survival rate, 69.3%, ding, congratulations on completing the hidden mission, seduce Aurelia Scarlet, ding, reward, 200,000 affection points. Ding, reward, skill, Crimson Veil, remaining AP, 2818, 562. Chapter 493, today's been full of surprises. Skill, Crimson Veil, effect. This skill allows the user to perceive the world in shades of blood red, revealing the intricate network of blood vessels and internal organs in both living and non-living beings. This insight provides precise information about their physical condition, such as injuries, weaknesses, and overall health. Additional benefits: while this skill is active, the user's charm attribute is doubled, granting them the ability to manipulate one target at a time, bending their thoughts or actions to the user's will for a short period. Limitations: the charm is ineffective against individuals who possess higher levels than the user or those immune to charm-based abilities. The manipulation lasts for only 5 minutes, cooldown time, 1 hour per use, damn it. Aether grumbled under his breath, feeling a sudden shift in his vision as the world around him transformed, drenched in a haunting red hue. It was as if he had crossed into another realm entirely, where everything was painted in various shades of crimson. This is incredible, he muttered to himself, his voice filled with disbelief as he studied the person before him. He could see it all, veins pulsing, muscles contracting, and the intricate system of organs moving inside the body. It was almost surreal. Aether's eyes zeroed in on the person's heartbeat, which echoed clearly in his mind. Looped up, looped up. The rhythm pulsed steadily, and the sight of the blood coursing through their body left him feeling strangely exhilarated. It was more thrilling than fighting monsters. Without realizing it, a wicked grin tugged at the corner of his lips. He stepped closer to someone nearby, eyes gleaming. "Hey," he said. The boy he approached frowned, looking annoyed as Aether blocked his way. "What's your problem?" "Get out of the..." His words trailed off, eyes locking with Aether's. In that instant, Aether's bright blue eyes flickered, transforming into a deep, bloody red, and the boy's mind went blank as if someone had just turned off the lights in his head. "Go stand over there," Aether commanded, his voice calm but laced with authority, eyes focused intently on the boy. Without hesitation, the boy nodded, eyes glazed over, and moved mechanically to the bench as instructed. "Holy shit, it's fucked up, man," Aether muttered under his breath as he watched the boy stand obediently. He deactivated the skill, feeling a slight burning sensation in his eyes as his vision returned to normal. Blinking a few times to clear the discomfort, he looked at the boy again. To his surprise, the charm still seemed to be working even after the skill was no longer active. "Interesting, it persists even after I deactivate it," he thought, making a mental note. Aether approached the boy again, raising an eyebrow. "Sit down," he said with a casual wave of his hand. The boy instantly obeyed, plopping down on the bench without a second thought. "Huh. This just keeps getting better," Aether mused, his tone filled with mild surprise. He then frowned slightly, wondering how he could break the boy out of the charm's influence. "How do I wake him up?" Snapping his fingers sharply, he leaned in and called out, "Hey. Snap out of it." The boy's eyes blinked rapidly as he came to his senses, looking around in confusion. "What the hell just happened?" he asked, then his gaze fell on Aether, and recognition dawned on his face. His expression shifted from confusion to excitement. "Wait. Aren't you Aether? Dude, I'm a huge fan of yours." But before the boy could gush any further, Aether swiftly turned on his heels and bolted, not interested in entertaining his newfound fan or dealing with the consequences of his little experiment. He returned to the principal's house, slipping into the training hall. Inside, he spotted Celestia busy noting down a list of products that still needed to be delivered. Her face was focused, but a soft smile appeared when she noticed him enter. "The transportation is nearly done," she said, her voice light but slightly tired. "The remaining products will be delivered to Rosavir by tomorrow." "Good," Aether replied, nodding in approval as he patted Snowflake, who had eagerly snuggled into his arms the moment he stepped inside. "Aether," Celestia called again. He glanced her way. "If you're thinking about expanding this operation and making serious money out of it, you're going to need a bigger factory. And more people," she said with a weary sigh, her hand rubbing her shoulder in clear discomfort. "We're at our limit here. We can't handle this much pressure on our own." Aether's face softened with guilt. "I'm really sorry, Celestia. I didn't mean to put you through this much stress. The timing was tight, and I pushed things too hard." She gave him a tired smile, her eyes warm despite the exhaustion. "I'm not complaining, Aether. I know you mean well. But we're going to need more help if you plan to expand production even further. Otherwise, this pace will break us." He nodded thoughtfully. "You're right. I'll definitely think about it," he said, noticing her still rubbing her shoulder with a slight blush on her cheeks as she kept glancing at him with an eager expression. Aether chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. He walked over to her, wrapping his arms around her from behind and whispering near her ear, "What's on your mind? Tell me what you want." Leaning into his chest with a deeper blush, Celestia sighed softly, almost teasingly. "A shoulder massage, please," she whispered, placing a kiss on his cheek. Aether chuckled again. He began kneading her shoulder gently, his fingers finding the tense spots. Crack, crack, Celestia let out a soft moan of relief, the tension in her shoulder easing under his touch. But after a moment, Aether's expression turned a little more serious. You know. The source of your shoulder problem is not because of work, he said, his voice dropping to a stern tone, hinting that he had something else in mind. Celestia blinked and turned her head slightly to glance up at him, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Oh. Then what's the real reason? She asked, wondering what sort of playful trick he was about to pull on her. You need to work on the source. Aether smirked playfully, his voice dropping low before his hands moved with deliberate intent. He lifted her voluptuous chest, his fingers tightening around her bust, making Celestia shudder involuntarily. Her body trembled, her face flushed a deep crimson, and before she could protest, Aether's hands were already fondling her, exploring her soft curves with unrestrained delight. His touch was bold, teasing, and utterly relentless. Aether, not so, rough, please, be gentle. Celestia's breath hitched as his fingers skillfully pinched her nipples through the fabric of her clothes. Her back arched, pressing more into his hands, she then felt something getting hard on her ass. She gulped and was unable to resist the sudden wave of heat that surged through her ass. She instinctively reached out with her hand, but just as her fingers were about to move, she stopped. A strange sensation pricked at the back of her neck. Both of them froze. Aether, too, felt it. A stern gaze, sharp and unwavering. Slowly, both turned their heads to the side, and there, standing with an unblinking stare, was Snowflake. Snowflake's head tilted slightly, her eyes intensely focused on them. She didn't hiss or blink, she simply stared, her head swayed gently, her focus shifting from Aether's hands to Celestia's body, almost as if she was studying them, wondering what exactly was going on. Aether and Celestia shared an awkward glance, their faces flushed with embarrassment. They both coughed simultaneously, feeling as if they'd just been caught red-handed by a child spying on their parents in an intimate moment. "Elle looks like you need to, clean her clothes." "They got really dusty," Aether stammered awkwardly, trying to play it cool, though the blush creeping up his neck betrayed him. Celestia quickly patted her chest, still trying to calm herself. "Why yeah, I think I'll go do that," she replied, her voice a little shaky as she moved away from him, still trying to regain her composure. As they awkwardly distanced themselves from each other, Snowflake continued to watch them with her head tilted in even more curiosity. She blinked slowly, clearly not understanding what had just transpired but somehow still suspicious. Why is she staring at us like that? Aether thought with an uncomfortable frown. He turned away, trying to distract himself from the awkward moment. Continue reading at Empire. Just as he moved to refocus on his work, ding, your soul has been repaired. Aether immediately called his log, / name, Aether, sex, male, race, _______________________ unique Aether bloodline crimson elixir of the null, level, 60, title. The progenitor of unknown species, eternal contract to ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################## the only holder of Aether and a pastless, futureless entity, skills, freedom, clone, eternal seal, passive. Clarion energy, passive, Eternus storage 1/1145, passive, Crimson Veil, attributes, strength, 610, agility, 605, intelligence, 600, magic affinity, 600, charm, 600, soul, 890/255, compatibility, 99%, survival rate, 69.3%, remaining time, 188 days 01 hours 05 minutes 45 seconds, affection points, 2,818,562, seduction, April 10th, Stella, error. Unable to use due to your current level, Aria Zephyr, origin weapon Twilight Eclipse, Aquilina Naiadia, origin weapon Oceanic Tempest, Helena Sunfire, desired weapon Blessed Aegis, XXX Leora Dark Fong, error. Unable to use due to your current level XXX, ding, Eternus storage, the user currently has 1144 empty slots, each with infinite storage capacity. However, only one item may occupy each slot. That's really generous, Aether thought to himself, eyebrows raised in surprise. He hadn't expected the storage space to be so vast, but it was certainly more than he could have hoped for. But then, something caught his attention. A frown crossed his face as he noticed an unfamiliar item in his storage. Wait a minute. I don't remember using that, especially after it nearly drained me the last time I used a single coin. He mused, trying to recall what the item was. Shush, a sudden shimmering appeared on his hand, and Aether's eyes widened as a large, gleaming blue crystal horn materialized in his grasp. Fresh blood slowly dripped from its surface. His eyes grew even wider as recognition dawned on him. It was one of the Dragon Emperor's horns he had taken during a fierce battle. And never thought it would come with him back. Wow, today's been full of surprises, Aether muttered with an amused expression, still marveling at the horn in his hand. Just as he was about to inspect it more closely, the horn began to glow even brighter, its light growing so intense that it forced Aether to shield his eyes. Then suddenly, ding, Chapter 494, This is my domain, you lowborn creature. Let me go, you filthy lowborns. Whoever dares to do this to me, you will pay for it with your lives. Aether stood frozen, staring blankly at the enormous blue-scaled dragon thrashing within the grasp of black chains. The dragon's massive body strained against its bindings, desperate to break free, but the chains held firm, wrapping tighter with every movement. What is going on? Aether mumbled, his voice barely audible, his face a mask of confusion as he took in the surreal scene before him. Only moments ago, he had been holding the Dragon Emperor's horn, and now he found himself standing within the dark and white expanse of the Umbra/ethereal domain. Let me go. The Dragon Emperor's voice boomed again, this time with even more fury as his body shimmered. A searing blue sparkled flame flickered near his gaping maw, preparing to unleash its destructive power. However, before the flame could even leave his throat, another chain shot out, wrapping tightly around his mouth. MFFFFFFFF. The Dragon Emperor let out a muffled, enraged roar. Hey, Log, what's going on? Answer me. Aether muttered, his voice calm but hollow. His feet moved slowly, deliberately, as he approached the bound dragon, but no response came from the voice in his head. The Dragon Emperor, his body still straining against the chains, suddenly froze as his gaze locked onto Aether. His eyes widened in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the enormous dragon form shifted, shrinking down into a human shape. Yet the black chains remained, tightening even further around his new, smaller body. It's you. Victor. Victor. The Dragon Emperor's voice cracked as he screamed, the terror in his tone unmistakable. You wretched lowborn. What have you done to me? He spat, thrashing violently. Aether's face remained blank, cold, as he watched the scene unfold with an almost detached interest. Slowly, methodically, he approached. He stopped just a foot away, standing before him with a look that betrayed no emotion. You think chaining me in this dark, unknown prison will make me beg for mercy? You must be a fool, a naive lowborn, the Dragon Emperor snarled, his eyes blazing with defiance. Lowborn scum. I will annihilate you, just like my ancestors slaughtered yours. There won't be a single descendant left of the Origin Emperor's bloodline when I'm through with you. Ha ha ha. Aether blinked a few times, his gaze narrowing as his eyes drifted toward the two gaping holes in the Dragon Emperor's forehead, right where his horns used to be. A glint of blue light shimmered in Aether's hand as the missing crystal horn materialized. As the fresh blood dripped from it, the Dragon Emperor's eyes widened in horror. How dare you hold my— Shut up. Aether's voice, sharp and commanding, echoed throughout the domain with a force that made the entire domain tremble. The Dragon Emperor's mouth snapped shut instantly, almost involuntarily, as though the sheer presence of Aether's words had bound his very will. After a tense silence, Aether nodded to himself, as though finally understanding something. You're not the current Dragon Emperor, are you? You must be him, he mused aloud, turning the crystal horn over in his hand. This horn, it carries part of your soul, doesn't it? That's why I couldn't store it without backlash. It was never just an object, he recalled the restriction in his Eternus storage about objects possessing souls that could harm the user if stored. Ding, the horns of the Dragon Emperor hold a remnant of his soul. What you see before you is nothing more than the lingering essence of the Arcanis Dragonheart. Aether's eyes darkened as he processed the information, his body trembling slightly with barely contained fury. Does that mean the real Dragon Emperor wasn't replaced in this reality? Aether thought, though his internal voice was tinged with a dangerous edge. Log, answer me. His eyes turned pitch black as an overwhelming killing intent radiated from his body. No. Since this is just a remnant, his full soul remains untouched in this reality. Aether exhaled slowly, regaining his composure. I see. He stared coldly at the Dragon Emperor. Arcanis. Aether said softly. The Dragon Emperor flinched at the sound of his name. How dare you call me by my, did you enjoy it? Killing them. Aether's voice was calm. He leaned in closer, pressing a finger into Arcanis' cheek, watching as blood slowly oozed from the puncture. Even a remnant of your soul still bleeds, Aether murmured, his tone eerily detached. Arcanis glared, his teeth bared in a twisted snarl. He tried to move his hands, to strike back, but the chains kept him locked in place. You'll suffer for this, Victor. I'll make sure of it. Arcanis sneered, as he smirked suddenly saying, are you referring to the ones I crushed beneath my feet? The worthless lives I snuffed out like they were nothing? Is that what you mean by enjoyment? Aether didn't flinch. He simply stared into Arcanis' eyes, unblinking, emotionless. The lack of reaction made Arcanis' frown deepen. You know, there are many things in this life I've regretted, Aether whispered, his voice almost too low to hear, but what I regret most of all, is letting you go, that I couldn't kill you myself, as moved his hands near to Arcanis' neck but stopped it. Arcanis narrowed his eyes, confusion and anger swirling in his gaze. What are you talking about? You were only spared because something protected you from my power on the battlefield. If not for that, I would have killed you 1,000 times over, and you know it. Arcanis spat, Aether's eyes flickered with understanding. Protected? So, my contractor planned all this, he thought, piecing things together. His gaze refocused on Arcanis. Do you honestly believe you can kill me? Now? Arcanis' prideful grin spread across his face once more. Of course I can. If you're so confident, why don't you remove these chains and see what happens? His voice was laced with malice, his grin wide and sinister. Aether stared at him for a long moment before, heh. He. He. His laughter echoed through the domain, growing louder and more unhinged with each passing second. The entire realm trembled in response. Arcanis' smug expression faltered, a sense of unease creeping up his spine. Crack. The chains around Arcanis began to crack, fragments of the black binding splintering apart. Arcanis' eyes widened in shock before a wicked grin spread across his face once more. You pathetic human, you're about to meet your end, he thought, bracing himself to break free. Meanwhile, Aether's laughter faded, and his attention shifted to his arcane card, hovering a short distance away in the void between the two domains. The card pulsated with an eerie glow, its surface almost completely consumed by the swirling darkness of his umbra side. The balance was tipping, dangerously close to being lost. Summoning it now would mean inviting corruption to his very soul, the umbra side. It's not about me being tainted, Aether mused, his eyes narrowing as thoughts swirled in his mind. It only amplifies the darkest, most impure desires already within me. It doesn't create the darkness, it just pulls out what's buried deep, my own emotions. My own shadows. He turned his gaze back to Arcanis, who had just managed to break free from the chains. The Dragon Emperor's face twisted with triumph as he rushed forward, hand outstretched, ready to strike. You die now. Arcanis bellowed, lunging at Aether with fury, but just as his hand was about to touch Aether, he froze. Aether's lips curled into a slow, unsettling grin, his voice, cold and emotionless, arcane. Thud, in an instant, the half-black domain of Umbra expanded, engulfing the remaining white space completely. The world around them plunged into a deep, oppressive void, a darkness so thick, Arcani's eyes darted around wildly, his vision completely useless in the pitch-black space. Panic flickered across his features as he realized he could no longer see or sense anything. His heart pounded in his chest. What is this? What's happening? His voice trembling, the Dragon Emperor spun in place, trying to find some sense of direction, but the endless dark swallowed him whole. Are you hiding from me? He shouted, forcing a laugh that barely masked the growing unknown fear. You coward! Come out and face me like a man. You bastard! His voice echoed in the void, met only with eerie silence. A sense of dread began to creep into Arcani's mind. His instincts screamed at him, warning him that something was terribly, terribly wrong. Why you think this scares me? He called out, but his voice shook. Clap! Suddenly, a sharp clap rang out behind him. Arcanis whipped around, eyes wide, but there was nothing, just the suffocating darkness. His heart raced faster. Are you trying to play games with me? His voice cracked slightly as he tried to laugh, the sound forced and hollow. Clap! Another clap echoed, this time from the opposite direction. Arcanis spun again but saw nothing. His fists clenched tightly as he growled under his breath. This won't work on me. Suddenly, a sharp burning sensation flared across his back. His eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively reached back, only to find his skin peeling away, his fingers touching raw, torn flesh. What the clap, the skin on his leg ripped apart as if an invisible force was tearing it from his body. What is happening? Clap, clap, my HR. Arcanis screamed, clutching his head in agony. His once proud mane of hair had been ripped clean off, leaving his scalp raw and exposed. Come out and face me, you coward, he howled, his voice a mixture of rage and sheer terror. But before he could gather himself, clap, his arm's skin was torn away next. No. Stop it. ARRGGH, clap, clap, continue reading stories on Empire, clap, clap, clap. Each clap was followed by searing pain, as more and more of Arcanis' skin was stripped away, his muscles burned, exposed to the open air, every inch of his body consumed by a stinging, fiery sensation. He writhed in agony, his body trembling uncontrollably. You bastard, he screamed, desperate to regain control. He tried to shift back into his dragon form, hoping to use his full strength to break free, but it won't work. A motionless and cold voice echoed through the dark void. Arcanis flinched at the sound. What do you mean? His voice was shaking now, his confidence shattered. His dragon form refused to respond, no matter how hard he tried. This is my domain, you low-born creature. A deep sense of terror etched itself onto Arcanis' face. He turned, searching desperately for the source of the voice, but all he could see was darkness. Then, slowly, a massive, white, arched grin appeared in the distance, glowing faintly in the void. Who are you? Arcanis' voice was barely a whisper, his once mighty arrogance crumbling in the face of this terrifying unknown. The grin seemed to stretch, growing impossibly wide, and with every second it loomed larger, consuming the space around him. And no. No. Stay away. Arcanis stammered, stumbling backwards. His legs shaking. His body flickered, his form wavering, as if it was on the verge of disappearing entirely. Fear gripped his heart, unlike anything he had ever felt before. Even when he fought Muarix, this fear was far different. The last thing he heard before the void swallowed him whole was a low, sinister chuckle. Hehe. The massive white grin zoomed in, filling his entire vision and, Chuck, Chapter 495. Visiting Pyra Fulgur Empire. Again, is everyone ready? The principal inquired, her gaze sweeping over the elite class students assembled before her. Yes, principal. Their voices rang out in unison. They stood poised near the teleportation station, a structure both ancient and awe-inspiring. Its towering arches gleamy. We've already seen this 100 times, Victor thought to himself, maybe not 100 but still. Casting a disinterested glance around at the students, all brimming with enthusiasm to enter the Pyra Fulgur Empire. What are you looking for? Kira asked, noticing his distracted demeanor as she stood beside him. Victor shifted his focus to Kira. He had asked Celestia to investigate her thoroughly, and surprisingly, everything checked out. Her family existed, there were records of her, and everything was perfectly documented. No discrepancies, no points of suspicion. It was as if her existence was flawless, perfectly aligned with this reality. Then why is she Kira, not Kyra? Victor frowned, still unsettled by the fact that her soul had been replaced in this reality. Is she truly different? His thoughts lingered on her, making a mental note to keep an eye on her. Finally, he answered flatly, nothing. Before Kira could press further, the principal's voice cut through the chatter. Come on, everyone, let's move. Form a line. One by one, the students began entering the teleportation portal, their excitement palpable. Jack, walking behind Victor, leaned in and whispered, good luck, man. Try not to make a scene. With a grin before joining the line, Victor watched Jack's back as he disappeared into the portal. His turn had finally come. Victor, what are you waiting for? The principal called, her brow arched as she noticed him lingering behind. Victor glanced back, his eyes landing on Delphine, who was waving at him. Without a word, he walked toward her, stopping just before her. Aet, Victor. Delphine raised her eyebrows, her expression a mixture of curiosity and surprise. Victor stared at her for a moment. I won't lose this time. I'll do whatever it takes. I will succeed, he murmured, his voice low and dangerous, his eyes glowing faintly. Then, without warning, he leaned down and kissed her. Delphine's eyes widened in shock. What is he doing in front of everyone? Her thoughts screamed, but as she glanced around, she realized none of the staff at the teleportation station seemed to notice. A barrier had been erected around them, shielding the scene from prying eyes. Victor pulled away, his lips brushing against hers one last time before he whispered warmly, don't be lonely without me, okay? 4000 AP. Delphine's face flushed a deep crimson. I won't feel lonely, you idiot. What are you doing in broad daylight? She snapped, trying to sound furious, but her cheeks betrayed her. Victor smirked. I can do more if you want. Later, when it's night, 4000 AP, her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately shoved him away. Why you? She stammered, too flustered to form a proper response. Victor's grin widened, but just as he turned to walk away, he paused, glancing back at her with a teasing glint in his eyes. Once I come back, should we start planning the wedding? Maybe invite your sister-in-law. 4000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP. Delphine's face turned an even deeper shade of red. You bastard, she yelled, summoning an ice spear into her hand, her embarrassment fueling her rage. Victor chuckled as he dodged her strike and waved playfully. See you soon, he called before bolting toward the portal. The principal watched him with a blank expression, her lips twitching in annoyance. Do you have any idea what could have happened if I hadn't created that barrier in time? You brat, she snapped, clearly exasperated, though there was something else in her tone. And jealous? Not sure, Victor shrugged, smiling cheekily. I knew you'd do it. That's why I didn't worry, he replied with a wink, which only irritated the principal further. She glanced at Delphine, whose face was still flushed, then snorted before entering the portal herself. Victor chuckled softly. Looks like someone's jealous, he mumbled, turning to blow Delphine a playful kiss before disappearing into the portal. Delphine gritted her teeth, mortified and frustrated. Arg. I shouldn't have told him I like him. Now he's really pushing his luck, she muttered under her breath, though deep down she couldn't deny how much she enjoyed his teasing. She sighed, watching as they disappeared. Well, I hope you come back safely. BB boyfriend, she whispered, her cheeks burning as the word escaped her lips, but then a sudden thought struck her, and she froze. Wait, are we really boyfriend and girlfriend? She mumbled to herself, her mind racing. Just as she was about to delve deeper into that thought, her vision blurred, everything went dark. Delphine gasped, her body stiffening as her ability activated out of nowhere. Her surroundings shifted into a black, motionless void, devoid of life. A chilling stillness settled over the place, and then she heard it. La 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 la. The haunting melody echoed through the emptiness, gentle yet filled with danger. Her heart pounded in her chest as two crystal blue eyes slowly opened in the dark. Boom, 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 boom. fireworks exploded in the night sky, lighting up the dark space with brilliant flashes of color and sound, each one more intense than the last. Delphine's vision snapped back to reality, and she stumbled, gasping for breath, her skin slick with cold sweat. What the hell was that? She muttered, her heart racing. She knew that voice, that song, it belonged to Aether. The same song that she heard when she saw him after a long time. Her hands trembled as she stared at the spot where Victor had vanished. What in the world is he planning now? She whispered, her expression torn between shock and intrigue. Meanwhile, in the Pyra Fulgur Empire, the towering Dragon Emperor stood before Victor. Just like their previous encounter, the Dragon Emperor made a grand entrance, his aura radiating power and dominance. He hugged his son, Leon, in a display of affection, while the rest of the others knelt before him, except Victor. Your next journey awaits at Empire. However, this time, there was no immediate threat from the Emperor. Something was different. One affection. I like you. Victor, the Dragon Emperor said with an unsettling grin, his voice rich with authority. Victor arched a brow at the sudden shift. Well, I can't say I feel the same, Arcani's Dragonheart, he replied coolly, emphasizing the Emperor's name. A stunned silence, gasps echoing everywhere. Students and soldiers alike stared in disbelief, their jaws dropping at Victor's audacity. Veins bulged on Arcani's forehead, a flicker of anger passing through his ocean blue eyes. Leon glared at Victor, his eyes narrowing dangerously. How dare you address my father? The mighty Dragon Emperor, by his nah. But before he could continue, Arcani's raised a hand, motioning for him to stop. Father. Leon looked taken aback. Arcani's, still focused on Victor, said nothing for a moment. He already heard from Kim, so he knew what kind of man was Victor. Arcani's didn't want to push things further. He had plans, important ones. And for those plans to succeed, he needed Victor's cooperation. The descendant of the Origin Emperor was crucial and only Victor knew, so, with a half-smile, Arcani's turned his gaze toward the principal, who watched the exchange with mild amusement. Looks like you found yourself an interesting disciple, Sovereign, he remarked. 3000 AP, the principal shrugged, her face wearing a smug expression. I tend to attract the best, she replied, her tone dripping with satisfaction. Soon, the group boarded the dragon carriage, as they flew toward the palace high above the empire. The ride was smooth, and everything seemed to unfold just as it had before. However, inside the costly carriage where only the Dragon Emperor and the principal sat, mind telling me what exactly changed your mind? Her tone was sharp, curiosity mixed with suspicion. First, you threatened one of your own representatives to get us here, and now you've suddenly had a change of heart. What's your angle? Arcani's leaned back, taking a deep breath before answering. Let's just say, circumstances shifted. I have a more pressing matter to focus on, he said vaguely, his voice careful and guarded. The principal's frown deepened. A pressing matter? What situation could have come up so suddenly? She pressed. Arcani's merely shrugged, his expression unreadable. That is our empire's business, I see. The principal nodded, but then her gaze hardened, a dangerous edge creeping into her voice as she spoke slowly. I warn you, brat, lay a hand on my disciple. And I'll remind you of the past you've so conveniently forgotten. Tararrar, the dragon pulling the carriage roared in distress, struggling under a sudden, immense weight that seemed to press down on it from nowhere, forcing it into a steep descent. The Dragon Emperor's blood ran cold, his instincts screaming at him to flee. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping from his lips as he forced out, "You haven't changed at all, ISA." Soon after, the group reached the towering black castle perched atop Peak Mountain. Everything was just as Victor remembered, the same dark stone walls, the same welcome, and even the same smug speech from Leon lecturing them about the grandeur of their home. But something was off. Interesting. Victor murmured as he entered a room that was far different from last time. Instead of the throne room, they were taken to a large conference-like chamber. The Dragon Emperor entered, now clad in opulent robes adorned with golden patterns. He moved to the center of the grand table where everyone was seated. I am pleased to welcome the chosen ones of this era, he began, his voice booming with authority. Now, tell me what you seek here. Victor leaned back in his chair, stared at him. Chapter 496, You never truly know what people are like until you get closer to them. Everything unfolded exactly as before, even down to the speech. I respect only those who have proven themselves worthy, nothing more, nothing less, the Dragon Emperor said, his tone as indifferent as ever. This time, however, Victor didn't react. He neither provoked the Emperor nor showed any sign of even caring about the speech. Everyone around him exchanged puzzled glances, clearly wondering why he was keeping so silent when he was usually the first to stir things up. The principal let out a quiet sigh of relief, grateful that Victor hadn't caused any disruptions. Though, if you looked closely, there was a faint glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, as if he'd expected, or even wanted, Victor to do something unpredictable. As the meeting concluded, and just like before, Kai approached Aquilina and asked for Aether. Then, Jack suddenly walked beside Victor. He leaned in close, his voice a low whisper, "I need to speak with you." Alone, Victor raised an eyebrow but smiled faintly and gave a small nod. Moments later, the principal emerged from the meeting room. "The maids will guide you to your rooms. If any of you wish to explore, feel free, but ensure that you take a servant with you at all times." As the group dispersed, each choosing what they wanted to do next, Victor's gaze landed on Helena. She stood off to the side, fidgeting nervously, her eyes darting toward Aether every now and then. Sensing her unease, Victor telepathically communicated with her, "Relax, Helena. You don't need to worry about anything. Just get some rest and be ready later, because tonight, we're going on a date. I've heard the nights here are absolutely beautiful, Helena visibly tensed, her cheeks flushing red in an instant. Oh okay, she stammered, her gaze flickering back to Aether before awkwardly turning to the friends surrounding her, trying to keep her composure. Victor's original plan had been to take her on a date after she had fully recovered, but after giving it more thought and sending Celestia ahead to gather intel about the area, he decided it was the perfect place for them. He had already been on 2 dates in Zephyr Empire, but this would be new for both of them. He thought it would be an experience they could share, so when he suggested the idea to her, she happily agreed to wait. Victor's smile widened as he turned and followed Jack through the winding corridors. Arya, watching Victor closely from a distance, Jack led Victor to his allocated room, and the two sat down in silence. Facing each other, neither spoke for a moment, the quiet stretching between them as they sized each other up. Finally, Jack broke the silence with a small smile. "It seems like you've already made some plans to complete the mission." Victor frowned slightly. "And what makes you think that?" Jack chuckled, "Haha. You're too calm. Way too calm. That's how I know. Unlike me, you don't seem the least bit stressed. Experienced tales with Empire, you have a mission too?" Jack's expression shifted, pride flashing in his eyes as he nodded. "Yeah. It's from Master." He leaned in slightly, "A personal mission, straight from him. It's not every day you get something like that, it's rare." He leaned back, pride evident in his posture. Victor raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly is this mission of yours?" Jack smirked. Now, it's classified." He gave Victor a mischievous grin. "But, if you show me your real face, maybe I'll tell you." One secret in exchange for another. Victor stared at him for a long moment before slowly moving his hands to his mask. Jack's eyes widened, filled with anticipation as he leaned in closer, eager to see what lay beneath. Just as Victor was about to pull the mask away, he stopped abruptly, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Nah, I'm good," he said with a playful smirk. Jack blinked in surprise, caught off guard. After a moment, he let out a short laugh. "You really are an interesting one, you know that, 500 AP, Victor was momentarily taken aback by the notification. What the, that's a huge jump, from 100 to 500? That's unsettling, he thought to himself. A faint feeling of unease creeping in, not wanting to dwell on it, he shifted the conversation back to more important matters. "Anyway, why did you call me here? What's this all about?" Jack's demeanor changed instantly. His playful attitude faded, replaced by a serious, almost grim expression. "You probably don't realize it, but I need to warn you, this mission, it's more important than you think. If you fail..." His voice lowered ominously. Master will kill you. Personally, Victor frowned deeply, confused. Why would he go that far? You guys said I could leave, right? Jack sighed, folding his arms across his chest. It's because you're a new kind. New kind? What do you mean by that? Jack leaned forward. To be completely honest, the moment you showed up, rumors spread fast. People started talking about what your body could do, the fact that you can store arcane energy. That's something that just shouldn't be possible. Master sees you as a threat, that's why he gave me the mission to eliminate you. He paused, his face softening again, but, when I saw the way you acted, burning Kennedy alive just because he irritated you, that's when I went to Master and asked him to put the mission on hold. I thought killing you would be a waste, and you've proved me right. He let out a long breath. Especially when the Academy was in danger. You stood there, calm. Like nothing mattered to you, like whether those people lived or died didn't concern you at all. Jack's voice quickened with excitement, but the thing that really intrigued me, the thing that convinced me, was when you chose who to save based on their worth. You didn't save everyone, you saved the ones that mattered. That's when I realized, you understand something most people don't, not everyone is equal. Victor stared at him, his expression unreadable. Is that so? He replied, 600 AP, see. You don't even care about my words. Others might think you're just an arrogant man, but what I see, is a man who values worth above all else. Jack said, his voice filled with admiration. Though it was strained as he slowly panted, Tell me, Victor, there's a rumor going around that you killed a few students. Why did you kill them? Victor met Jack's gaze, knowing full well that Jack had taken the bait he deliberately laid out. It was time to push this even further. He needed someone to be part of the game. Well, my friend, Victor began, his tone casual yet calculated. Aether was acting strange around that Saintess, constantly trying to save worthless lives, people who were nothing but burdens to this world. It annoyed me. And since I can't exactly kill him, I took it out on those students. Killing a few helped calm my nerves. He finished with a shrug as if murder was nothing more than a way to relieve stress. 1000 AP, Jack almost collapsed onto Victor, his eyes wide with shock, though his expression quickly shifted to one of twisted admiration. Oh. What a wonderful friendship you have with Aether. How I envy him, Jack said, his voice dripping with envy as a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Still grinning, Jack moved even closer, lowering his voice to a near whisper. You see, Victor. I've never had a friend like that, someone who could stick with me through thick and thin, sharing blood, fighting the evils that threaten us, a brother in arms, someone to explore new worlds with, seeing new sights, feeling new sensations. I wonder, when will I ever have a friend like that? Jack's fingers began tracing lazy circles on the table. His demeanor turning oddly shy as he spoke. Victor stared at Jack with a blank, unreadable expression before responding in a cold, unflinching tone. Sorry to say this, but I don't need any more idiots in my life. We can't be friends. Jack's face fell, genuine sadness flickering in his eyes, but even then, 2000 AP, Victor thought, utterly bewildered. I swear I'm not trying to riz this guy, but seriously, how is he falling for this? He's easier than a woman. His mind screamed as he struggled to keep his composure, feeling the need to escape before things spiraled any further. Victor stood up abruptly. Well, then. I'll just finish the mission and be on my way. He was already halfway to the door. Desperate to leave the room before Jack did something even more disturbing, as Victor turned to leave, Jack's face grew gloomy. His voice shook as he called out, Victor, all the best with your mission. My friend, but if you fail, please, come to me. I'll talk to Master for you. I won't let him kill you. His tone was soft, hopeful even, like he truly didn't want his newfound friend to be punished by his master. However, I'll kill you myself, Jack added, his voice dropping to a twisted, red-faced whisper, his breath growing ragged. 2000 AP, 2000 AP, 3000 AP, 3000 AP, 3000 AP, 4000 AP, 4000 AP, Victor maintained a calm, composed facade. But inwardly anything but calm. Oh. Fuck. Oh, fuck, fuck. His heart pounded in his chest. He'd faced a lot of worse things, but Jack, this was something else entirely. This was beyond unsettling. Still, Victor managed to keep his voice steady as he responded, "If it comes to that, Jack, I'll kill you myself and everyone." "Don't worry." "Oh yeah," Jack moaned, his face twisted with a disgusting mix of desire and madness. 4000 AP. Before Jack could make any more revolting sounds, Victor quickly exited the room, his steps brisk as he put as much distance between them as possible. His heart still raced as he muttered inwardly, "What the hell just happened? Hey! Log! Fucking log! Are you seriously telling me this is the same Jack from before? Look at him. He's way more dangerous and weirder than I expected. Last time, you never got this close to him. You never truly know what people are like until you get closer to them." Victor blinked at the log's reply, subconsciously nodding to himself, "Yeah." He took a deep breath, trying to shake off when, "Arya?" Victor was startled to see Arya standing before him as if she had been waiting for him this whole time. Chapter 497, "So my underwear is the backup plan, huh?" Thud. Arya had Victor pinned against the wall in a classic Kabadan move, her hand slammed next to his head as she cornered him with sudden intensity. Victor caught off guard, blinked in surprise. One moment they were walking, and the next, he found himself dragged into her room, her body pressing close, the door closed behind them. His mind raced, trying to make sense of her sudden boldness. "What's going on?" he asked softly, his fingers brushing her cheek, his voice tender, though his eyes scanned her face for answers. Arya held his gaze, her lips pressed into a firm line. For a long, charged moment, she said nothing, just staring into his eyes. Finally, she broke the silence, her voice serious and low. "What are you planning?" Victor blinked again, confused. "Arya, what are you talking about, Aether?" she interrupted. Her tone sharper now. Aether sighed, realizing she wasn't going to let this go. Reluctantly, he removed his mask, revealing the face beneath. His eyes met hers. "My current target," he said calmly, "is Talia Crimsonclaw." Arya's expression darkened immediately, her lips parting in shock as the name sank in. "Talia?" she whispered, her voice trembling slightly before she bit her lip. There was a long pause before she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, "Do you need help?" The offer was there, but there was hesitation in her eyes. She knew what she about to do but for his freedom. She was willing to do anything. Aether's eyes softened as he took in her expression. Touched by her willingness despite the anger she tried to hide. He gently cupped her face, his thumb brushing over her lips. "I know what you're thinking, Arya. I can see it in your eyes," he murmured, his voice low as he looked deeper into her gaze, almost into her soul. "Believe me when I say, I love you. And I will never let you go, not now, not ever. Until the eternity." Arya's body trembled at his words, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She could feel the possessiveness in his eyes, the intensity that made her heart race. I love you too," she whispered, her voice soft and shaky, "and that's why I need to help you. Any way I can." Aether shook his head, his hand sliding through her silvery white hair. "There's no need for you to get involved, Arya." "Aether, please." Arya cut him off, her eyes wide with worry. "I don't know what's happened to you, but I can see it. Ever since that day got here, you've been off. And the way you're acting, the artifacts you gave me before we arrived, you're preparing for something, aren't you? You know something bad is coming." Her voice cracked as she spoke, her body trembling as she clung to him. Aether stared at her, his heart clenching at the sight of her fear and love. She was right, of course, there were things only he could do, things he couldn't share with anyone. He let out a sigh, running a hand through her hair. "There are some things that only I can handle." Arya didn't let go, her grip tightening as she rested her forehead against his chest. "That's why I have to help you. Look at me, Aether. I can't just watch you suffer alone. That's not what I want. You saved me when I was at my lowest, and now." She pressed closer, her voice softening, "I want to do the same for you. I just want to help my husband." Is that so wrong? Aether blinked her words. He gently stroked her head, letting the silence between them settle for a moment. He could feel her desperation, her love, and her fear. He could feel her raw emotions. And finally, he gave in. All right, he said softly, a small smile tugging at his lips. If you truly want to help, I won't stop you. Aria's face lit up with a mix of surprise and joy. Really? She asked, her voice full of excitement, her eyes wide and eager. Aether chuckled, nodding as he leaned down and kissed her softly. Of course, he said with a wink, before raising his voice slightly, Celestia. Aria blinked, her happy expression faltering slightly as confusion crept in. Who? She asked, tilting her head, suspicious. Her gaze shifted as she heard movement behind her. She turned slowly, her eyes narrowing as she spotted a woman with chestnut brown hair, wearing a maid's uniform and glasses, lounging casually on the bed. The woman was watching them with a smirk. A dangerous gleam flashed in Aria's eyes. Is she also a target? She asked in a low, eerie voice, her possessiveness flaring as she glared at the stranger. Before Aether could respond, Celestia spoke up, a mischievous glint in her eyes. And what if I am? She teased, winking at Aria. Aria's lips twitched in annoyance as she instinctively hugged Aether tighter, her eyes never leaving Celestia. Celestia chuckled softly, don't worry, I am not going to steal him, as she winked at Aether and licked her lips seductively. Stay updated through Empire. Aria's eyes turned even more dark. The urge to lash out was growing, her fingers itching to grab her weapon. The blood of her foe. But before she could act, she felt Aether's hand gently patting her head, soothing her tension. No one can steal me away, Aria, he whispered with a playful grin, biting her long elven ear lightly. Aria flinched, her face flushing bright red. She quickly pushed him away, whispering in a flustered tone, what are you doing? In front of a stranger? Celestia chuckled. Oh, don't worry, she said with a wink. I've seen much more than that. Aria's face turned beet red as she glared at Aether, her embarrassment skyrocketing. You. What did you tell her? Aether immediately raised his hands in surrender. Hey. I didn't say anything. Aria's glare shifted to Celestia. Have you been spying on us? Celestia smirked, shrugging nonchalantly. Who knows? Aria's eyes darkened as she thought to herself, all right, let's kill this bitch. By accident, Aether softly embraced Aria, guiding her toward the bed. His gentle touch eased her as he whispered, since you wanted to help me, why don't you start by helping her? He motioned toward Celestia, who had been lounging nearby, eyeing them both with a smirk. Celestia's been handling a lot on her own. Me too, Snowflake, the little snake resting on his neck, chimed in proudly. Aether chuckled, the sound low and amused. Yes, both Celestia and Snowflake have been doing a lot. Aria nodded, her expression dead serious as her eyes narrowed in determination. Okay, I get it. What do you need me to do? Aether's heart swelled as he gazed at her, unable to resist smiling warmly. He leaned in and kissed her forehead softly. I'm so lucky to have a woman like you in my life, he said with genuine affection. Aria's cheeks flushed with pride at his words, and she cast a triumphant glance at Celestia, who rolled her eyes but couldn't help smirking. All right, Aether said, turning to them both, here's what you need to do. After laying out the details of the plan, Aether, or rather, Victor, left the room, letting the two women digest everything. As he walked back to his own room, hey, Aether, Celestia's voice rang out in his mind. What is it? / you know what you just did, right? Celestia's tone was accusatory. Victor's lips curled into a sly smile. What are you talking about? / oh, don't play dumb with me, Aether. You totally set me up with another wild and weird one, just like last time, she complained, her voice brimming with frustration. Do you remember what happened with Celine? She almost killed me. If it wasn't for that pair of your underwear, I swear there would have been a bloodbath. You knew that, didn't you? / Victor's chuckle echoed in their shared telepathic space. Memories of that chaotic day flashed in his mind, when he and Aria had left the academy to visit her home, leaving poor Celestia to fend off Celine's growing suspicions. Of course I knew, but I also knew you were the only one who could handle it. He amused, handle it, Celestia shot back, her annoyance palpable, I barely survived. Areas even more intense than Celine, Victor continued walking, suppressing another laugh, that's precisely why I left her in your hands. You have your ways, your escape techniques, your soothing voice. You can calm anyone down, Celestia. I trust you. There was a moment of silence before Celestia growled, humph. 5 hours of cuddling. Minimum. And soft kisses until I say stop. You hear me, perverted womanizer jerk, Victor smirked at her demand deal, he agreed easily, though a faint trace of concern crossed his mind. But are you sure you can handle her? She's stronger than Celine. Celestia's voice regained its confident edge as she replied, don't worry. I've got a backup plan, backup, oh yes, Celestia purred, a hint of mischief returning to her tone, I've been collecting your underwear for this very moment. I knew this would happen sooner or later, so I prepared. Your scent, it's the only thing that can calm these crazy women down. Don't worry, I've got enough stockpile for anything. The telepathic connection cut off as Celestia finished her statement, leaving Victor standing in the hallway, blinking, collecting, my underwear. Victor stood frozen for a second, piecing everything together. His mind flashed back to all those moments when he had wondered where his missing garments had gone. Now it all made sense. So my underwear is the backup plan, huh? He stifled a laugh as he resumed walking. I'm not even sure how to feel about that, shaking his head in amusement, just as he opened the door. Took you long enough to arrive, Victor, the voice rumbled, filled with authority and contempt. Victor grinned as he entered the room, finding Arcanes, sitting at the table with his piercing gaze fixed on him. Ah, Mr. Shitty Lizard, rumble. The entire castle seemed to tremble under Arcanes' barely contained rage. His eyes blazed as he snarled, watch your mouth. Low-born, without care, Victor moved and sat before him and said in an indifferent emotionless voice, then watch your shitty tone, Lizard. Chapter 498, Access to the System of the Origin, denied. Victor and Arcanes locked eyes, a palpable tension hanging in the air as if something explosive could happen at any second. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Arcanes broke the silence, his face taut with controlled anger. I want to know just how much you know about our empire. He paused, his voice dropping lower, almost a growl. And more importantly, who the hell are you? Victor, unfazed, met Arcanes' gaze without flinching. He let the silence linger for a moment longer, purposely heightening the tension, watching as the flicker of irritation crossed Arcanes' face. Then, with a faint, amused smile, he replied, oh, I know a great deal about your empire. More than you might think. Including the little fear you're hiding behind that mask of anger. Arcanes' jaw clenched, his teeth grinding audibly. You low-born filth, he snarled, I'm warning you, be careful with your words. The next time you speak to me like that, I won't be sitting still. Victor simply ignored the threat as if it were inconsequential, reaching casually for the glass of water on the table. He drank it slowly, savoring the moment before gargling it, the sound obnoxiously loud in the silence. CRRCKKLLLCCKLLLKKKK, Arcanes' hands trembled, his fingers elongating into sharp claws, a clear sign that he was on the verge of losing control. Yet, Victor remained annoyingly calm, spitting the gargled water onto the floor with a casual disregard as if the room, this space, meant absolutely nothing to him. He glanced at the mess he made and smirked, ah, that feels better. Talking crap makes my throat dry. Boom, the entire table exploded into fragments under the force of Arcanes' fist. The impact echoed through the room, splinters of wood scattering across the floor. Victor's expression didn't change, he seemed more amused than ever, tilting his head slightly as he observed Arcanes. You know, he said in a calm, almost mocking tone, letting your anger take control like this, it's going to come back to haunt you. Trust me, you'll regret it later. Arcanes sneered, baring his sharp teeth. Regret? You think anger is something to be ashamed of? He leaned in, his voice a menacing whisper. Anger is the only thing that keeps us, the prideful dragon, sane. It keeps us rational in a world filled with weaklings like you. Victor nodded thoughtfully. Oh, is that so? Well, if that's the case, then tell me, what exactly do you want from me? Arcanes glared at him. I already told you. I want to know how much you truly know about our empire. And you will tell me. Victor leaned back, feigning boredom. I know enough to be dangerous, he replied smoothly. Including the summit, for instance. The color drained from Arcanes' face for a brief moment. His confident facade wavered, revealing a flicker of unease. He knows too much, Arcanes thought. He's more dangerous than I anticipated. I need to deal with him before it's too late. Meanwhile, Victor's thoughts wandered in a different direction. Log. I have one of his horns, don't I? His eyes drifted to Arcanes' gleaming, crystal blue horns, which seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. But if I already have one of his horns, what are those? Are they real? Yes, they're real. And the one you have is also genuine. Shouldn't that create some sort of paradox? You know, like in those movies where time goes haywire because two versions of the same thing aren't supposed to exist in the same timeline. Victor's brow furrowed in confusion. Normally, yes. A paradox would occur. But because of your unique bloodline ability, unique ether, you can nullify any paradox. Both real versions can coexist in the same reality, but they are considered distinct entities due to your power. Interesting, Victor thought, genuinely surprised. His curiosity piqued, and he pressed further. Tell me more about this bloodline ability of mine. Unfortunately, the details of your bloodline cannot be revealed until you reach the peak of your level, or when the beginning begins. I see. Victor mentally filed the information away as he noticed Arcanes beckoning him to follow. Soon, they arrived at the throne room, and Victor's eyes widened in surprise. The room was in ruins. Walls were cracked, pillars toppled, and shattered remnants littered the floor. Everything seemed destroyed, except for the imposing black throne that sat undisturbed in the center. What the hell happened here? Victor wondered as he surveyed the destruction. I want you to sit on the throne, Arcanes demanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. Victor raised an eyebrow. Clearly not expecting this from a prideful lizard. Why would I do that? Arcanes' expression darkened, and he stepped closer, his voice low and serious. Because I don't trust you. That throne will show me whether you're telling the truth or not. Victor stared at him, incredulous. What, does it have some sort of magical lie detector built into it or something? Arcanes frowned. Victor sighed, rubbing his forehead. Well, I guess earning his trust for now is better than creating more problems. Shaking his head, he reluctantly walked toward the throne. As he got closer, he couldn't help but marvel at its intricate design. It really does look different. Almost cool. He thought as his fingers traced over the delicate carvings along the armrest. He scanned the throne for any hidden traps, his eyes moving with precision. What exactly are you doing? Arcanes asked, his tone laced with mild amusement. Afraid I'd set a trap for you? Finally, with one last glance at Arcanes, Victor sat down on the throne. Unbeknownst to Arcanes, Snowflake slithered stealthily behind the throne, placing two crystal explosive balls under it, just in case things went sideways. Arcanes grinned slyly as he asked, So, how does it feel to sit there? Victor shifted his position, trying to find some semblance of comfort. He leaned back on the throne and scowled. It's hard. Uncomfortable, actually. He muttered, his expression one of irritation. How the hell does he sit on this iron-like surface every day? He thought, trying not to show his frustration. The throne was barely comfortable for Victor. Arcanes' smirk widened. That's because you're soft. Ha ha ha. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly, the throne began to glow. Golden veins appeared, slowly spreading from the base of the throne and snaking their way toward Victor's body. Victor tensed, just about to leap off the throne when he felt something coursing through his veins, an odd sensation, not pain, but rather, calmness. A soothing, almost tranquil feeling washed over him, then. Unexpectedly, ding! Victor blinked in surprise as a black holographic display materialized before his eyes, glowing faintly. Scanning, enjoy exclusive content from Empire, blood type, Tier 1, Crimson Elixir of the Null, Bloodline, Tier Primordial, Aether Bloodline, Partially Awakened, New Species, Unnamed 1, Access to the System of the Origin, Denied, Ejecting Subject, Boom, without warning. A violent force expelled Victor from the throne, hurling him across the room. Reacting quickly, Victor channeled fire through his hands, propelling himself into mid-air just enough to avoid slamming into the wall. He landed back on the ground. Flames dissipating as he straightened himself, he exhaled sharply, his eyes blazing with irritation as he glared at Arcanes. What the hell was that about? Arcanes clicked his tongue, visibly annoyed. TCH. Seems like you're really not a descendant of the Origin Emperor, after all. Victor's frown deepened. What are you talking about? Arcanes shrugged, his earlier smugness fading. Look, kid, I can't just blindly trust you. What if you were the Origin Emperor's descendant, hiding your identity and waiting for the right moment to manipulate or kill me? That throne belongs to the Origin Emperor. I put you to the test, and if you were his descendant, the system would have accepted you. Victor processed Arcanes' words. So, you put me on that throne to test if I was connected to the Origin Emperor. Now that you know I'm not, do you trust me? Arcanes folded his arms, his golden eyes narrowing. I trust you're not the Origin Emperor's descendant, yes. But that doesn't mean I trust you entirely. Victor gave a casual shrug, glancing back at the throne, which had returned to its previous, deep black hue. It knew my bloodline, he thought to himself. Does that mean there were others with the same bloodline before me? I need to find out more about this. I will offer you half of our Arcanium mountains, but in return, I need to know, who is the descendant? Arcanes' voice carried a weight of desperation beneath the offer. Victor leaned back slightly, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. I don't need your mountains anymore. Arcanes' brow furrowed in confusion. What? You don't want the Arcanium mountains? Victor shook his head, his tone now serious. I want to know about the Origin Emperor, or, more specifically, the true history of this empire. Arcanes' expression darkened as he mulled over Victor's request. Sharing the empire's past, especially with someone as unpredictable and well-informed as Victor, was perilous. And Victor clearly knew more than he should already. The risk was immense, yet, he only one who knows about the descendant. Arcanes thought, gritting his teeth. He found himself cornered, forced to make an impossible decision. Should he risk revealing the truth to this mysterious man who could become a threat? Or, should he take a chance, get the information about the descendant, and finally rid himself of the cursed horns that weighed heavily on his soul? A tense silence filled the room. Finally, he made his choice. Fine. Arcanes spat the word. Frustration is evident in his voice. I'll tell you what you want to know about the Empire's past. But there's one condition, you'll need to sign this contract first. Chapter 499. Good deal. I'll see you later, buddy. Ding. Contract invalid, cannot be formed due to your contract with ############. After Victor signed the contract, Arcanes gave him a knowing smile and said, you see, unlike many other beings, phoenixes possess a rare and unique bloodline ability. Something that sets them apart from the rest of us. It's called rebirth. Even after they die, they don't stay dead, they are reborn from their ashes, which is something we dragons could never achieve. While we can live for thousands of years, the phoenixes are true immortals. His voice grew sharper with each word. This made them a threat to us, especially to those of us who had enemies among them. Imagine, leaving our kin vulnerable to creatures who could kill them, then return to life and hunt them again for revenge. We couldn't allow that. Victor listened intently, noticing the anger in Arcanes' voice. But there was something more beneath the surface, something Victor hadn't expected: jealousy. Are they envious of the phoenixes? Victor wondered. He knew Arcanes would never admit it openly, but the reason for eliminating the phoenixes had to be rooted in more than just survival. It was fear, and perhaps, a deep-seated inferiority. The phoenixes had a power the dragons could never touch. If they could come back to life, Victor asked, curiosity gnawing at him. What's the point in killing them? If they're going to be reborn, wouldn't they just rise again after being killed? Arcanes let out a low chuckle, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. you think a power like that comes without any limits? Do you really believe such an extraordinary ability could be flawless? His tone was almost mocking, as if he found Victor's question amusing in its simplicity. Victor frowned, his thoughts wandering back to Melona's bloodline. Her power, too, had its price, an equivalent exchange for anything she desired. Nothing came without a cost. Arcanes' eyes gleamed as he leaned in slightly. Yes, killing a phoenix does allow them to be reborn. But... He paused for dramatic effect, watching Victor's expression darken. That only applies to those with a pure, untainted bloodline. Read the latest on Empire. Victor's frown deepened. What did you do to them? How did you deal with the ones who had the pure bloodline? Arcanes waved off the question with a dismissive shrug, clearly uninterested in discussing the details. Anyway, he dodged the inquiry, redirecting the conversation back to his story. What we didn't anticipate was that someone would care enough to retaliate for the Phoenix's deaths. A man, no, a genius, who built this very castle. He was renowned for his technological advancements, someone who forever changed the course of history. They called him the Origin, and he was furious about the Phoenix's massacre. Victor raised an eyebrow. The Origin Emperor, he muttered under his breath. Arcanes nodded. His hand moved to touch his shimmering crystal blue horns. He didn't just curse us with words. No, he created something, an exact replica of our natural horns. Then, he did the unthinkable. He ripped our real horns from us and replaced them with these cursed ones, corrupting our bloodline completely. His voice was laced with rage, his anger barely contained. The throne room seemed to grow colder as Arcanes' fury simmered beneath the surface. It took him a moment to compose himself before he spoke again. I understand that what our ancestors did was wrong. The massacre, the fear, the jealousy. But do we still deserve to suffer for it after thousands of years? Is it fair that we remain cursed for what our forefathers did? Victor remained silent. Arcanes took a deep breath and gestured toward the throne at the center of the room. The Origin Emperor left behind a system, a way to undo this curse. This system is said to have the power to reverse what was done to us. But for thousands of years, there has been one critical piece missing. He pointed to the base of the Grand Throne, where a dragon sculpture stood, and at its base was a small, gleaming ring. The missing ring, Arcanes continued. His eyes narrowing, the Emperor hid it away somewhere, and we've been searching for it ever since. We've hunted down anyone connected to the Origin Emperor's lineage, until now. His gaze shifted to Victor, his expression hardening with a sense of finality. Now. The only missing piece now is the bloodline of the Origin Emperor himself. That is the key to activating the system and breaking our curse. I will tell that, but I still don't have any information about the Origin Emperor. Most of what you've just told me, I already knew. Victor said with a tired expression. Arcanes frowned, his disappointment evident. I don't know what else you were hoping to learn. What I've told you is all that I know. Or at least, it's all that my father passed down to me. I see. Victor nodded thoughtfully. Speaking of your father. I heard he was killed by a phoenix 1,000 years ago. Arcanes' lips twitched, a brief flash of anger crossing his face. Yes, he replied through gritted teeth. It was a duel between them. His expression darkened as fury began to simmer beneath the surface. She only won because of the curse. If it weren't for that, my father would have killed her 1,000 times over. Victor nodded, carefully observing Arcanes' reaction. And then she died at the summit, right? Yeah. Arcanes' expression shifted to one of pride, his chest puffing slightly. It only proved that she was unworthy to hold the empire. She couldn't even survive the challenges of the summit. Victor frowned, a question forming in his mind. Do you know who built the summit? He asked, his tone curious. Arcanes' brow furrowed. I don't know, he admitted with a slight shrug, his gaze narrowing as he shifted focus back to Victor. I've already told you everything I know. Now, tell me who is wait. Victor interrupted, a sly smile creeping onto his face. There's still one thing you haven't told me. Arcanes raised an eyebrow. Oh. And what would that be? Victor stepped closer, his eyes locked on Arcani's shimmering horns. If those horns are supposed to suck out your lifespan. Why are you still looking so young? Arcani's flinched, a subtle twitch that didn't escape Victor's notice. It was the confirmation Victor needed to solidify his suspicions. Victor had always found it odd. They called the horns a curse, and yet, these so-called cursed horns granted Arcani's the power to control vast numbers of dragons. Was it really a curse? Or was there something else at play? And most puzzling of all, how was Arcani's still youthful while his father had grown old and withered? Arcani's had been around the same age as his son when his father was an elderly man. By all logic, Arcani's should be aging as well. Something was off. Something Arcani's were hiding. And everything seemed to lead back to the Origin Emperor. But who was he? Was he a phoenix lineage or something else? Arcani's stared at Victor in silence, his expression guarded, as if contemplating how much to reveal. After a tense moment, he reached into his pouch and pulled out a small test tube containing a few drops of shimmering golden liquid. Before my father died, Arcani's began, his voice low and measured, he discovered a way to extend our lives. Victor's eyes fixed on the test tube, intrigued by the golden substance. He was about to ask more when Arcani's suddenly slipped the tube back into his pouch, preventing him from getting a closer look. It's a rare element found deep within the heart of our empire, Arcani's continued. I need to take a dose of this every day to keep my life prolonged, I see. Victor nodded again, his curiosity growing. What's in it? What's the composition? He asked, but Arcani's shook his head. I've told you what I know about the Origin Emperor, and now. Arcani's voice hardened. It's your turn, Victor softly nodded. Yeah. I can't probe him too much right now, he thought before raising his head and saying with calm confidence, that person is, here. Arcani's frowned, not understanding. You. What are you talking about? The throne already rejected you. Victor smiled and spread his arms wide. My friend. Aether, he announced, his grin widening. I'll bring him to you. But in return, I want that liquid. Arcani scowled, his suspicion deepening. I don't Victor cut him off smoothly, let me assure you. I'll make sure Sovereign personally protects him. No one will be able to lay a hand on him. Arcani's hesitated, his jaw clenched as he weighed his options. Finally, he gritted his teeth and snarled, fine. In a swift motion, he tossed the vial toward Victor. Victor caught it effortlessly, his grin never faltering. Good deal. I'll see you later, buddy, he said with a casual wave, turning on his heel to leave. Arcani's watched Victor walk away, his eyes narrowing, the muscles in his jaw twitching with barely restrained fury. But slowly. A wicked smirk spread across his face. Once I have him in my hands. Arcani's muttered darkly to himself, no one is leaving this empire. Low-born fool. He really believes he can outsmart me. I can't believe how naive he is. Ha! Lowborns will always be lowborns. His chuckle grew into a sinister laugh. Does he even realize how much it cost us to hunt down just one descendant of the Origin Emperor? And now, it feels like I'm getting him for free. Ha ha ha. Arcani's laughter echoed through the chamber. Chapter 500. What the F, Aether? Raven's voice carried a note of surprise as she spotted him standing outside her room. Glancing quickly left and right the corridor to ensure no one was watching. She grabbed him by the arm and pulled him inside, the door shut with a quiet click. Enjoy exclusive adventures from Empire. What are you doing here? She asked, her tone serious as her frown deepened. Aether shrugged nonchalantly. Just wanted to see you, 600 AP, is that so? Raven mumbled, adjusting her sunglasses. Her gaze shifted to him, suspicious yet intrigued. Well, since you're here, it's actually a perfect opportunity. I have a plan to tack. I have a different plan, Raven, Aether interrupted, his face suddenly turning serious. She arched a brow. Aether stepped closer, his eyes locked onto hers. You said your sister couldn't win the summit, right? Raven crossed her arms. Yes, that's true, then how do you plan to beat it this time? Aether's voice was calm, but his gaze was intense. "I have the activate system code," she replied, her voice a bit defensive. "It might help me succeed where she failed, but you can't be sure, can you?" Aether pressed. Raven bit her lip, her confidence wavering. She didn't have a solid answer for that. Aether's expression softened as he moved toward her. Raven, without thinking, took a step back, her hands moving instinctively to cover her mouth as if to shield herself from the unexpected closeness. Aether smirked inwardly. "Looks like someone is feeling something," he mused. But he quickly refocused. "I think Princess Aquilina might be able to help you," he suggested, his tone serious again. Raven frowned, her brows knitting together. "Aquilina? Why in the world would she help us?" "Because I'm her servant," Aether replied with a small, almost smug smile. "And as much as I hate to admit it, she trusts me. More than most. Besides," he added, his voice dropping to a more conspiratorial tone, "with her scheming mind, I believe she might uncover something crucial." Raven considered his words, her gaze narrowing as she tried to anticipate the possible outcomes. "What if she betrays us?" she asked, her voice laced with doubt. Aether stepped even closer, the space between them shrinking. "I trust her," he said firmly. "Just like I trust you, Raven, enough to put my life on the line for you. Just hear my plan." As he told his plan, Raven locked eyes with him, her resolve wavering under the intensity of his stare. After hearing his plan, she sighed, exhaling the tension that had built up in his plan. "Fine," she muttered. "Let's talk to her." Just as Raven turned to leave, Aether grabbed her hand, stopping her in her tracks. The unexpected contact made her flinch, and she instinctively tried to pull away. But Aether's grip tightened, firm yet gentle, and before she could react further, he pulled her into his arms. Raven opened her mouth to protest, but no words came out. Her heartbeat quickened, and she felt an unfamiliar heat rising to her cheeks as she saw him lean in. Without a word, Aether pressed his lips to hers in a soft, lingering kiss. Raven didn't push him away. She didn't return the kiss either, simply allowing the moment to pass, letting the warmth of his lips linger. Aether pulled back slightly, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "If you don't like it," he whispered, "you can always stop me, you know." Raven said nothing. She gently pulled away from his embrace, her cheeks now tinged with a faint red hue. Without looking at him, she turned and started walking toward the door. Aether blinked, then shook his head with an amused expression as he followed her. "She won't admit it, but I know that got to her," he thought with a smirk. Meanwhile, in her own chambers, Aquilina paced angrily back and forth, her teeth gritted in frustration. She couldn't believe how Aether had seen through her plan to follow him to Kai's date with Vesperine. The audacity of him, damn it, she fumed, her fists clenching. "What are those two jerks doing with my beloved?" The thought of Aether being alone with them made her blood boil. "Maybe I should follow them anyway. See what they're up to." But she hesitated. Aether had warned her not to interfere, and if she disobeyed, he would undoubtedly be disappointed in her. With a frustrated sigh, Aquilina threw herself onto her bed, glaring at the ceiling. "Fine. I'll stay here. But if they hurt him, I swear I'll make them regret it." Just then, knock, knock. "Who is it now?" Aquilina mumbled, pushing herself up from the bed. As she swung the door open, her eyes widened. "Raven?" Her voice was laced with confusion, but her expression shifted into a deep frown when she spotted Aether standing beside her. "Aether? What are you doing here?" Aether gave a sheepish smile, rubbing the back of his neck. "I ditched them," he admitted, though the truth was that it was one of his clones keeping Kai occupied. Aquilina let out a deep sigh of relief, her posture relaxing. "Well, come in then," she muttered. Stepping aside to let them both enter, once they were all inside, the mood quickly shifted as the conversation turned to the serious matter at hand. "So, let me get this straight." Aquilina leaned forward, her eyes narrowing at Raven. "You want my help to find the heart? And you're sharing clues about this system in the summit, even though we're competitors?" Her tone was laced with disbelief, and her mind raced with thoughts. Is she an idiot to share this with me? Raven sat across from her, stealing a glance at Aether, who remained standing by Aquilina's side, silently observing. Aether nodded subtly, and Raven exhaled, resigning herself. Yes. Our original plan isn't working as well as we hoped. So, yeah. I need your help. Aquilina's lips twisted into a smirk. And what exactly is in it for me if I decide to help you? She asked, her voice sharp and probing. Princess, Aether spoke up. Aquilina's eyes darted toward him. Yes. Her voice was still stern, but Raven couldn't help but notice a slight, almost imperceptible softening when Aether addressed her. Aether leaned in slightly, fixing her with a look that made her heart skip a beat. Would you help her, for me? His eyes turned pleading, almost puppy-like. Aquilina's breath caught in her throat. I don't. She paused, blinking as realization hit her. Wait a second. She quickly activated telepathy. Linking to Aether's mind, / don't tell me you seduced her, / her outward expression remained neutral, but inwardly, she was practically screaming. Aether blinked, his confusion evident. / wasn't that what I was supposed to do? You know, for the mission, / oh, for fuck's sake. Aether, / Aquilina internally groaned, clenching her fists. She wanted nothing more than to grab him by the shirt and shake him. Why did I ever suggest this to him in the first place? Aether looked at her with an innocent expression. Aquilina's eyes narrowed, her fists tightening further. Aether, there's no need for you to go through with this anymore. I already regret even telling you to do it. / then, you're going to kill them, right? Aether's voice turned firm. Aquilina fell silent, her fists unclenching. She knew deep down he was right. Eliminating them was the only viable solution. / I don't want your hands to be stained with blood. Aether continued, his determination unwavering. So I'll handle it. I'll do what's necessary. / Aether. / don't worry. I've already seduced Helena. Only 2 more to go. Easy. His expression, both in telepathy and outwardly, radiated a strange sort of pride. Aquilina's eyes widened, her mouth hanging open for a moment before she exploded out loud. Wait. What did you just say? Raven flinched at Aquilina's sudden outburst. I said I need your hell, not you, bitch. Aquilina snapped, her gaze laser-focused on Aether. When did that happen? Wait, don't tell me, was it during the Academy incident? Is that why you didn't come out with the others? Aether remained silent. He knew what he was doing and, he clearly needed her to be aware of what he was doing. Technically not fully but enough. Aquilina gritted her teeth, glaring daggers at him. Her head snapped toward Raven, her expression colder than ice. You need to leave. Now, Raven frowned, clearly taken aback. But about your hell, oh, fuck it. Aquilina threw her hands in the air. I'll help you get what you need. But you need to leave right now. Raven stood up, a small smile of victory playing on her lips as she turned to leave. However, she hesitated at the door and glanced back at Aquilina. Actually, there's one more thing I need. Aquilina's eyes flashed with impatience. What now? Raven hesitated for a second before pointing to Aether. I'd like to, buy him. Aquilina's entire face turned a deep shade of red, her fury barely contained. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm not selling my huss. She caught herself just in time. My servant to anyone, even if he has a phoenix bloodline, Raven said calmly. Aquilina's irritation briefly subsided as she blinked, processing the words. I see. Then, the realization hit her like a truck. What the F?